This video is designed to help you relax or fall asleep. Before we begin, if you think you might fall asleep, please introduce yourself in the comments. Please also like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. As always, I'd love to know where you're watching from. So let us know in the comments and share what time it is where you are. Thank you once more for joining me. Get comfortable, grab a glass of water, make sure you've locked your door, and turn off the lights. Don't forget to say hello in the comments. It's time to close your eyes. This all started when I stumbled across a conversation about the deep web in an online gaming forum. People were swapping stories about underground auctions and secretive sites where you could score anything from rare comic books to the sort of stuff you'd rather not think about. It was like a car crash on the internet, horrible to think about, but somehow you can't help but look. Despite all the warnings, my curiosity was piqued. I had to see if the rumors were as true as they were saying. I began by hunting down how to access this hidden part of the internet. It wasn't straightforward, and I had to use special software that masked my location. The whole process felt like I was gearing up for a spy mission, except the only thing I was risking was possibly my peace of mind. My first stop was a site that was supposedly a treasure trove for collectors like me. It was surprisingly mundane at first glance, just pages of items with pictures and prices. I scrolled through sections of vintage video games and limited edition figurines, feeling a bit underwhelmed but still intrigued by the sheer volume of stuff available. That's when I started noticing the sidebar ads. They were different, darker, suggesting sites that were a few clicks too far from legal. I remember pausing, my cursor hovering over a link. My stomach told me to stop, knowing that I was about to cross a line from which I couldn't uncross, but then that whispering voice of curiosity nudged me forward. I clicked. The transition was gradual. I went from a site selling stolen artwork to another, auctioning items that seemed to come straight out of crime scenes or horror movies. I remember one particular item, a dusty, old doll, and a description that claimed it was haunted. It was creepy, sure, but then I read the comments. People weren't just buying these things, they were trading experiences and stories about them. It was a community, thriving in the shadows of the internet. The deeper I went, the heavier the air felt, like diving into deep water, pressure building against my chest. It was so exciting. One night, I found myself on a site that didn't just sell items, it offered experiences. Live feeds from cameras placed in abandoned asylums, prisons, and other places that were supposed to be haunted. The first feed I clicked on was a grainy video of an old hospital hallway. The description said to watch and listen. Sometimes, you could hear the screams of past patients. I watched, and I listened, and something in the pit of my stomach twisted when a distant wail filtered through my speakers. It was probably fake, but it sounded so real. Too real. That should have been enough to stop me. But it was not. I kept going back, night after night, drawn by a mix of fear and fascination. It wasn't long before the whispers started. Soft, unintelligible murmurs that would creep up when the room was too quiet, making me pause my music or video to listen closely. I'd turn around fast, half expecting someone to be right there behind me. But there was never anyone there. One particularly quiet night, as I sat trying to convince myself to stay off my computer, an email notification popped up. No subject, just a link. My first instinct was to delete it, but I was used to clicking on dangerous links at this point. I clicked on it, and a tab opened on my computer that looked like code or a script. Before I could even react and try to close the window, it was gone. I immediately knew that I'd messed up. I only ever clicked on random links when I was using the software that is supposed to protect you on the deep web. This was just an email on my normal computer, no protection, and I stupidly clicked the link thinking I was protected. Whatever this was had definitely infected my computer. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. I frantically installed the best antivirus software I could find and tried deleting anything on my computer that seemed suspicious. I spent hours on forums looking for answers. I was too scared to stay in my apartment, but too scared to leave. Feeling trapped in a nightmare of my own making. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. Shadows moving, lights flickering. Every noise made me jump. I was spiraling. I was a paranoid mess. As days passed, the situation only escalated. My computer became almost autonomous, sprouting new software applications that I hadn't installed. These programs would open randomly, displaying cryptic messages or just running in the background, their purposes unknown but undoubtedly sinister. I tried to remove them, but they seemed to regenerate with every reboot, each time taking a little more control away from me. The emails turned from vague threats to explicit demands. They wanted money, a substantial amount, transferred to a Bitcoin wallet within a week, or they would start leaking my personal information. With each new message, they included a snippet of data they had stolen from my computer, bank statements, private emails, photos, proof that they weren't just bluffing. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? That I'd been poking around in the digital underworld and got burned? I felt trapped, unsure of how far these people would go or what they were capable of. One morning, after a particularly sleepless night, I received a package at my doorstep. No return address, just a small, nondescript box. Inside was a cheap burner phone and a note that read, "Keep this with you. We'll call." The reality of the threat hit home. I wasn't just dealing with digital ghosts anymore. This was real and tangible. I was on edge all the time, jumping at every phone call, every notification. Then, the burner phone rang. A distorted voice on the other end instructed me to stop investigating the sites I'd visited on the deep web, to pay the Bitcoin, and to forget everything I'd seen. The voice warned that if I didn't comply, the consequences would reach beyond just me. It was clear they knew enough about my life to make good on that threat. I had to make a choice, and I had to make it quickly. Could I really pay these people? The amount they wanted was more than the deposit I had saved for my house. They'd seen how much I had in my bank account. They expected me to take out huge loans and detailed in the emails how I could claim I was a victim of fraud so that I wouldn't have to pay the loans back. What was to stop them from coming back for more? I realized then that I couldn't keep living in fear, jumping at shadows, waiting for the next email, the next call. I decided to leave, at least for a while, to get away from the reach of my home, the hacked devices, the constant surveillance I felt. Even if it was just paranoia, it was consuming me. I packed a bag with essentials and left the house, planning to stay at a motel out of town. But as I was leaving, my phone pinged with an email notification. It was another link, this time with a simple message. "Watch before you go." Against my better judgment, I clicked. It was a video of my own house. It was a video of me walking out. Someone was watching me in real time, and they wanted me to know it. I felt anger, and I realized that running wouldn't solve anything. They could still reach me, wherever I went. I needed help. I drove straight to the police station. I told them everything, from the deep web browsing to the emails and the video. It was out of my hands now, but the response was disheartening. They took my statements and evidence but warned me that cybercrimes, especially those routed through the dark web, were notoriously difficult to trace and prosecute. Their resources were limited, and without immediate threats to my physical safety, they could only offer surveillance tips and monitor my case from a distance. I tried explaining to them that there must be someone literally sitting outside my house all the time watching, but they really weren't interested in investigating. Fearing for my safety and mental well-being, I decided to consult a cybersecurity expert. The expert confirmed my worst fears. My system was deeply compromised and my personal data was probably being sold on the dark web. The advice was drastic but clear. I needed to wipe all my devices, change all my passwords, and essentially start my digital life over. Even with these measures, I would likely have issues for the rest of my life and would never be able to get a loan. I followed the advice, wiping every device and securing my accounts, but the damage was done. Every email notification and every phone call brought a wave of anxiety. I started receiving small packages at my home, no return address, sometimes just a small piece of tech or a cryptic note. It was a psychological game, a way to remind me that I was being watched. One night, as I tried to salvage some semblance of normalcy, an email arrived with a link. This time, I didn't click it. Instead, I forwarded it to the cybersecurity expert. They analyzed the link in a secure environment and reported back with chilling news. It was a live feed, a video of the front of my house, timestamped just minutes before. That was the final straw. Realizing that the threats had transcended the digital realm and could potentially endanger my physical safety, I decided I couldn't stay in my home any longer. I packed a bag with essentials, secured my house as best I could, and left to stay with a friend in another city, hoping distance might offer some protection. Now, living in this temporary haven, I spend my days looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows, wondering if every stranger might be connected to the dark web ring that upended my life. The police haven't been able to make any arrests, their updates sparse and unhelpful. They tell me they're doing what they can, but their reassurances do little to mitigate my fear. Every day is a battle against the anxiety that they might find me again, that the next link sent to my email or phone won't just be a video but a real and final threat. The deep web had seemed like a distant, abstract danger, but I just had to keep digging deeper. My life is completely ruined. I don't know how I'll survive. My name is Alex. I'm a 28-year-old accountant living in Austin, Texas. About 3 years ago, while I was still settling into what I hoped would be a breezy life, my curiosity about the dark corners of the internet led me down a path I now regret stepping onto. I had heard of the deep web during my college days. I knew it was full of illegal stuff, but I had no idea just how bad things actually were. I began my journey into the deep web mostly out of boredom and a pinch of naivety. At the time, I was living alone, my days filled with work and the occasional video game during weekends. My experience with computers made me confident. I knew my way around the internet better than most, and I thought I could navigate the deep web without getting in over my head. One night, while digging through online forums about data security, I stumbled upon a thread discussing the deep web. The users talked about it as a kind of digital Wild West, a place without rules where anonymity was king. My interest was piqued. I thought, what harm could a little exploration do? I set up a VPN, downloaded the necessary browser, and jumped in. The first site I visited was relatively mundane. An online marketplace selling rare books. The interface was clunky, like websites from the early 2000s, and I scrolled through pages of old texts and manuscripts, amused that such a normal activity was considered part of the dark internet. This innocuous start made me bolder. I began visiting more sites, clicking through forums and black markets, intrigued by how vast this hidden part of the internet was. But as I went deeper, the content wasn't so innocent. It became darker. I stumbled upon a site auctioning off items that clearly shouldn't have been for sale, personal data, hacked accounts, and more sinister listings. The reality of what I was doing started to sink in. I remember pausing over a listing for a genuine haunted relic, complete with supposed proof in the form of eerie, blurred photos and testimonials from previous buyers. My rational mind told me it was all scams and theatrical flair, but a part of me couldn't help but feel inert. My descent didn't stop there. I found myself on a site that offered live videos. That night, I stumbled upon a site that was nothing like the usual fare of rare collectibles or black market tech. It streamed live surgeries being performed, not for educational purposes, but for an audience that seemed to get off on it. The first video I clicked on was a live surgery being conducted in what looked like a rundown clinic. Definitely not up to any health or safety standards I knew. The room was dimly lit, the walls stained, and the equipment outdated. A man, presumably a doctor, though he wore no identifying scrubs, was bent over a patient lying on a bare metal table. There was no anesthesia from what I could tell. The patient was unnervingly still, perhaps sedated by less conventional means. The doctor worked with a calm precision that belied the grim setting he was in, removing an organ with an unsettling nonchalance. The scene was gruesome, and yet I couldn't look away. The stream had a chat feature, and the comments rolled in. Viewers were placing bets, discussing the condition of the extracted organ, some even praising the doctor's technique. Driven by a mix of horror and intrigue, I found myself returning to the site night after night. The surgeries varied, from amputations to more invasive procedures. And with each visit, my initial disgust battled with a growing morbid curiosity. I started paying for access to specific streams that promised unprecedented surgeries, telling myself it was just curiosity, that this was just another type of extreme content readily available on the dark web. Weeks passed, and my nocturnal viewings became a habit. But then, things took a sinister turn. One evening, as I stepped out for a late-night store run, I noticed a van parked across the street from my apartment. It was nondescript, but something about it felt off. When I returned, the van was still there, and I could see figures inside, their faces obscured. A chill ran down my spine, but I brushed off the paranoia and headed inside. The next night, after watching another disturbing surgery, I heard noises outside my apartment. Peering through the blinds, I saw the same van, and this time, I could make out the figures moving towards the building's entrance. Panic set in as I realized that the interest in these streams might have attracted the wrong kind of attention, perhaps from those involved in the broadcasts. I grabbed my keys and phone and slipped out through the back door, just as I heard the front door of my building slam. I sprinted down the alley, my heart pounding in my chest. As I glanced back, I caught a glimpse of the men following me. Their accents were distinctly Brazilian, shouting to each other as they searched. I didn't stop running until I reached a more populated area, my breath ragged, my mind racing. It dawned on me just how dangerous my viewing habits could have been. The realization that I could have been their next patient if I hadn't escaped was sobering. After that night, I wiped my computer, ditched my old email accounts and moved to a new apartment in a different part of the city. The deep web had shown me a world that was too dark, too real, and too dangerous to ever revisit. My curiosity had nearly cost me more than I could bear to think about. I learned the hard way that some things are better left unseen, and there are places in the digital world that are best avoided at all costs. Alright, so here's the whole saga of how a seemingly innocent dive into my family history turned into an absolute disaster, thanks to a sketchy dark web service. It's a bit of a journey, so buckle up. It all started when I hit a brick wall with my family tree research on those popular and expensive ancestry websites. You know the ones, they lure you in with the promise of free trials, only to clamp down with hefty fees the moment you actually want to dig deeper. Frustrated and a bit strapped for cash, I vented to a friend about how I wished I could uncover more about my heritage without going broke. That's when he half-jokingly suggested looking into alternatives on the dark web. Cheaper and deeper, he claimed. I laughed it off initially, but the seed was planted. A few nights later, fueled by curiosity and a stubborn reluctance to pay those exorbitant ancestry site fees, I started poking around online. It wasn't long before I stumbled upon a forum thread filled with people praising these underground ancestry services. They promised comprehensive family history reports without the mainstream price tag. They were a little too enthusiastic, maybe, but their stories of discovering long-lost relatives and family secrets for next to nothing were incredibly enticing. Driven by a mix of skepticism and excitement, I ventured deeper. I found a service that boasted access to exclusive databases, claiming they could trace lineage back centuries. The catch? They needed detailed personal information to ensure accuracy. Names, dates of birth, places of residence, and so on. In hindsight, the red flags were there, waving frantically. But my eagerness to learn about my family's past clouded my judgment. I filled out their form, detailing everything from my grandparents' birthdates to the small town in Ohio where my mother was born. Weeks passed without a word from the service. I had almost forgotten about it, chalking it up as a loss, when suddenly I began noticing oddities with my finances. It started small, a phone call from my credit card company about a suspicious charge that I quickly recognized as not mine. I thought it was a one-off incident, but then I received a mailer for a credit card I never applied for, followed by another, and then another. That's when the full scale of the nightmare hit me. Someone was using my personal details to open accounts left and right. The realization was like a bucket of ice water, shocking and jolting. I scrambled to check my credit reports, and the extent of the damage slowly unfolded before me. There were multiple inquiries and several new accounts, all festooned with purchases I had never made. The stress was palpable, a constant weight on my chest. Each new discovery of fraud felt like another brick added to the load I was carrying. Dealing with the aftermath was a drawn-out affair. Contacting credit bureaus became a daily routine. I spent hours on hold, waiting to speak with someone who could help me untangle the web of deceit woven with my stolen data. I filed disputes for every fraudulent charge and account, a process that was as time-consuming as it was frustrating. As I waded through the bureaucracy of reclaiming my identity, I also had to deal with the emotional toll. The feeling of vulnerability was overwhelming. My personal information, which I had handed over so naively, had been weaponized against me. The safety and security I once felt were shattered, replaced by a paranoia about every email, every phone call, and every letter that arrived in the mail. After weeks of researching how to recover from identity fraud and starting to think that I corrected my mistakes, I got a call. My mom called me one evening. Her voice was shaking, explaining that someone had just demanded she pay thousands of dollars on a credit card opened in her name. The caller knew everything about her, her address, birthday, even her social security number. I felt sick to my stomach. This nightmare was my fault, all because I'd been too curious and naive about a seemingly harmless deep web service. The calls became more frequent and more aggressive. My parents were bombarded daily by different people claiming to represent creditors, all demanding money for things my parents had never purchased. It wasn't just the phone anymore. Threatening letters filled our mailbox, and then the debt collectors started showing up in person. These visits were the most terrifying part. I remember the first time one of them came to our door. He was a large man, his whole demeanor very threatening and intimidating. He insisted on entering the house to resolve the debt issue. My dad managed to keep him outside, but the implied threat was clear. He wasn't just there to talk, he was there to intimidate us into paying. Things kept getting worse. More collectors came, each more aggressive than the last. My parents' credit scores were destroyed, new fraudulent accounts popped up weekly, and fighting all this became a daily, grueling task. The strain it put on my family was immense. We were all stressed, always on edge, and I could see the disappointment and fear in my parents' eyes. They tried not to blame me, but I knew they were hurting because of what I had done. It all culminated one night when a particularly menacing group showed up claiming we owed money on a luxury car. Their threats were barely veiled, suggesting that accidents could happen if we didn't pay up. That night, we seriously discussed moving, changing our names, anything to escape this terror. But the damage was too deep. My life unraveled quickly after that. I lost my job because I couldn't focus. I was too wrapped up in dealing with our ongoing security issues and trying to salvage what was left of my family's finances and safety. My relationship with my parents deteriorated. They couldn't look at me without a mix of fear and disappointment. We were all trapped in a constant state of anxiety, jumping at every phone call, every knock at the door. Now, I'm nearly broke, almost homeless, and the bond with my family is strained to its breaking point. The weight of the disaster I brought on us is crushing. I spend my days trying to repair what I can, but some days it feels hopeless. I've ruined our lives with one foolish decision, and there's no clear way out of this mess. The dark web isn't just a place for anonymous browsing, it's a dangerous world that has bled into mine, tearing everything apart. If you're thinking of going there, just don't. This happened when I was 11 years old. At the time, I was living in an apartment situated on a street with an ongoing construction. Needless to say, they often tapped into the electric supply and the power fluctuated quite a bit. Therefore, the street lights often served no real purpose, especially in the winters when evening dawned on us with pitch black darkness. That is relevant, so keep it in mind. From what I remember, it was a weekend I was supposed to spend at my friend's house. For an 11-year-old me, this was an exciting prospect, having been loaded with schoolwork the entire week. I was to spend what I believed to be Friday night sleeping over and spend the entirety of Saturday at her bungalow, to return home that very evening. What made it even better was the fact that her parents had an event they could not avoid and therefore trusted us to stay alone in their 2-floor house for the entirety of the 6 hours they were gone. Back then, the idea of spending a whole night alone with my friend was great, no interference, and a whole 6 hours of games and movies on their huge TV. As it turns out, my friend had other ideas. I arrived at her house just short of 8 p.m. It was already pretty dark out, and her parents had waited for me to arrive before telling us about emergency contacts, dinner, and such. They also reminded us to get their 4-year-old Labrador inside, as the weather was acting up and his kennel had a few loose panels which leaked when it rained. This is also an important fact to be noted. After they left, we watched a few cartoons, had dinner, and were chilling in her living room playing cards. That's when my friend Sid had the ingenious idea of exploring a fenced plot of land a few hundred meters down the street that she resided on. There was no construction happening in there, so what little of that area didn't have shambles was overgrown with plants and weeds. We got the dog inside, leashed it to its long chain that allowed it to roam within reason, got the keys, and left the house to make the short 10-minute trip. At this point it was about 10 p.m. In retrospect, this is where we still had a chance to avoid this particular encounter, but being curious and daring kids, we ventured anyways. Rather uneventfully, we arrived and set to climbing over a wall which was about 2 meters. Luckily for us, the wall was broken enough in places to make good holds to carry us over. Once inside, Sid suggested that we sit a few meters away from each other for as long as we could, until one of us was too scared to do so. We faced each other and walked backwards till there was just enough light to see the general silhouette of the other. After what seemed to me like a good 10 minutes, I saw Sid's hunched form rise and start to walk towards me. She seemed to be walking rather fast and in a haphazard manner, jumping over rocks at a daring pace, even getting caught by some thorns in the process. She came up to me, and just as I was about to laugh and call her out on being scared, she told me to get up because she needed to go feed Shaggy. I remember being really confused because her parents had already filled his bowl with food and he had this water thing which he could operate in case he was thirsty. But I saw her face, and let me just say I have never seen her this pale. She looked like she had seen a ghost. So without asking questions, I said okay, and we made our way back over the wall, albeit in a tense manner and rather quickly. The moment my feet touched the ground, I felt Sid grab my arm and straight up just start sprinting down the street. To put things into perspective, I had a bruise from the way she grasped it for 2 weeks straight. So we ran like hell and eventually arrived at her house and went in through her front yard fence gate. A towering metal gate without bars, and she told me to unlock the front door while she deadbolted the metal gate's various locks into the ground. At this point, I was starting to panic, but we got into the house and Sid then proceeded to run around the house locking and closing all possible windows and doors as well as pulling the curtains shut. I was very confused as to why she was doing this, and so was her dog, who stood there and followed her around while she made the place secure. After about 10 minutes she came back into the ground floor living room, and with a very scary expression, she explained to me that the reason she did all that was because while we were sitting apart, she happened to glance away to a few meters to my right to see another human silhouette crouching in the bushes. She thought she was imagining it until it moved closer to where I was sitting and seemed to be unaware that my friend was watching them. I would have loved to say that was the end of it, but what happens next has stuck with me until today, and I hold a fear of that situation from that point onward. To give you an idea of the layout of her compound, her house was surrounded on 2 sides by a lawn, and the lawn was then surrounded by a wall 2.5 meters high. The wall had one entrance, which were the tall metal gates I talked about previously. The house itself had windows all around the perimeter as well as 2 potential entrances. The first being the front door, while the second being a door to this small attached space next to the house, which was made of see-through metal like the kind which metal fences are made of but stronger. This space had a metal door with a lock only accessible from the inside, as well as a door which was on the wall. However, this door only had a deadbolt on and was made of light wood. this is also of importance. So an hour or so after the incident, we were upstairs in her air-conditioned room playing games on her computer and talking about whatever it is kids talk about when we heard the dog bark downstairs. It was growling and seemed to bark at random intervals. Keep in mind that her dog was a friendly Labrador who rarely ever growled or barked aggressively. My friend went to get the dog upstairs to her room, and after she returned she informed me that the dog was standing near the front door, growling at it, and that it took her quite a bit of effort to get him upstairs as he kept trying to go back there. We were really confused as this was unusual for him to do, and thinking that a stray dog may have caught his attention, we decided to go into the balcony attached to a room that gave us a view onto the front lawn and a part of the street directly in front of the house. Instead of seeing what we assumed would be a stray animal, we looked down to see a person standing very still in her lawn and in front of her front door. In the limited light we could make out heavy layers of muddy-looking clothing and a head full of hair that looked very matted. The dog was with us in the balcony and was whining to be let outside. We crouched in her balcony, and right as we were about to discuss the situation, we heard what sounded like the front door rattling, as if someone was trying to open it with a handle. We creeped back downstairs only to realize that this person had now moved onto the window next to the door and was trying to open that. The realization hit that he was trying to find an entrance into the house by going round the perimeter. Just as we were about to creep back upstairs, my friend grabbed me again and in a hushed tone told me that she had forgotten to lock the attached space door in her hurry before. We both looked at each other and paled as we realized that it would gain the intruder easy access into the house as the inner door had nothing but a deadbolt. At this point we heard the windows rattling behind the house, nearly 3/4 of the way back to the front again. The attached space door was a few meters away from the front door, and we were lucky that he had chosen to go around the other side. She told me to wait by the inner door with the dog while she went outside and bolted the metal door. She then informed me to close the door as soon as she returned, and that if she was caught to let the dog outside and to close the inner door as discreetly as possible as to not give myself away. We were both terrified, and since we had no time to argue about it, I stood guard at the inner door while she went to the outer door, fumbled with the lock, and returned inside practically running as quietly as she could. We closed the inner door, and just then we heard the outer door rattle harshly. Had she not gone there and then, there was a big chance that we would have no choice but to hide in her house had he found his way in. After he tried opening all doors and windows, which took a while as he was doing it quite intently and forcefully, we found our way back upstairs and went back into her balcony to see if he had gone away, as we were standing still near the foot of her stairs for a while, listening for any further activity. As we looked down, we saw him once again standing in her front lawn. However, this time we could see his head was tilted back, and it felt like he was looking right at us. However, we knew that it was far too dark for him to be able to spot us, as we closed all the windows shut. We had proceeded to kill the lights in her room, as well as drawn the curtains as to not let her little bedside light escape the blinds. He then started giggling in the quiet of the night, and proceeded to go down on all fours, crawling around the lawn in front of the house while his laughter grew. In retrospect, we should have called the authorities at this point, but being the terrified kids we were, we did not want to get into trouble for not even being able to follow simple instructions. He did this for nearly half an hour, only to stand up once again facing the street. Then he started climbing on top of the kennel in the corner, up onto the top of the wall, and then jumping down to repeat the loop. We stood still in our balcony, waiting to see if he would return, but an hour passed, and that was the last we saw of him. At around 2 a.m. her parents returned. The next morning they were very confused as to why all the doors and windows were closed on such a pleasant night, and why there was mud on the front doorknob. We said we just wanted to play in the dark inside the house, lying about the actuality of the situation. To this day, I do not think the man has been caught. Something strange happened about 3 weeks back, and I've struggled to even put it together cohesively in my head. But I'm going to try, because I think that what happened at my sister's sleepover might actually be more widespread than I imagined. Looking back now, I don't even remember how many girls were there. I think it was 10 or 12. All of them in the 8th grade and close to my sister Rachel. As they got into their sleeping bags and told each other stories, me and my best friend Kurt had a devilish idea. "We're going to scare these girls senseless," he said wickedly. I have to admit, it was just for cheap thrills. But I didn't see the harm. We got into my father's workshop and stole a few of his basic paint supplies to make Kurt look like a typical horror movie vampire. Then we went to the backyard and started to climb the tree outside of Rachel's window. Kurt was in place, ready to start making the usual boogeyman noises when he froze and squinted into the window. "What the hell?" he muttered as he tried to look in. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't be a peeping Tom." I shouted up at him, trying to figure out why he was hesitating to start the scare. Then suddenly his eyes widened and he started to fumble backwards. I watched as his feet slipped from under him and he fell to the ground. It happened in slow motion. But the sound of his head hitting the bird fountain in our backyard is one that I will never forget. Jesus Christ. "Kurt, are you okay?" I screamed. I looked up, waiting to see if my sister or one of her friends would stare out and see this horrific accident. I tried to prop his head up and stop the bleeding. Then I reached into my pocket to call 911. But I hesitated. I know it's dumb, but my parents were already going to give me a tongue lashing for being stupid anyway. I didn't want the cops to find me for something like this, so I ran inside and used Kurt's phone instead. As dumb as that was, what I did next was even stupider. I went back out and after checking to make sure he was okay and not bleeding out, I decided to climb the tree and see whatever it was that had caused him to act so strangely. Slowly, I crawled up the branches and peered through the window to where my sister and her friends were sleeping. All except for one of them. It's been so long now and I still remember that ungodly sight. One of the girls was standing there, crouching over the other girls with a sharp knife, slashing wildly at the defenseless sleeping friends. I will never forget the look on her face as she swung that knife. That's when the girl looked straight at me. I nearly fell back like Kurt did. But instead, I stared her down across the darkness. She'd already seen me. What good would it do running away? She could never make it outside in time to catch me regardless. Suddenly she started making her way to the door, and I could see that some of the other girls were moving. I scrambled to get out of there. I didn't even wait for paramedics to show up and help Kurt. I didn't want to be around if she was coming to get me. I ran for what felt like hours and ended up at my grandparents' house on the outskirts of my town. I frantically tried explaining to them what had happened. They called my parents and eventually they started putting the story together. Kurt was in the hospital with his head injury and apparently all the girls were fine. I went to see Kurt a while later to see what he remembered. Nothing. So now there's rumors that I attacked Kurt and put him in hospital and then ran away to avoid trouble. I tried talking to my sister about what I saw, but she denies that anything of the sort happened and treats me like I'm crazy. I've never been good at making friends or any type of bond with people in general. I'm not even close to most of my family members like I'm close to Jessie. Jessie is my best friend. I've known her only for a year and a half, but she's literally my world. She's the only person I can speak to, the only person who understands me. I've never slept over at anyone's house that isn't mine, and even when I'm supposed to be staying at a family member's house, I get anxious and they have to call my parents to collect me. This results in my parents having to cancel everything that they plan. My parents resent me. I'm a huge burden to them because of just how anxious I am. Jessie asked if I wanted to have a sleepover at her house. I'd never been to her house, or anyone else's house for that matter, and I'll admit I was ecstatic, but also hesitant in case I got anxious and ruined the sleepover and my friendship. I knew I was probably overthinking, but it still scared me. Jessie gave me some time to think, and I eventually agreed. I told my parents and they were pretty shocked, but decided to let me go because I had an actual shot at making a best friend for life. The car pulled up onto a large driveway, connected to an even larger house. It was huge, like mansion-sized. Probably the biggest house I'd ever laid eyes on. Me and my parents made our way over to the front door, which was about twice my dad's size, and he was 6'7". There was no doorbell. Instead, there was an abnormally large silver knocker in the middle of the door. I knocked. Jessie answered the door. When she saw me, her face seemed to light up and her smile grew larger. She instantly leaned in for a hug. Jessie's mother and father also approached the door and stood behind Jessie, also with a comforting smile on their face. Jessie's father was also tall like my own dad. He was your typical dad-looking person. It was the same with her mother. It was almost surreal. Jessie toured me around her huge house, which took about an hour in itself. Then we ventured off into Jessie's bedroom, which was huge and pink. Very pink. Like every object was pink. After staying in Jessie's room playing games and eating candy for a while, her mother walked into the room and placed a sheet of A4 paper on Jessie's bed. The way she walked was so elegant and graceful. I took my headphones and grabbed the sheet of paper. It read, "Sleepover rules. Follow these rules to ensure you have a safe and happy sleepover. 1. Don't eat too much candy. They can smell it from miles away. 2. Do not leave the bedroom after 1:45 a.m. Please remember this rule. Your life depends on it. 3. If you happen to wake up during the night for no apparent reason, hide under the bed within 25 seconds. That way they cannot see you. 4. Do not get snacks from the mini fridge during 8:56 p.m. and 9:47. You will not like what you find. 5. Make sure to turn off any light source, apart from the TV. You must keep this on all through the night. I can't emphasize how important this is. 6. If you wake up randomly and see Jessie sitting upright, awake in her bed, you must run. Lock yourself in the bathroom and do not come out for the rest of the night. If Jessie knocks and says she hurt herself and needs help, ignore her and do not reply. 7. If you wake up and hear the baby crying, ignore it completely. Don't even move, it isn't the baby. 8. Do not attempt to speak to Jessie during the night, and if she speaks to you, do not reply. This is crucial if you want to stay safe. 9. If you hear a dog whimpering and scratching on the bedroom door, drag Jessie under the bed and then hide behind the bookshelf. We do not own a dog. 10. If you hear a ringing in your ear, run, leave the house. This is the only exception. If you don't, we all die. Have a lovely sleepover, smiley face. It had to be some kind of joke. These couldn't have been real, but I still had a feeling that I should follow these creepy rules. I folded the piece of paper and placed it in my right pocket, then sat down again to play with Jessie. After about an hour, Jessie's dad opened the door. "It's bedtime, girls. You must go to sleep." I suddenly got very anxious, because this is when I had to start following the creepy rules. I held back all of my emotion because I didn't want to lose a friend like Jessie. Me and Jessie both got into bed. We top and tailed so my head was at the bottom end of her bed. "Good night. Sweet dreams," she said, in between yawns. I don't know how my dreams were going to be sweet after reading those rules. Surprisingly, I fell asleep pretty quick. My sleep was pretty deep, and I didn't have any nightmares like most nights. And that's when I woke up. My stomach sank. I turned to see Jessie sitting upright in her bed, wide awake. I didn't want to believe that these rules were true, but my instinct was to just run. I bolted into the bathroom and locked the door behind me. After a solid few minutes of hyperventilating in Jessie's bathroom, I decided to unlock the door. I thought it was all probably stupid anyway. Just before my hand reached the lock, someone knocked on the door. I froze. "Tina, help me. I've hurt my head and my vision's going blurry." I desperately wanted to open the door, but something in my head advised me against it. Jessie kept screaming for help. I slumped into the corner, shaking with every breath I took. She was screaming for hours. It was unbearable. Her voice got less human-like and more distorted with every screech. By the time she stopped, I was already half asleep, to put into perspective just how long her screaming went on. I woke up. The light from the sun outside made my eyes sting. My ears were still throbbing. I slowly got up from the corner of the bathroom and unlocked the door. Jessie was playing on her PS5. Everything was totally normal. "Hey Tina," she said in her usual jaunty tone. "I think your mom and dad are already outside waiting for you in their car." I couldn't take speaking. Everywhere in my body ached. I picked up my stuff and started walking downstairs. Jessie's parents waited at the bottom of the stairs. "Your parents are outside waiting for you," said her mother with a smile. "How did they get here so quickly?" It was only 8:45. I could see the open door and my parents' car outside. I was so relieved. I was gonna leave this place finally. Jessie's dad showed me out, and I hopped into my parents' car. I can't begin to explain how relieved I was to see my parents' smiling faces again. Jessie and her family waved at me as I drove away. "How was the sleepover, sweetie?" I was about to reply when I got a notification on my phone. It was a message from my mom. It said, "Hey, I was just messaging to ask what time you wanted me and your dad to pick you up from Jessie's house." I looked back up at my mom, who was driving, and then to my dad, who was smiling eerily at me. Shit. I forgot to leave on the TV. I felt sick to my stomach. "Forgot something?" my dad asked me. I've always been good friends with one of my cousins, Cole. We're both the same age. The two of us were not quite inseparable, but we always did get along very well together, and were often found together, both in school. As we'd always end up in the same class together throughout elementary school and outside of it. When we were 12 and in the 6th grade, I was hanging out with Cole on a Friday afternoon around the later part of May, and we were psyched at the start of the weekend. We wound up at his house, since he didn't live too far from me, and at one point my mom called to say that our grandpa was in the hospital. While the issue with our grandpa wasn't expected to be life-threatening, he was being kept at the hospital overnight for observation, and both my parents and Cole's were planning on staying with him and Grandma at the hospital, since my mom and her sisters were the two of their siblings who lived close by. I was told that I was given the okay to stay at Cole's house for the night, with Cole's 15-year-old brother Hunter being in charge while our parents were out. This was fine by us. I got along well enough with Hunter, and he was never the bossy older cousin that some of my other friends said they had to put up with. We ordered out for pizza and enjoyed goofing off. At around 9 or so, there was a knock at the front door, and Cole went to answer it. I was a bit curious as to who it could be at that time of the night, and so I watched from a ways back. At the door were two older guys. They said that they were with the city and that they were investigating reports about the water pressure supposedly being bad in the neighborhood. They asked Cole if his parents were home, and when Cole said they were unavailable at that moment, which we were told to say to strangers if our parents weren't home, the guys started asking a bunch of questions about how the water pressure was in the house and if they could come inside to check. Hunter came over at that point and politely told the guys that the water pressure was fine and perhaps they should move on to check on other homes in the neighborhood. The guys seemed reluctant to leave, but turned and walked away after Hunter started closing the door. After the door was shut, we looked at each other and shrugged, but didn't think too much of it after that and went back to goofing off. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. Cole and Hunter shared a bedroom, and we all agreed that I'd sleep in there with them, rather than me hitting the sack on the couch or something like that, so that we could talk while we fell asleep. Hunter grabbed a sleeping bag out of their camping supplies for me. When we got into their bedroom, they stripped down to their briefs, and I remembered Cole had mentioned to me once a while back that they had started sleeping in just their underwear. Since I hadn't originally planned on staying the night, I hadn't brought anything with me from home as far as overnight stuff, but since I wasn't in the mood to sleep in my clothes, I stripped down to my briefs as well, though I felt a bit embarrassed, even though we were all guys there and I knew they wouldn't say anything or be judgmental. They climbed into their beds and I quickly crawled into the sleeping bag, and after talking for a while about random stuff we eventually fell asleep. Early the next morning I got up because I had to pee, and so I quietly got out of the sleeping bag and did my business in the bathroom. On the way back to the bedroom, I heard something in the family room, which was on the opposite end of the house from the bedrooms and particular bathroom I was using. I didn't pay too much attention to it at the time, thinking it must be either Cole or Hunter, until I got back into the bedroom and realized that both of them were still in there. Trying not to panic, I woke them and told them that I thought someone was in the house. They quietly followed me, and the moment we walked into the family room we saw the two guys from the night before in there, and it was rather clear they were robbing the place. One of them started moving towards us as he pulled out a wicked-looking knife. The three of us promptly raced to the front door, somehow managed to get it unlocked and open, and we fled outside. As luck would have it, a cop was driving by at that particular moment. We quickly flagged him down and told him about the two guys in the house. The cop called for backup, and within a couple of minutes several other cops were there, and they proceeded to enter the house, and after some searching they caught the two guys. The cops figured out that the two guys must have entered from a window in the laundry room that had a broken latch, and had probably targeted the house because, while it wasn't empty, they'd probably realized that there were no adults there and figured that if we discovered them, we could be more easily dealt with than adults. To add insult to injury, while we were waiting outside while the cops searched the house, some of the neighbors came out to see what the commotion was about. This included some kids who went to the same school as Cole and me, including a few who were in our 6th grade class with us. It was during that time that the three of us realized that we'd never had the chance to get dressed. So just like in the stereotypical nightmare, We had to stand outside in full view of everyone in just our briefs for what seemed like forever before being allowed back inside. When we went back to school on Monday, we had to put up with more than a bit of snickering, stares, and mockery for the next few weeks until school ended for the summer. One of the hottest trends on YouTube right now is ordering random mystery boxes from the deep web and opening them on camera. I don't know why I didn't realize that most of these videos are fake. They're almost all staged. I thought it was a great idea and jumped on the bandwagon to claim the YouTube stardom I desperately longed for. For those who don't know much about the deep web, it's simply a part of the internet that isn't accessible from your basic search engines like Google. You have to download an encryption program. It's not illegal to access this part of the internet, but since it is anonymous, a lot of illegal activity happens here. The possibilities are endless. I grabbed my laptop, the one I'd had since I graduated in 2011, and downloaded the required programs. I prefer to use my laptop over my desktop in case of viruses. My 7-year-old laptop was a little more disposable. I went through a Bitcoin phase a few years ago when it was blowing up, so I already had a little saved. It wasn't much, roughly $632, but it was enough for what I was looking for. After the downloads were finished, I opened the browser and started my journey at the Hidden Wiki website. They provide a lot of useful links to get you started on the deep web. I scrolled through the warnings and general information and found the links I was looking for. Almost forgot, I muttered to myself as I grabbed the duct tape from my desk drawer. I cut a tiny square piece off the end and placed it over my webcam. Call me paranoid, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I clicked on the first link and waited what seemed like forever for the page to load. It was another very plain page with a list of popular websites that you could scroll through on the side. I continued my search through the web links until I found a page dedicated to mystery boxes. I wanted to find one around $500 so people knew I meant business on my channel. I was worried about being scammed. I decided to continue my search after a quick bathroom break. When I came back, I noticed my mouse was off to the side and I couldn't see it on the screen. I wiggled it around to see if it would appear, but the web page was a similar color to the mouse cursor, so I couldn't see it. I clicked a few times to see if my mouse was working and accidentally clicked a link. I was taken to a pitch black page with small white text near the top. I'm selling one random package to anyone brave enough to receive it for only $400 or best offer. I thought to myself and decided I'll take my shot. I hit the small payment button and was asked how much I'd like to spend. I entered $300 with my fingers crossed. The payment went through without any hesitation, and I was instantly met with a chat box asking where I'd like my package sent. I know this wasn't a good idea, and I regret it to this day, but I assumed the other YouTube channels used their own addresses often, so I thought nothing of it. Without much consideration, I gave them my full name and address. I waited over a month for the box to arrive. 36 days to be exact. It came directly to my front porch. It was wrapped numerous times in tape and looked really suspicious. I set my camera on the tripod and adjusted it to show the box on a small wooden table. I draped a sheet in the background to make it look a little more professional. I collected some gloves and scissors so I could film the video in one go. Hey everybody, welcome to tonight's vlog. I continued my monologue, mentioning how I got the box and how much I paid. Without wasting further time, let's open this deep web mystery box. I grabbed the scissors and cut along the red tape. I made sure my gloves were on tight and I ripped the box open. My brow furrowed as I saw just one book. Without saying a word, I took the book out of the box. I was pretty pissed that I'd spent $300 on a book. Well, looks like we got a dud. These pages better be made of gold. The outside of the book was old and tattered, and it smelled of mildew and mold. I cracked the book open to the first page and glanced over the contents. It's an old photo album. Smells like rot. Let's look at these pictures. I showed the camera a view of the page's contents. It had 4 pictures on the first page, all labeled by days. The pictures were taken with an old Polaroid camera. There were pictures of airplanes, random suitcases, a couple of taxis, and some pretty shady motels. Looks like someone's old travel photos. I continued flipping through the pages. Every day was a different photo of nature, cars, or trains. Day 18 held the oddest photo yet. It was just a mask, handcuffs, a gag, and a bottle of some sort of drug. These people had one hell of a party, I said to the camera, trying to keep the video interesting. I zoomed in on the picture with the camera so everyone could see it. Around day 30, things started getting weird. There was a picture of a house, but not just any house. It was my parents' home. I covered my mouth with my hand as I gasped for air. How is this possible? I was unable to form a sentence. I was at a loss for words. These were undeniably personal photos. Day 33, I turned the page and there was a woman handcuffed and gagged. I immediately vomited as I saw my own mom scared and crying. And then I noticed that my dad was also in the photo, face first in a pile of what looked like black tar. Day 34, this photo was taken inside what looked like a vehicle. I focused my gaze on the dashboard where a small photo was barely visible. It was an old school photo of me. They were in my dad's truck. Day 35, another house, but this one much smaller. The photo was too blurry to make out the details. My hands were trembling and all I could hear was my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I flipped to the last page. I immediately threw the book to the ground and ran to the window. I jiggled the hatch frantically and threw it open. Without hesitation, I jumped out and ran to the neighbors. As I was running, I turned around for a brief second. What I saw haunts me to this day. A tall hooded figure stood in my room, looking at me through the window. He stood motionless before lifting his hand and waving. I screamed for my neighbor who hurried me inside and called the cops. I sat and just cried. I cried out of fear for my life. I cried for my parents. I cried because it was all my fault. My lack of common sense got my parents killed and I will have to live with that forever. If you access the deep web, do not release any personal information. Even if people on YouTube do it. Most of it's not real. And always check your boxes. It would have saved me a lot of trouble if I had noticed it had no tracking sticker on it. It was hand delivered. I had always been aware of the deep web. You hear the craziest, most disturbing stories from people who dare to explore it. Websites that involve human experimentation, hiring hitmen, and even watching people through their own security cameras. It's messed up. But honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit interested. There was no malicious intent behind my exploration of the deep web. I was just curious to see if it really was as bad as people said it was. The first thing I stumbled upon was a website centered around death, which gave me a really uneasy feeling, so I didn't stay there long. It takes quite a bit to freak me out, so I was surprised that I couldn't even stomach the first website I clicked on. But it's not supposed to be all unicorns and rainbows, right? Next, I clicked on a website dedicated to watching people through security cameras. Most of the screens showed empty living rooms and patios. Some of them showed oddly decorated rooms, like one packed with stuffed animals and another eerily decorated with Christmas lights and fake Santa Claus statues. Another screen showed a young woman doing yoga, which had a lot of views. I didn't watch that one for long. Something inside me felt off. Like what I was doing was sickening. I shook my head, blinking away any more curiosity before I hovered my mouse over the tiny X to close the window. Right before I clicked, I saw a blue link under a black screen that said, "Proceed with caution." I bit down on my back teeth, internally yelling at myself to leave the page. It could be something horrible, which would make me an accomplice. What if it was someone skinning an animal or something like that? But then again, what if it wasn't? I don't know what drove me to move my mouse away from the window, hovering it over the link instead, but that's where I ended up. My curiosity always got the best of me, and no matter how twisted my stomach felt, or how strong the feeling that lingered over my head was, I had to click that link. I really just had to know what the link led to, or I would go crazy until I finally figured it out. So, I pressed my mouse down and watched the link turn purple, feeling my mouth go dry as the screen slowly loaded. The page consisted of a large screen, like the security camera page. The room was concrete and dark. There must have been a night vision camera or something, because everything had a weird green tinge, but you could tell there was little to no light. There was a dark liquid on the floor in a medium-sized puddle. I told myself it was gasoline. Don't ask me why. Movement in the far right of the screen caught my attention, and I immediately perked up in my desk chair, inching my face closer to the screen of my laptop. It looked like an arm, like someone's forearm. They were standing there, not really moving but subtly swaying, just enough to not look completely still. "Hey," I said before shaking my head and slapping my mouth shut. "Stupid." Then, the person walked over towards the left of the screen. I felt my stomach knot, felt my throat tingle and tighten, and felt bile rising in the back of my throat. I knew my mouth was open, gaping, and my eyes were wide, my face twisted in an expression of pure disgust. It was a young woman. She couldn't be older than 25 or so. Long, dark, and dirty hair was in tangles, like she'd been pulling at it. Her leg was dragging, her other skinny leg doing most of the work as she limped around. Suddenly, the woman raised her head, and it looked like it weighed a ton on her tiny body. I hadn't noticed it before, only able to barely make out her side profile, but now it was clear as day. She looked around, eyes watering with tears and black makeup streaming down her face. Small strands of bloody thread were intertwined in her lips, messily tied, locking them together. Dark blood stained her chin, probably from where she tried desperately to open her mouth, to scream. Her dainty fingers were stained as well, the same color as the puddle on the concrete. My whole body felt weak. My stomach was sick. I tried to tell myself it was fake, that it was all a big hoax. My eyes scanned to the bottom left of the screen. 5,623 people were watching. Unable to fight it any longer, I ran straight into the bathroom, puking my insides into the toilet bowl. Everything in me felt disgusting. Twisted. Once I was finally done, I laid on the floor of the bathroom, letting the cold towels try to soothe my burning body. My head was spinning. I kept repeating to myself that I shouldn't have clicked the link, I should have left, I should have closed the window and told my inner curiosity to go away. Instead, I was lying on the floor with the bathroom reeking of vomit and my mind a complete mess over what the hell I just watched. Should I get the link and send it to the police? My first instinct was to copy the link just in case, then call the police and inform them of what was happening. Maybe they could trace the IP address or something. Maybe they would recognize the girl and know where to start looking. Maybe I could save her life. I'd feel really dumb if this was all fake just to get viewers, but I wasn't about to gamble. Not with what was at stake. I tried to ignore the dizzy feeling that was flooding my head as I started to pace around my room. My phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket, scaring the living daylights out of me. I stopped mid-panic and picked it up with shaky hands. I saw my girlfriend's name and immediately answered. My voice was a complete wreck, my eyes finding the screen where the girl shrunk down to the ground, the sound of her cries bouncing around the room, making my body feel rigid. I had nothing left to throw up, but I still felt so sick. Madeline, you're not going to believe what I just saw. What? Are you okay? Have you been crying? I'm not okay, I answered, averting my eyes from the screen. I know you said to stay away from the deep web, but... Are you kidding me? Her voice went from caring to mad in a split second. I told you to stay away from that place. You never listened to me. There's a girl, I said. She's trapped in some basement or something. Her mouth is sewn shut. There's blood all over her face and hands. I don't know what to do, Madeline. The woman's cries got louder and more desperate, but muffled. I'm so sorry. Close it out, clear your history, and never go back there again. I'm not kidding. But, should I call? No. Her voice was stern. You don't know if it's real. It's probably staged to get attention. Apparently idiots click on things like that. People do it all the time. That's why I said it'd be best if you just stayed away from there. You could get yourself into a lot of trouble. I didn't say anything, wordlessly walking over to the desk. My hands shook as I moved the mouse to the small X once more. My eyes watched the number of viewers slowly tick higher before I closed the window. I felt even worse than before. We can file a report tomorrow, but go to sleep and stay away from the deep web. I can't believe you even went there in the first place. I didn't have the energy to argue with her. Guilt plagued my whole body. It was all I could feel. I told her good night, that I was sorry and that I loved her before I made my way to the couch to sleep. It didn't feel right being in my bedroom or anywhere near my computer. Not while that girl was still trapped, unable to scream for help, unable to talk at all. I know it could be fake, but was that really a risk I was willing to take? I looked up some Google searches about what was fake on those kind of websites and read multiple stories about staged webcam videos, which made me feel a little bit better. But it didn't make the guilty feeling go away. It's safe to say that I didn't get much sleep. Every time I closed my eyes or even began to drift off, I would see the woman's face, the thread laced into her lips, the blood staining her mouth, her fingers, the floor. I continued to grow more and more anxious and uneasy, deciding that maybe getting out of the house, heading over to the local CVS and picking up some melatonin might help. I threw my blanket off, slid on my shoes, and grabbed my keys and wallet from the nightstand. I ended up buying melatonin and a stronger sleeping pill just in case it didn't work. I also got a pack of bottled water to rehydrate after vomiting earlier. By the time I got home, I felt much better, which lasted about 3 seconds before I noticed that my front door was wide open. I may have been in a state of shock and panic, but I never ever leave my front door open or even unlocked. The cold air felt amazing and did wonders to calm the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I went to check the time, realizing I'd left my phone at home. Not a huge deal, the store was only a few minutes away from my house. My heart immediately began to thud against my chest. I got out of my car, closing the door quietly and unlocking my trunk, grabbing the crowbar that I kept in there. I yelled into the house, waiting for any noise. "Who is there?" My own voice was shaking and weak. I was met with complete silence. Keeping the crowbar up and ready to strike, I walked to the couch and felt for my phone. As soon as I found it, I hit the emergency button and waited until I got a hold of a 911 operator, letting her know that I thought my house had just been broken into. She told me police would be on their way. After checking around the house for anything out of place, I decided to give my girlfriend a call, letting her know what had happened. The phone rang and just kept ringing. After getting her voicemail, I hung up, knowing she'd probably be asleep this late at night. I waited about 20 or so minutes for the police to show up and walked around with them like a scared puppy as they checked every room. They ended up just having me fill out a report, telling me they'd keep patrol cars in the area just in case anyone else got hit. As they were leaving, I checked to see if Madeline had called back yet, but there weren't any missed calls. However, I did notice several outgoing calls to her cell phone. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:12 a.m. There were multiple outgoing calls to her, almost every 2 minutes. They stopped at 3:56 a.m., which was around the time I'd gotten home. My mind went into automatic panic, knowing for a fact that I did not make those calls. I quickly checked my texts, reading what I'd apparently sent out at 3:23 a.m. "Hey, can't sleep. Gonna come over. Mind leaving the back door unlocked so I can get in?" I did not send that message. My stomach dropped, my heart thudded loudly in my chest as I noticed her reply directly underneath. "Sorry, I was sleeping. Thanks for waking me up, by the way. Lose your key again? It's unlocked, don't be too late." Without a second thought, I jumped up, running to lock all the doors and windows in my house, keeping the crowbar tight in my hand as I ran to my car. I drove as fast as my little Civic would allow, all the way to her house, ignoring any stoplights. It only took me 3 minutes to get there, but I still knew it'd be too late. I made my way to her back door, feeling every cell in my body burn when I saw it was wide open. My face was hot, my hands were shaking, but I stepped in, crowbar raised like a bat, ready to swing. I tried to keep my emotions at bay as I looked around her dark house. "Madeline?" I called out. "Are you okay?" Nothing. Silence. "Madeline?" A small scream came from her bedroom just up the stairs. My legs jerked to a run as I flew up the stairs, slamming her door open. I looked at her empty bed, her empty room. Confused, I heard the scream again. Only this time, I heard it coming through her computer monitor. I felt numb as I looked at the screen, noticing the same website I saw earlier. This time there were 2 women. The first woman was lying on the floor, not moving, in that puddle of dark liquid. I recognized the second girl, just as I had recognized her voice. My heart shattered as I saw her face, streaked in blood, the same threading sewn into her eyelids, locking them shut. Her scream hit my bones, surrounded my body. It was all I could hear. Her face was twisted in pure terror. I cried pathetically as her voice began to go out, continuing to grow weaker and more rasped. I locked my jaw, picking up my cell and dialing the cops for the second time, only this time it barely rang once before the deep, gravelly voice of another man answered. "You should not have called." Chills shot down my body, and I heard the foam thud as it hit the carpeted floor. My breath hitched in my throat as I bent to pick it up, hanging up the call and racing down the stairs. How did he do that? How did he redirect my call away from the police? I felt my heart race as I darted out of her back door, in a frenzy as I sprinted to the closest house. I pounded on the door, screaming at the top of my lungs until the neighbor opened it, her face tired, confused, and scared. She let me in, and I explained through frantic tears what had happened. I'm typing this on my phone to post as we both try to get a hold of the cops, but neither of our calls are going through, and neither is her landline. I think someone is messing with our cellular signal, and they may have cut our phone line, but we're going to keep trying. I don't know what's going to happen to me. If you don't hear from me again, please take this advice and this experience to heart. Stay away from the deep web. I've always had a morbid sense of curiosity. That's not something I'm particularly proud of. I've always just chalked it up to teenage curiosity. To be honest, it probably started back in middle school when people thought it was fun to send around horrible videos of executions and videos like 2 Girls 1 Cup. Just mentioning it makes me feel old. These days, there's an overabundance of these sites. Places to watch people die, blurry videos of car crashes, beheadings, and animal abuse. Of course, it's not something I actively seek out, but when I stumble across it, I feel compelled to watch, to prove to myself that nothing can affect me. For the truly gruesome stuff, one needs to visit the so-called dark web. As someone who has fallen far behind in the advancement of technology, it absolutely baffled me that only a tiny fragment of the internet is available through a Google search. The rest, which makes up approximately 99.9%, is hidden and requires a special browser to access. With the help of a YouTube tutorial, I quickly downloaded the Tor browser and went on my way to search for the hidden aspects of the internet. It couldn't have taken more than half an hour of clicking on links before I stumbled across something that quenched my thirst for the horrible forever. The website itself was rather plain. Just a black background with a video player in its center and a chat box beneath. Within a few seconds of entering the website, the video had loaded and automatically started playing. What was depicted before me was a scrawny-looking man in his early 20s, strapped to a chair and covered in wounds. In the upper left corner of the video, a timer was counting up each second. 24 minutes and 14 seconds. "Please, stop. Please, it was an accident. I swear," he yelled. A larger man entered the picture, holding a large needle connected to an empty syringe. Without speaking a word, he stuck the needle as far as it could go into the victim's abdomen. The victim let out a loud scream as the man removed the needle and plunged it back in. After a few stabs, the man grabbed a hammer and hit the victim straight in the jaw, shattering his mandible and leaving him unable to form any coherent speech. The victim let out a gurgled whimper before passing out. I tried to fast forward the video, sure it had to be fake, but that's when I realized it wasn't pre-recorded footage but a live stream. 26 minutes and 12 seconds were the words that lit up the screen. The chat beneath the video went wild, calling out the victim as a pathetic excuse of a human being, demanding that the man continue the torture. A few seconds passed, and the chat was replaced by a voting form containing only 2 options: life or death. The votes were quickly counting, the bar for death rising rapidly. As much as I could stomach, I couldn't be part of an act of murder, so I quickly voted for life. In the end, the results were displayed on the screen. Out of 200 people, the results were 95% for death, 4% for life, and 1% did not vote. 10 people had tried to save the poor kid, but it wasn't enough. Without further warning, the man grabbed the hammer and started repeatedly hitting him, starting from the legs and working his way up until all that remained was a bloody pile of broken flesh. I sat speechless, staring helplessly at the screen as I noticed that my camera light had lit up. The video player vanished, and in its place, 10 smaller boxes popped up, all displaying people from various places around the world, all being unknowingly filmed by their own webcams. To my absolute horror, one of the boxes showed my bedroom and myself wearing a terrified expression. It quickly dawned on me that these were the people who voted to save the poor kid. Who will be next? A message appeared as a timer counted down towards 0. A few boxes turned black, to which the chat responded with laughter, a hopeless attempt at escape. 3, 2, 1. 9 of the 10 pictures disappeared from the screen, including my own, leaving the screen occupied by a middle-aged Asian man, frozen in fear. We'll see you soon. Good luck. I let out a sigh of both relief and panic. I'd escaped unharmed, but not everyone was that lucky. Of course, I called the police, but by the time they could even look into it, the link had long since expired. I don't know what else I could have done, but it taught me not to look too deep into the depths of the dark web. This is my last resort. I need help. A couple of weeks ago, I swallowed a tapeworm I bought illegally because I wanted to lose weight, but now I think I am having some negative side effects. The whole thing started when my family bought tickets for a cruise to the Caribbean. I have always been overweight, it runs in the family. I'm 19 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, female, and I weigh 200 pounds. I was scrolling through some weight loss websites when an advertisement popped up on the side of an article. Lose the weight without the effort. Normally, I wouldn't fall for clickbait, but I was desperate. The cruise was in a month and a half, and I had 90 pounds to lose. So I clicked it. It took me to the dark web, which I didn't know was possible by just clicking on an ad. But it ended up being really cheap and really easy. They basically sent me 2 things, a little jar with the worm inside and directions for taking it, which were oddly specific. I had to swallow the worm after eating raw meat, preferably red. It had to be taken between the hours of 9 and 11 p.m., and all the lights had to be off. The worm would pass once my appetite curbed, and I had adjusted to my new lifestyle. I figured maybe these things had an effect on the tapeworm's behavior, so I thought nothing of it at the time. I forced myself to choke down an uncooked hamburger, then swallowed the worm shortly after 9:30 in pure darkness. The first week went by, and nothing happened. No weight had been lost, and I had 0 side effects that the directions warned me of. No nausea, abdominal pain, strange cravings, or feelings of hunger. I was starting to think that I had passed the worm or it had died. Whatever had happened, I was upset. The week following, however, was completely different. I woke up that Sunday morning starving. I ate all the bacon my mom had made, including 3 eggs, and the 2 she made for my 5-year-old sister, Maria, after she complained of not being hungry. I spent almost the entire day eating and never felt completely full. That night I stepped on the scale and was pleasantly surprised to find that I had lost 8 pounds. The next few days followed the same routine. Eat everything in sight and still lose weight. My diet did change, which was another side effect. I craved all the protein I could get. I was constantly finding myself in drive-thrus, ordering at least 6 hamburgers and inhaling them with no effort whatsoever. But then, the stomach pain started. I couldn't hold down anything but meat. But I had gotten down to 120 pounds. Who was I to start questioning the process now? My breakfast, lunch, and dinner consisted of nothing but ham and plain cooked hamburger. A few days later, even those meats would not satisfy the worm in my stomach. Raw meat became its meal of choice. It's disgusting. That's what I thought at first. But I've come around to it since. My mom has wondered why I no longer eat the food she makes. I keep telling her that all the weight I lost means I don't have the same appetite. Which is true, to a point. None of this is the reason I am telling this story. The reason I am writing this is because of a conversation I had after my mom left the room. Maria was sitting at the table eating chicken nuggets with ketchup, happily humming to herself while Mom and I talked. But once it was just me and her, she stopped eating and looked at me. "What's wrong with you, Angie?" I smiled softly. For her age, she was so mature and caring. "Nothing, Maria. I am on a diet. I'm getting healthier, so I'm not as hungry as I used to be." She frowned and widened her big eyes at me. "But I watched you. The other night you pulled raw bacon out of the fridge and you ate it all." I knelt beside her to comfort her, which is why I smelled her. She was sweet, so small and plump. The pangs in my stomach grew stronger, and I felt the roof of my mouth start to salivate. I even got a little dizzy. I was just so hungry. I looked at her little arm resting on the table, and I could practically hear all of her fresh blood running through her veins. I blinked rapidly a few times and stumbled away from my little sister and into my bedroom. I stayed there the rest of the night. That was 3 days ago. I'm down to 99 pounds. I can smell my family from my room. I snuck out last night and tried eating some uncooked hamburger, but I threw it all up. I'm so tired. I haven't slept much lately because my dreams have all been the same. I am looking down at myself. I'm at the dinner table with a full belly and a smile spread across my lips. I can't see what I'm eating, but I can taste it. Rare, bloody, tender, and so savory. It's heaven, nothing I've ever had before. Then I slowly look over to the table, and there she is. Unmoving, but certainly alive. I'm looking at Maria. She's looking back at me. She is splayed out for me like a display, teeth marks and full bites taken out of her chunky little thighs and arms. A part of her cheek is missing, and through the bloody mess, she is silent, smiling at me with those eyes. I smile back at her, and with pieces of bloodied flesh dangling from my teeth, I swallow and lean down to take another bite of my sister. That's when I wake up, crying and starving. I would go to the doctor, but I'm terrified of being out in public. There's so many tasty people out there. I can't even track down the website where I ordered it. I think I'm running out of time. I weighed in at 90 pounds 2 hours ago. I can feel the urges growing, pushing me to feed. I'm starting to really worry that my sister might not have much time left. When I was a kid, my best buddy and I were having a sleepover. His parents had gotten a divorce a couple of months prior, so to counter all the stress, he pretty much got whatever he wanted. It wasn't like his mom was spoiling him, she was just being super nice to make sure he wasn't too bummed about his dad leaving. Did it work? Yes and no. Getting to have his friends stay over, getting an Xbox, a cell phone, and much more personal freedom was all well and good, but every so often, you could tell the whole thing was getting to him. The good thing was I got to spend a whole bunch more time with him to give him the support he needed, which coincidentally meant that I was there for one of the worst moments of his childhood. So we're having a sleepover, and his mom is having a friend over. They're downstairs while we're up in his bedroom. At one point, I wanted a glass of water, so I headed downstairs. To get to the kitchen, you had to walk through the TV room. I see my buddy's mom's friend is a dude, and they're getting kind of close if you know what I'm saying. They jump off each other when I walk into the room. I walk through like I didn't see anything, and it's incredibly awkward as I walk back through with my glass of water. Then I make the mistake of mentioning it to my buddy. He's clearly not happy with the fact that it's a dude. We're 9th graders at this point, so we're pretty savvy. Anyway, my buddy isn't happy, but he just does his usual thing of internalizing it before distracting himself. Not the best coping mechanism in hindsight, but it is what it is. Then remember that cell phone I mentioned? Well, his mom bought it for him so he could keep in touch with his dad, which he then does. And guess what's the first thing he tells him? That there's a strange dude over at his house. I totally blame myself in the moment. It sucked so hard. When my buddy hung up, turned to me with a smug grin, and said, "Dad's on his way over." I just knew something bad was going to happen. I kind of wanted to leave, but at the same time, my whole reason for being there was to be a good friend to Ryan. I had a really healthy family life at home. My parents were a loving and dedicated couple right up until the day my dad passed, and I'd like to think they raised good kids. But Ryan, his parents were total morons, and good God, did that make me feel bad for him. So I stuck around. I knew something horrible was going to happen, but I had zero clue how bad it would really get. My buddy's bedroom window overlooked his driveway, so when his dad finally did show up, we could see and hear almost everything that happened down there. His dad, and I'm not embellishing here, hurtled up the driveway at like 40 miles an hour, screeched to a stop, and didn't even shut his door when he climbed out of his car. Ryan watched him, looking at him like his dad was a knight in shining armor for a few seconds, right up until he said, "Oh crap, I think my dad has a gun." Hearing that final word sent this razor-sharp icicle running right through my guts. I knew there would probably be shouting and fighting, but not shooting. He started banging on the door until his mom answered and then demanded to know where her guy friend was. Ryan's mom was all like, "I don't know what you're talking about," but then Ryan's dad goes from 0 to 100 in a second flat. "Don't lie to me. Tell me where he is." There's this very real, palpable pause, and me and Ryan are just on this very nervous feeling. Then his mom asks him how he knows about any man. Again, a shiver of ice through my stomach because I'm basically the one who told. In that moment, I told myself that whatever was about to happen was completely my fault. Ryan's dad exploded at the admission. "You're a freaking liar. Now get out of my way." We could hear Ryan's mom screaming for a second, then we heard another voice. Only this one was definitely inside the house, the guy friend. He was screaming at Ryan's dad to get off him. I heard the guy start to shout something at Ryan's dad, then he just went totally silent, and all you could hear were feet beating against the floorboards downstairs. And then bam! 3 distinct gunshots echoed around the house. Me and Ryan are just bawling at this point because we could still hear his mom screaming and we had no idea if she'd been shot. What if the boyfriend was dead, if the boyfriend had a gun and fired at Ryan's dad? The whole situation was traumatic enough, but the not knowing, that was just the worst. I had to grab Ryan's cell phone off of him to call the cops. He just totally shut down from the stress. He had a rough enough few months with the whole divorce thing, and now he had to deal with potentially losing a parent. I don't blame him, honestly. It was bad enough for me, and it wasn't even any of my parents. The 3 shots were all we heard, and before the cops showed up, the only sounds we could hear were Ryan's mom crying downstairs. We should have gone to check on her, I know we should have, but the dispatcher told us both to stay put because we didn't know if there was still an active shooter, so we did as we were told. Thankfully, everyone turned out to be okay, and no one was even shot. Ryan's dad had aimed the gun at his mom's friend as soon as he'd laid eyes on him, but the guy was quick and just bolted out the back of the house. As Ryan's dad pursued, he fired 3 shots, but it was basically just to scare the guy away at that point, and I heard none of the bullets even went near him. But still, it was terrifying, and Ryan's dad ended up going back to prison for a long time because of it. Back when I was a kid, I had this friend in elementary school. We were super close, sat next to each other in class, and hung out every recess and lunch. At one point, we planned a little sleepover. My parents' place was kind of small at the time, but she lived in this big old house with her grandparents. So it was arranged that we'd have the sleepover there instead. I never found out why she lived with her grandparents or where her parents were, but I distinctly remember my mom and dad telling me not to ask her questions about them. The reasons were obvious in hindsight. The only thing was, my friend seemed really set on having the sleepover at my place. I mean, to the point where when we had no choice but to have it at her grandparents' place, she seemed to not want to have the sleepover anymore. I had to convince her to have it at her place just because I was so excited about the idea of having the sleepover in general. Anyway, it comes to the night of the sleepover. I go over to her grandparents' place, and it's every bit as fun as I imagined. We watched movies up in her room, had pizza delivered, ate ice cream right out of the tub, and her grandparents seemed really sweet and nice. Then, I think it was around 9 p.m., her grandpa knocks on the door, pokes his head in, and tells us that he and my friend's grandma are headed to bed, so we're to keep the noise down. He goes to bed, and we carry on with our night. A little while later, I head over to the door, telling my friend I needed to use the bathroom. She jumps up, throws herself between me and the door, and is like, "You can't go out there, you'll wake up Grandpa." I tell her not to worry, and then I creep down the hall on tiptoes so as not to wake him, but my friend still refuses to let me leave the room. I think she's actually playing around for a second. I try to get past her, but she actually shoves me back away from the door with this angry look on her face. I didn't want to start a fight with her. After all, the whole objective was to keep as quiet as possible. But still, I needed to use the bathroom, so I asked her where I'm going to go. And get this, she reaches under her bed and pulls out one of those plastic stationery trays. She points at this plastic tray and tells me to just use it. Again, I think she might be playing a cruel trick on me, but she's deadly serious. She actually wanted me to pee in that stationery tray. So I did. It was super gross, but I did it, and instantly the mood is just destroyed. I had nothing to clean myself up with. I'm pretty sure I peed a little on my nightgown. It was just all kinds of disgusting, but still, my friend wouldn't let me go use the bathroom to wash up. The weirdest thing was she acted like it was normal. She never did anything like that at my house, and she definitely didn't seem like that kind of kid. She wasn't known as the stinky kid in school. The whole thing just kind of blew my mind, and although I didn't let it affect our relationship, I definitely didn't like to stay over at her house again. We stayed close for a long time after, but ended up going to different high schools because she moved in with her aunt over in St. Paul. We kept in touch using MySpace back when that was still a thing, but I never got to the bottom of her weird nocturnal bathroom habits. Not until well after her grandpa passed away. My friend's grandpa had attacked her multiple times in the night. It was a little more complicated than typical abuse. He was a veteran and suffered heavily from post-traumatic stress. Every few nights he'd be found patrolling the house, apparently sleepwalking or having a mental episode. There were a few times when my friend would go to use the bathroom and he would physically tackle her and accuse her of being the enemy. He would apparently interrogate her and inflict pain on her to make her talk. It was all really tragic because he was a great guy if you met him. When he died, she seemed to take it really badly. When I called her, she broke down crying so much that she had to hang up, and she wouldn't return any of my texts no matter how much I begged her to get in touch. In the end, me and my mom looked up her aunt's home phone number and called ahead before we drove over. The aunt seemed more than happy to talk to us, but with the caveat that she had something very, very serious to tell us. That was why her mom wasn't around, and it completely ruined her life. She was too young to understand why he would do that to her, and thought he was just abusive. There wasn't much awareness about his condition back then, so everyone involved just thought he was terrible towards his daughter. She ended up with an addiction problem, which is why she wasn't in the picture. She insisted on not letting the judge give the grandparents custody, but the judge ignored her because she was obviously an addict. I think they were just so terrified of him that they just couldn't talk about it ever, and it was only after he died that it all came spilling out in various forms. The aunt that she was living with was her mom's cousin, so obviously wasn't around for what was happening when they were kids. It was absolutely horrifying hearing about it just as her friend, so I can only imagine how terrible she felt. Knowing she was so close to the abuse, but just not being able to see it. And then it all made sense to me why she didn't want me walking down the hall at night. Why she'd taken to peeing in a stationary tray that she kept hidden under her bed. She wasn't being mean or weird when she made me do it. She was protecting me. No wonder she didn't want me to have the sleepover at her place. And I'm really not trying to make this whole thing about me when I say this, but I feel horribly guilty for not saying anything to my parents at the time. I didn't want to embarrass her. She was my best friend. But that's just the thing about being a kid, isn't it? That naivety. You do dumb stuff even if you don't mean to, and that's what my therapist tells me. I try to believe it, I really do, but part of me will forever remain convinced that somehow I'm to blame. This story is genuinely still one of the weirdest experiences I've had with a friend. It's a huge factor in me having trust issues with friends to this day. I'm 18 now, but at the time of the story, I was about 13. I had just become very close friends with this girl from my school. For this story, I'll call her Sasha. Sasha and I had met through mutual friends, and we grew much closer because we hung out in a group with my absolute best childhood friend at the time. After a while, we started spending time by ourselves. She had just moved, and I would spend a lot of time having sleepovers at her new house. We would all hang out at the local playground with another boy in our grade. For the sake of the story, I'll call him Dylan. At the time, I was in a flirty relationship with Dylan. Sasha knew this and kept trying to get us to spend more time together by going to the playground and such. When she proposed we all take a little time away to go to her aunt's mansion, we were all really excited. Sasha's mom had confirmed beforehand that we were all allowed to go and told us that we'd basically be house sitting for free while getting to stay at a lovely place. It was just a town over, so my mom wasn't worried about how far it'd be. Once we got to the house, it was absolutely huge. They had 2 big dogs, a huge finished basement, a water garden, a gym, and a trampoline. At the time, I was just so overwhelmed with everything they had. But after a while, Sasha started saying how bored she was. From previously hanging out with Sasha, I had known her to be quite dramatic. She would switch up the things she'd say depending on who she was with and would completely lie for seemingly no reason. But I was young and hadn't completely figured out the extent to which a person could take those red flags. Her boredom was a bit weird to me, seeing our surroundings, but when she suggested we do something, I reluctantly agreed and asked what she had in mind. Sasha then told me that she wanted to take a mall trip so we'd have cute clothes for the upcoming county fair. She took her phone into the other room to call her mom and ask for some money for the shopping trip. I heard the whole conversation from the room over. I heard Sasha's mom word for word say that her aunt and uncle were being charitable and wanted to thank us for house sitting by giving us some money for shopping. Sasha's mom then said to Sasha to take some more money from the drawer in the closet in the bathroom, which is where I was standing. They both seemed so genuine. I was really shocked and impressed when Sasha's mom said we could have such a big amount of money. At my age, I think it was about $500, and Sasha took more for herself. I was completely fine with the amount and thanked them profusely for it. I didn't really have much money growing up with a single mom, so as Sasha was looking through the drawer, I genuinely thought that was just what upper middle class families did. Looking back, I can now call out so many points where I would have left, but I didn't have a ride home and didn't really know how to describe the situation to my mom just yet. So I trusted Sasha, and we went to the mall. This is when Dylan met up with us to begin his stay there. Wanting to win Dylan over a bit, I shared some of the money with him. Both of us spent just enough to get a hoodie and food. Sasha used the rest of the money for herself. We walked home that day, which Sasha insisted we do, although it was freezing and we were about 30 minutes away. These were the moments looking back where I know Sasha was off about the whole situation. When we finally got home, I remember Sasha instigating a fight with Dylan, and he got so mad he fell asleep. The day after that was the fair, so we all cleaned up and went home. Sasha's parents provided us all with transportation. Once we got to the fair, I remember Sasha having to leave early because she and her mom were having problems. But I tried not to ask questions because, again, I was aware things were a bit off in their situation. A few days later, my mom got a random Facebook message from my previously mentioned best friend's mom. She had sent my mother a message describing how awful of a child I am and making several shocking claims with an attached article from the police. It apparently featured mine and Dylan's faces and stated that we had stolen around $7,000 from the most popular women's basketball team's donations. Directly after this, Dylan's mom called mine, initially thinking that we had told them Dylan stole it. After figuring out we hadn't, we both knew there was only one person it could have been. I still can't wrap my head around the whole situation, but my prior best friend's mom always thought badly of me after this. Some people probably still do. From what I've gathered, Sasha's mom had probably sent us there with the intention of having Sasha or Dylan take the money, knowing we trusted her as an adult. Since Dylan and I are black and Sasha was a white girl in the area we live in, everyone would believe Sasha was completely innocent, especially the police. Unfortunately, situations like this happen a lot, and kids like us are always blamed, even by the people I trusted, like my best friend's mom. Luckily, my own mom immediately believed me. The police and basketball team ended up dismissing everything they said, as Sasha's mom presumably confessed everything to her sister and brother, who owned the house and basketball team. Luckily, Dylan and I ended up dating after this, and we cut off Sasha completely. Although I sometimes still see her face on Instagram, I hope she's doing well, but I would only like to know that from a distance. This happened during August this year. To start off, this happened with my best friend Hazel. We are both 14, turning 15 this year. When Hazel came back from vacation, we immediately decided to have a sleepover at her house. She has a big closet inside her room that she uses as a makeup room, which will be important later. We were just relaxing and talking in her room when the idea of using a Ouija board came up. We often joked about how we should try to use it and summon the serial killer Richard Ramirez to see if it could actually happen. After that idea came up, she brought it out and set it up with the lights off, except for her TV, which we were using to listen to old music while playing. This wasn't her first time playing, and she would say that it doesn't actually work as she's tried multiple times. But this was my first time playing with it. We would always talk about the Ouija board in her house because creepier stuff always seemed to happen there. She also has an old house built in 1935 with creaky floors. For example, something that happened there to me 3 years ago was when I was trying to sleep around 4 a.m. and I felt something touching my foot for a few seconds. I thought it was her cat and said, "Hazel, why is your cat playing with my foot?" She said, "My cat isn't here right now, he's outside the door." That's when it hit me, and my heart dropped. Her door was fully closed, and her cat was still outside the door. Neither one of us wanted to look or even move after that. We also stopped talking and just tried to fall asleep faster, but it was very hard for me. I couldn't move at all and felt stuck, starting to sweat from how scared I was. Anyway, we had our fingers already on the Ouija board, and it wasn't working for the first few minutes. But when we asked, "What's your name?" it finally spelled out Richard Ramirez. I thought Hazel was joking around and moving it herself, until she then promised that it wasn't her. She also took off her finger and let me do it myself to show me that it wasn't her moving it. When she did, it was still moving my finger. We continued asking a few more questions, then we said, "If it's really you, show yourself." Hazel has a few dolls in her room, but the creepiest one by far was her ventriloquist dummy. After we said that, the dummy's eyes started to blink and then look back and forth. I said to her, "Hazel, your dummy's eyes are blinking." When she saw it herself, she completely freaked out, screamed, and jumped onto me, holding me really tight. It stayed like that for a while until she finally got off, but the dummy started blinking again. That's when I looked at her makeup closet from the bed and saw her mirror in there. From the reflection, I could see a figure just sitting there. Once I told her that, she held on to me even tighter this time, and she stayed like that for about an hour. It was about 4 a.m., and we still weren't even in our pajamas yet because we were way too scared to get up, and I didn't want to get up without her. After an hour, we finally said goodbye on the Ouija board, and I was able to convince her to get up with me to at least turn on the lights. When the lights were turned on, she was perfectly fine after that. We got into our pajamas and tried to sleep with her LED lights and a lamp. She was already sleeping, but I was having a hard time falling asleep. I once again looked at the dummy, and it was still blinking. So, I don't think we had said goodbye properly. I felt scared now since Hazel was already sleeping, so I just tried to turn the other way and close my eyes, trying to force myself to fall asleep. Once we woke up the next morning, everything was back to normal. Everything was fine, and nothing else happened. She tells me that she still sees the dummy blinking sometimes and that she's too scared to go to sleep at night. She sleeps with the lights on. She's considering getting rid of both the Ouija board and the dummy. I still don't think we said goodbye properly, and I know she won't be playing with a Ouija board for a while. I never believed Ouija boards worked or were real until this experience. You should truly be careful when you're playing with stuff like this. You never know who you're actually talking to or what can happen. Especially watch what you say to the Ouija board because it can end badly very quickly. I still don't know if we were actually talking to Richard Ramirez or who it actually was. All I know is that it's real, and it actually works, and I don't think I'll ever mess with one again. In the summer of 2019, my friends and I were having a sleepover in honor of one of our friends' 17th birthday. Rihanna had invited our friends to come over to swim in her pool and have some drinks and hang out with some boys and sleep in her trailer so we didn't wake up her parents. We would sleep in the trailer on her driveway. There were 4 beds, a bunk bed in the left corner, a single bed directly beside it, and another bed as you walked in. After hours of fun, throwing up, and tons of teenage drama, we decided to head over to the trailer so we didn't wake the neighbors or Rihanna's parents. It was about 3 a.m. when things began to settle down. About 10 minutes later, Reese was still wide awake, and her drunk self decided to look out the window on the top bunk where she and I were sharing. She recalled seeing a teenage boy quickly walking on the sidewalk beside us, repeatedly looking behind himself to watch another guy quickly following him. She decided to stick up for the first boy and yelled random things to get the second guy to stop following him. The second guy, noticeably not sober, instantly heard the screams from Reese and Rihanna, and it caught his attention. Scared, she stayed quiet beside me while I was trying to sleep. About a minute later, Reese decided to check again, and there the guy was, right in front of the trailer, investigating the noise. He was getting really close to the door when Reese then told me, "Hey, don't freak out, but there's a guy right outside the trailer." I sat up quickly to look outside, and he was there, wandering around right beside us. By now, Reese had announced to everyone else as quietly as she could that there was a guy outside the trailer. Rihanna quickly got up, looked outside a window to see for herself, and then told everyone else to get underneath us in the bottom bunk. We were all huddled in the bottom bunk when Mackenzie, our smallest yet fearless friend, decided to stay outside and check the windows. The man, still not sure where the yelling came from, was gone. We sat for a few minutes in silence, contemplating calling someone until Mackenzie decided to look out the window of the bottom bunk. This window faced the garage. She quickly announced that he was standing right beside the window. She could only see his legs though. Quickly closing the window, we sat scared once again in silence. Mackenzie kept running back and forth through the windows to see where he was. At one point, he decided to walk to the middle of the street to get a better view of the house. This is when we thought it was over. Everyone was getting back into their sleeping spots, discussing what had just happened when Mackenzie decided to look out the window again. The man was now standing on the front steps of Rihanna's house. We couldn't do anything but just stay quiet and wait until the intoxicated man would leave. We didn't know what he would do if he realized people were in the trailer. He did end up leaving after quite a while, but it definitely took us a while to fall asleep that night. In the morning, Rihanna tried to check her cameras, but they had been disconnected. We have no proof of this happening except for the group of us who experienced it. Rihanna believes the guy came back the next night since she heard a lot of noises from her front door while she was home alone. Moral of the story: don't scream and crack down on men when you're vulnerable in a trailer. You really have to wonder though, what would have happened if he had tried to open the door? I'm sure we could have defended ourselves, but this story could have ended a lot worse. I was 10 years old and had just started 5th grade. I made a new friend in school, Yanni. My parents allowed me to go for a sleepover at her house after they met her mom once. My mom and dad were pretty laid back because I was their last kid. My sisters were more than 10 years older than me. My mom dropped me off, said hello to Yanni's mom, and left. Yanni and I started playing karaoke when her mom decided she was going to leave. She said goodbye to us, gave us kisses on the cheek, and I remember thinking she smelled like black licorice. Yanni and I were left to do whatever we wanted for the next 5 hours. We played games, watched TV, and talked about school. Yanni's older sister came home around 1 a.m. and told us that we should go to bed because we were falling asleep on the couch. We went into Yanni's room and laid in her bed. Later that night, I can't be sure what time because it was pitch dark, Yanni's mom came home. I woke up to a pounding sound on Yanni's bedroom door. I started yelling in fear when I felt a hand over my mouth. It was Yanni telling me to be quiet and pretend to be asleep. But at that moment, it was too late. Her mom had kicked the door open, stormed over to the bed, and grabbed Yanni's face. She began screaming at Yanni because we had accidentally left the TV on. I was trying to hide under the covers, but she saw me. She began slamming her fists on the bed around me, screaming, "You think you are better than me?" over and over. I was sobbing, and all I could think about was going home. I was so scared and begged her mom to let me call my parents because I felt sick. Her mom grabbed my chin, looked me in the eyes, and said, "I know what you're doing, little girl, and you aren't going anywhere until I say you can." She stormed out of the room, slamming the half-broken bedroom door behind her. Yanni said nothing, and neither did I. Needless to say, I did not sleep that night. Every sound in the house made me jump. In the morning, when I went to call my mom, Yanni's mom was on the phone. She wouldn't let me use it, even though I asked multiple times. Finally, she was going to take a shower, and I heard her pass the phone off to Yanni's sister and say, "Don't let that little bitch use this phone. If you even think about it, I ain't buying you cigarettes anymore." I was a sheltered kid at the time, but when I overheard that, I knew I had to get out of there. I approached Yanni's sister, and she basically threw me the phone. She was ready to give it to me before I even asked for it. With a look of fear in her eyes, she said, "My mom is calling her guy, so you need to call your parents quickly." And so I did. She saved my life, and I still believe that to this day. Was her guy someone who was going to get rid of me? I shudder at the thought. The rest of the story isn't very exciting. My mom picked me up, and I acted like nothing was wrong. 2 days later, it was Parents' Day in school. Yanni was in my class, which meant her mom was there. Her mom approached me and asked me why I never wanted to come over anymore and accused me of being a mean girl. She talked to me in a way that seemed harmless, so it wasn't obvious to my mom or my teacher. I kept my mouth shut and didn't say a word. Well, until 2 weeks later. My older sister was babysitting me while our parents were at the movies, and I broke down and told her what happened because I couldn't stop thinking about it. She comforted me and told our parents. We hugged each other and cried. A couple of weeks later, Yanni stopped coming to school. My classmates wondered what happened, and so did I. I didn't want to ask my parents what happened. 15 years later, I heard from Yanni on Facebook. There was no life-changing conversation, but we exchanged pleasantries. That's life sometimes. I used to work on the dark web. I won't get into how I came into this line of work. My job simply consisted of tracking down people I was paid to find, kidnapping them, and bringing them to a specific location. I never concerned myself with what would happen to those people afterwards, but from what I understood, they'd usually be put into the slave trade or held for ransom. After years of doing this kind of work, I eventually became desensitized to it. To me, it was just another day at the office. The only difference was that this paid much better. I should also point out that I didn't work alone. I had a partner that helped me. For the sake of this story, I'll call him Sam. Sam and I met through the dark web forums about 3 months after I started my work. He was much more experienced in kidnapping people from the dark web than me, having done it for several years. But as he was getting older, he realized the job was too difficult to do on his own anymore. After talking for a while, we eventually agreed to work together. I would help him perform the tasks that were more difficult for him to do due to his age, and he would guide me along, as well as bring me along on more difficult, higher-paying jobs to reduce the risk of me screwing them up. After meeting, we quickly realized we were a good match. It only took a few weeks to get into a groove. We'd be contacted by our employers via the forums, given a target, as well as any other important information that would be crucial for the task. Sam and I would then drive his van to the location to scope it out. We'd spend whatever time we had getting any information our employer left out, such as schedules and patterns. Then, we would decide on a date, time, and location, then secure our target and bring them to a specified drop point given to us by our employer. We'd be paid, then move on to the next job. We did our job like clockwork. As horrible of a job as it was, we were really good at it. We eventually got to the point where we could secure a target within a matter of days. We soon were able to live comfortably. Of course, we weren't stupid enough to grow complacent. After all, the dark web is a dangerous place for anyone who isn't careful. We were living smoothly, not really caring about the people we were hurting to do so. All we cared about was our fat wallets and nice homes. But then one day, everything came crashing down around us. Sam and I had been sent a job by an unnamed employer. They had instructed us to secure a 19-year-old male who lived in a wealthy neighborhood. This wasn't very abnormal for us. Plenty of previous employers sent us to secure wealthy targets, usually to ransom off. What was abnormal was a set of instructions they had given us. They told us that the target had no security system in his home, but we were not to take this for granted. We were to practice extreme caution and vigilance when securing the target, and we were to consider him extremely dangerous. Finally, the strangest instruction they gave us was that we were to administer carfentanil or a similar drug via tranquilizer darts before securing. It wasn't the fact that our employer wanted us to tranquilize our target that was strange. We had done it to plenty of previous targets before. What was strange was that they specifically requested we use carfentanil. That was the type of tranquilizer they used on elephants. Even a single dart of this stuff would be enough to kill a human. Let me make it clear that we were not hitmen. Sam and I have never killed anyone in our lives, before or after taking on this line of work. We knew there was no way we could use this stuff to take our target alive. We just assumed our employer didn't really know much about tranquilizers and just wanted to sound smart by including a specific kind. I really wish we had just listened to their instructions. We started studying our target the day after we received our instructions. The boy was a recluse to say the least. From what we could tell, he lived in his parents' house, and they were almost never home. He spent pretty much every day inside, doing whatever he wanted to pass the time. Reading, playing video games, typical teenager stuff. For the life of us, Sam and I couldn't find a single reason to consider this kid intimidating, let alone dangerous. He seemed to live an extremely sheltered life and had more than likely never had a fight before. But we had a job, and we had to follow the rules we were given. On the night we went to extract, we parked our van just outside the kid's home. Nobody else in the neighborhood was awake, so it would be relatively simple to pull him out once we got him. Sam sat up front, while I laid in the back of the van, aiming the tranquilizer rifle through the back doors. The way the van was parked gave me a perfect vantage point to the guy's house. Also, in case you're wondering, I wasn't using carfentanil, opting to use a weaker drug that wouldn't kill a human being. I wasn't concerned about our employer being upset their instructions weren't followed exactly. Unless they were planning on testing the kid's blood when they got him, there wasn't any way they would know. After 30 minutes of waiting, the kid appeared in the kitchen window. We weren't too far away, so the amount of detail I could see through was very high. He had a mop of wavy blonde hair, a splash of freckles on his nose and cheeks, and piercing emerald green eyes. He was pouring himself a glass of water when I tagged him. His reaction was surprisingly tame. He jumped from surprise as the dart entered his neck, but he didn't scream. When he pulled it out, he didn't look scared or confused. If anything, he only looked annoyed, as if he had just swatted a mosquito that had landed on him. Then he turned his head and looked right at me. I had been doing this job for about 4 years at this point, and I had seen some freaky shit. Sure, most of it was when I was browsing the dark web, but nevertheless, there was almost nothing that scared me. The look this kid gave me freaked me out. It's hard to describe exactly what his expression was as his eyes burned into me, but the best way I could describe it was an expression that said, "I dare you to come for me. You won't like what'll happen if you do." After that, the kid turned off the kitchen light and walked out of view. The van shook as Sam opened the door and hopped out, walking around to me. He had a body bag in one hand and a flashlight in the other. "All right, partner, you ready to do this?" he said calmly. I don't know if he saw the kid's expression or not, but if he did, he wasn't showing it. Yeah, let's go," I said, packing away the rifle and grabbing my own flashlight. "Christ, this is a nice house," Sam said absent-mindedly. "This is one lucky kid." "I know it's not what we normally do, but maybe we could rob the place while we're here." I didn't respond as we walked towards the house. I picked the lock to the back door, and we stepped in quietly. All the lights were off, and the place was dead silent. First, we went to the kitchen. We both knew the kid probably wouldn't be there. Tranquilizers take a while to kick in, and if he had walked away after getting tagged, he'd probably be somewhere else in the house. We were right. The kitchen was empty, without any dishes or food on the counters, save for the half-full glass of water. We continued searching the house, but it became quickly apparent that something was wrong. No matter how hard we looked, we couldn't find the kid anywhere. He should have fallen unconscious by now, the tranquilizer having long since taken effect. But he was nowhere to be seen. "Are you sure you hit him?" Sam hissed at me after several minutes of fruitless searching. "I swear if you screw up this job because of crappy aim, I'm gonna kill you." "I know I hit him," I snapped. "I even saw him pull the dart out." He couldn't have gotten far, not with that tranquilizer in him. Our argument was cut short by a noise coming from the other side of the house. It sounded like multiple thuds in quick succession, like someone was loudly stomping around. The noise continued for a minute, moving around the house, before finally stopping. Sam and I quickly split up to investigate. We weren't sure about where the noise was coming from, and we didn't want to risk our target getting away. I walked back through the kitchen to the living room. I was about to move on to the next room when something caught my eye. On the floor was a pile of fabric. When I looked closer, I found that it was a pile of clothes. I recognized it as the clothes the kid was wearing. By the looks of it, he had stripped completely and left his clothes here. I had no idea why he did this. Stripping naked didn't really give you a tactical advantage when trying to escape a kidnapping, at least, not one that I could think of. Taking off your shoes could make your footsteps quieter, but taking off all your clothes wasn't really necessary. I was trying to think of a good reason for the kid stripping when my thoughts were interrupted by a blood-curdling scream coming from the other end of the house. I instantly recognized the voice as Sam's. I ran as fast as I could to where the scream came from. When I got there, Sam was laying on the ground in the hallway. From where I was standing, I couldn't see any more than his upper torso, arms, and head. He was clinging to the wall for dear life, while something in the hallway that I couldn't see pulled and wrenched at his legs. Whatever it was strong and determined to pull Sam loose. I bolted forward, desperately trying to help my partner get free. I didn't even make it halfway before Sam lost his grip and was pulled out of sight. He was screaming and crying, begging me to save him. When I rounded the corner, whatever had him was pulling him through the basement door. I only saw Sam for a split second before he was pulled down the stairs to the basement. I ran to the door, flicking the light switch on. Nothing happened. Someone had shut off the power to the house. I was caught between praying that this thing was alone and praying that it wasn't. If it was alone, that meant that we wouldn't have to deal with anybody or anything else. But that would also mean that it was smart enough to know to shut off the power in order to get the upper hand. I was shaken from my thoughts by the realization that Sam had stopped screaming. I seriously considered making a break for it and leaving him behind. It was easy to assume he was dead. But even horrible people can make friends, and as much as I wanted to deny it, I had formed a bond with Sam over the years working with him. I couldn't bring myself to leave him behind. So, scolding myself for being stupid, I made my way down the stairs. When I got to the bottom, I expected the basement to be silent. Instead, I heard a distinct crunching noise coming from the other end of the room. I tried to discern what the noise was by sound alone, but the adrenaline pumping through me made it hard to focus. With trembling hands, I clicked on my flashlight and aimed it towards the noise. I spent every day wishing I had never done that. A gangly creature was hanging from an exposed bar from the ceiling of the basement. It appeared human, but only barely. Its arms were too long, with nails like claws. Its legs and feet had too many joints, which allowed it to hang upside down from the ceiling like a bat. It seemed to have skin that didn't fit its own skeleton, with some areas being stretched thin while others were bunched up. As for the crunching noise, I found out quickly where it came from. Sam was hanging from the creature's grip. He was clearly dead, with large chunks of his flesh missing. Every few moments, the creature would pull Sam's body up towards its mouth and take a large bite out of him, tearing the flesh away and chewing loudly. It didn't seem to be picky either. It ate whatever part its mouth found, including bone. Once it realized it had a flashlight trained on it, it stopped eating Sam's corpse and looked up at me. Its face was a bloody mess. The features of its face were twisted horribly. Its jaw was so wide open, I thought it was disconnected from its skull, and its eyes lacked any sense of humanity. This thing was a monster, and I knew it would kill me without hesitation if it got the chance. I was frozen by fear, staring at this thing, when recognition suddenly struck me. The monster had horrifying features, but the blonde hair, freckles, and green eyes made everything fall into place. This thing was our target. It was the kid we had been sent here to capture. His features may have been mangled and warped, but there was no denying that this monstrosity was the kid. I understood why the tranquilizer didn't work, and why our employer instructed us to use the drugs they wanted. Why they would want this thing alive is beyond me. I would sleep much better at night if I knew this thing was in a deep grave. After what seemed like hours of staring at each other, the monster screeched at me. That was enough to send me sprinting up the stairs. I didn't stop running, didn't turn around to see if the thing was chasing me. I kept running until I got to the van, jumped in the driver's seat, and peeled off into the street. I went several miles over the speed limit, but I didn't care. I wouldn't feel safe until I was miles away from that beast. After skipping town, I emptied my savings accounts and liquidized everything I owned. After that, I went through an extensive process to erase any lingering trails. I changed my name, underwent plastic surgery, and whatever little presence I had on the web I thoroughly scrubbed clean. Any evidence of the man I was before was completely gone by the time I finished. As far as anyone was concerned, I never existed until 2 months ago. I had made a promise to myself never to bring up what I saw, to bury the past as deep as it would go. But I had been plagued by nightmares ever since seeing that monster, and I thought that maybe if I warned the world of its existence, my conscience might be alleviated. I can't go into detail about where this beast is located. It's better for everyone if that is kept a secret. As for whoever it was that wanted to capture the beast, I haven't heard from them since. In all honesty, I'm actually glad we didn't succeed in capturing it. I don't want to find out what their plans for the monster were when they got it. So, take this as a warning. People say that the dark web is full of monsters. I learned the hard way that sometimes that could be taken literally. This all happened just recently, in summer this year. I'd been living with my parents until I had a good enough job to move out. About 9 months ago, I was finally ready to leave the nest. The place I found wasn't the nicest neighborhood, but it wasn't too bad. Some of my neighbors actually came over to welcome me and gave me some food. There was one neighbor though, the guy who lived to the right of me, who wasn't exactly welcoming, but immediately comfortable with me like we'd known each other for a long time. He'd see me leaving for work in the morning and run out of his house to tell me random stories, like how the last neighbor used to always turn the bathroom light on at 3 a.m. and leave it on all night. Or that they would sunbathe in the garden for 5 hours sometimes. It was all very random, boring facts, and I'd barely get a chance to react to his stories before he was asking me intrusive questions. Like, Why did you leave for 83 minutes last night? It's worth noting that his voice was a bit odd. He spoke with a very particular inflection every time he'd say something. Like an enthusiastic nerd, if that makes sense. Sometimes it made his statements sound like accusations, and sometimes it made them sound like questions, but my response to his comments were never really met with conversation. I would kind of laugh it off and just give him a short answer, like, I had to grab some groceries for tomorrow. But he'd be really quick to interrupt and remind me that the last neighbor never took 83 minutes to grab groceries. And he'd say it with an almost accusatory tone. Like what I was saying was ridiculous. I assumed he was just a bit odd and didn't call him out on his intrusive questions too much. This continued for weeks. He either ran out to come and question me about my day-to-day activity, or he'd come knocking at random hours to tell me facts about my life. He would tell me that he noticed that I left at 8:33 this morning instead of the usual 8:26. I had different ways of reacting to this, sometimes thanking him for letting me know, sometimes being rather dismissive, but always friendly. He was never interested in any other kind of conversation. He'd tell me his observations and then leave. The months went by, and his behavior continued. Almost every day he'd stop me in the morning or come knocking to tell me something about his observations. He seemed harmless, so I just let him do his thing. One evening while I was going for drinks across the road, I asked my neighbor if she ever had any issues with him. She paused almost immediately and looked at me with a serious expression. What happened? She seemed really worried when she asked me. I explained to her that he would approach me constantly to tell me that he'd seen me turning on specific lights in the house at night, or that he'd point out changes in my usual routine. Nothing terrifying, but still creepy. At this point, she turned the music off and put her glass down. You need to be careful around him. She seemed disturbed, like I'd triggered a repressed memory. The people who lived in that house before you were so sweet. I can't prove it, but I know that they're gone because of him. Gone? What did she mean gone? I pushed her to tell me more, but she apologized and turned the music back on and changed the subject, ending the conversation. She did stop at one point to just make sure I locked my doors and not to invite him in at any point. That night, as I made my way back home, I watched his house closely as I crossed the road. It was noticeably dark. I never really paid it much attention, but I don't think I ever saw his lights on after dark. Whereas every other house on the street had at least a few lights in different rooms. I got to my door and paused. I looked towards his house one more time. I saw exactly what I was hoping not to. A glimpse of light. He was peeking at me. How long had he been watching the neighbor's house to know that I was over there? Was this all he did? Watch me? I went inside and remembered what my neighbor said. How often did I not even think about locking the door? Honestly, I think most nights I wouldn't even check. I clicked the lock and made my way to the back door. I took the key from the side and made sure it was locked. I put the key back in its usual place and made my way upstairs. As I dressed down into my underwear and made my way under my covers, I reached over it and turned off the lamp. It had been a long night, so I started to drift off quite fast. Did I hear that? Was that knocking? I sat on the side of my bed and waited, anticipating more knocks. About a minute passed and I didn't hear any more knocking, so I assumed I just dreamt it as I was half asleep. I lay back onto my bed and closed my eyes once again. No, I definitely heard something. I was in a weird state of being half asleep and a little bit tipsy, so I threw the light on and made my way to the window. I couldn't see anything or anyone outside. The sound of me opening my window was loud enough for any visitor to hear. I called out into the darkness, asking if anyone was there. At this point, any normal person would step into view and show themselves, but nobody reacted. Nothing. I know that someone was knocking. I threw on my dressing gown and made my way downstairs. I went straight to the front door. It had shaded glass that let me see partially through it. There was clearly a figure standing in front of the door. I was freaking out, but I was also angry. I didn't even consider the danger. I started fumbling with the lock and threw the door open. You left your house for 157 minutes. What the hell? I snapped. This was the latest he ever visited. Everything about his behavior had really annoyed me. The fact that I called out of the window and he didn't respond, and instead stood with his nose practically touching my front door. Why did you feel the need to tell me that? At this late in the night. I was falling asleep. You've been out very late. I know that. I'm an adult. I'm allowed to go out late. I realized I was reacting to his accusatory tone. Is that all? You wanted to tell me I'd been out late? He started to just walk away, back to his house. I yelled to him that I didn't want him to knock on my door again. He didn't react, just kept walking towards his house and went inside. I'd tolerated his weirdness for long enough. I convinced myself I wouldn't let him commentate my life schedule anymore, and that next time he talks to me I was going to tell him I don't care and just keep walking. I closed the door and went straight back to bed, still frustrated with how intrusive and weird he was. I closed my eyes and imagined what I would say to him the next time I saw him. I felt really tired and had no problems getting back to sleep. As expected, I had the weirdest dream. Whenever I'd had a few drinks, I'd always have such vivid dreams. I could hear that damn gentle knocking. I didn't jolt awake this time. I almost convinced my subconscious dream state to ignore the imaginary knocking. But I was fully aware of every creepy little thing that was happening. I started wondering if I'd locked the door. I knew I'd locked it earlier, but did I lock it after I opened it again to confront him? I couldn't remember. I hated how realistic my dreams were. Of all the scenarios I could think about, did I really have to imagine him breaking into my house and walking up my stairs? I feel like I'd never been so consciously aware during any of my dreams. I was dreaming that I was locked in place, sleeping on my side, with my back to the door. His breathing sounded so real. If it wasn't for the alcohol in my system, I would have definitely woken up. This was by far the creepiest dream I ever had. I dreamt that he was climbing into bed with me, wrapping his arm around my waist and playing with my hair. I felt absolutely disgusted, but the soft touches also felt relaxing and pushed me deeper into the dream. I was urging myself to wake up at this point. My mind kept racing back to the thought that I actually hadn't locked the door. I needed to get up. His breathing was so intense. It felt so real. His touch felt real. This was unlike any dream I'd ever had. I was urging myself to wake up. I felt paralyzed. Wake up. Wake the hell up. My eyes finally opened and I could still feel his touch. Why didn't you lock the door? I jumped up. His voice immediately jolted me awake. He was in my bed. I screamed and ran straight down the stairs and out into the night. I was still screaming as I ran across the road and started banging on my neighbor's door. I was freezing, only wearing my underwear and completely barefoot. I banged aggressively on her door and shouted her name until she came down. She opened the door in a daze and I pushed my way in. I frantically explained what had happened whilst begging her to lock the door and call the police. We watched out of the window. My front door was wide open, just as I'd left it. The cops were on their way and my friend was comforting me as I got into some of her clothes and told her all of the details. Minutes passed as we stared out of that window. My friend asked if I was sure he was there and it wasn't just a bad dream. I started to doubt myself when we didn't see him leaving. I wasn't the sensitive type. I wouldn't make up that whole scenario out of fear. I had a vivid memory of him lying in bed with me and touching me and talking to me. It was real. I know it was. The cops showed up after about 15 minutes and started to enter the house, guns drawn. We watched intently, waiting for them to bring him out in cuffs. They were in there for quite a while and I started to think that he'd locked himself in my room or something. After what felt like forever, the cops started to leave my house. They were alone. He wasn't with them. I couldn't believe it. I was not crazy. He was in my house. I know he was. I made my way outside to speak to the cops and ask where he was, but they confirmed that they found nothing and searched everywhere. I frantically told them that I was not going back into that house with him still in there. That's when the worst thing that could have happened. He walked out of his house. He stood there, just watching. I was freaking out, demanding that they arrest him and insisting that he was in my house. His expression didn't change, he didn't even flinch. He just turned and walked back inside. Yes, I was drunk and I was pretty emotional at this point, but I couldn't believe that they didn't listen to me. They told me that they'd searched the entire place and there was no intruder. They said that the person who I claimed was an intruder was clearly in their own home, so I should just go inside and get some sleep. There were no signs of forced entry and no damage or evidence of an intruder, so there was nothing they could do. After a while of me practically begging them to at least go and interview him, one officer did go over and speak to him, but it seemed like a very short conversation. He confirmed that he did come over initially to check on me, as I looked drunk, but then went straight home. I was furious, but also terrified. I eventually went back inside and searched the house for any evidence that he was there. I was almost starting to doubt myself until I checked the back door. It was unlocked, and the key was still in the door. I never left the key in the door, ever. He'd left through the back whilst I was hiding across the street. He'd been in my house and there was nothing I could do about it. I made my way upstairs after properly locking every door. The sick freak had made my bed. It was perfectly tidy and the covers and pillows were placed perfectly. He didn't even rush out after I woke up. He just tidied my bed and then left through the back door. I climbed in and tried to fall asleep, but there was an overwhelming musky smell. His unwashed body had tainted my covers and his odor lingered all over my room. It took me hours to replace all of my bedding and finally get to sleep. The next morning I couldn't shake the feeling of being violated, but I also doubted the whole night. The police had been inside my house, a bunch of men in heavy uniform. That could explain the smell. The key being in the back door, maybe they were checking to see if it was the right key for that lock, confirming that nobody had stolen it. Even the tiny pillows had an explanation. I told them he was in my bed. So it makes sense that they'd throw my bedding onto the floor if they were looking for him, and then maybe one of them just put it back and tidied it up for me. I followed my usual morning routine, and then at 8:30 as I approached my front door, I took a deep breath, anticipating his presence. I left my house and headed towards the road, looking in his direction as soon as I stepped outside. There he was, walking out of his house to greet me. Like clockwork. I froze and tensed up, ready to scream or punch him if he got too close. "You're running 3 minutes later than usual. Did you remember to lock your door this time?" When I was 12, we had this neighbor. She was an elderly woman, but she was surprisingly active. We'd always see her around, carrying weeks' worth of groceries up the hill like it was no big deal. She was outside doing her gardening almost every day. She was a tough old lady. The unfortunate thing was that she was the opposite of friendly. If you said hello to her, she'd tell you to run into the road. She hated people and was a very bad neighbor. She would complain about every little thing and show up late at night to tell you that you're too loud and threaten to call the cops. Our family got into quite a few arguments with her. Whenever she would come over to complain, she would aggressively insult all of us. My parents got sick of this and just started insulting her back, telling her she was old and miserable and she would die alone. I didn't like it, but I figured it was just adults letting off some steam. I'm sure I even caught her smiling on her way back home after shouting with my parents. She had quite a reputation around town for being a witch. There were all sorts of rumors about her being hundreds of years old and having the stamina and strength of a 20-year-old man. They were not wrong about that. People would say that they'd seen her performing rituals through her window and that she kidnapped children and ate them. It was all silly stuff, but at the time I found it fun to believe. Anyway, the real scary part happened when I was home alone playing on my Nintendo. I could hear an odd sound outside my window, like an animal scratching at a door. I paused my game and went to check it out. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it. She was in our backyard, clawing at a window with a screwdriver, trying to get into the house. I opened the window and told her that I'd called the cops. She didn't hesitate to run back home. It was still so strange seeing this old woman running back at such speed. I actually did call the cops and told them what had happened. They told me they were on the way over and that I should go upstairs and lock myself in the bathroom. Within a few minutes I could smell something that made me panic. It was smoke. I immediately assumed she'd set the house on fire. I ran to open the bathroom window and that's when I realized what had happened. The smoke wasn't coming from my house. It was coming from next door. For whatever reason, her house had set on fire and she was still inside. Before the fire department could arrive, the whole place had gone up in flames. They announced that she died in that fire and we even went to her funeral. There weren't many people there. The last scary thing about all of this was that it only fueled the stories about her being a witch, and that after I caught her trying to kidnap me, she had to burn it all down and move elsewhere to conceal her identity. I don't know what to believe, but I do enjoy telling this story every Halloween. My neighbor is very weird. He never waves and has a permanent sneer on his face. When we moved in, we were told that he was on a certain bad list and that we should call the cops if we see him with kids. One day, he randomly knocked on our door. I'd never spoken to him before, and without even introducing himself properly, he proceeds to launch into his explanation of the reason that he's on the registry. Basically, he claims that he accidentally hurt some kid in a locker room while they both happened to not be wearing any clothes. He says it was plain old vanilla assault where both parties just happened to be in their birthday suits. He repeated multiple times that he is absolutely not into children. Then he left without even letting me talk. That was literally my first introduction to him, other than the notification about him when we first arrived. And that wasn't even the creepiest thing about him. At some point, he started building a sign in front of his house. Not like a little poster. It's professionally printed on metal and mounted on two huge posts, like the ones you see outside a store or along the highway. The sign is a picture of a puppy and a long rambling story about how someone ran over his dog on this road 10 years ago. But it's written in a way where he seems to accuse the neighborhood of murdering his dog. Next to this sign, covering his entire fence, is an enormous banner saying, "We miss you." I don't know why it says that, since he lives alone. And finally, an even larger picture of the puppy, which isn't necessary, because directly in front of the banner, sitting on a folding card table, is the actual puppy. He must have had the dog stuck when it was ran over. I could see from my window that he would hide behind his fence for literally hours, peeking at the puppy on the table, as if he were waiting for someone to mess with it. He did this for days, until finally bringing the stuffed animal inside. The puppy and the banner disappeared, but the metal sign was permanent. It stayed up for years, until a storm ripped it down. I always wondered what he does with the dog. Did it stay in a closet, or does he keep it out in his house? Well, one day I got my answer. I have a friend who does construction, and funnily enough, he was hired by the creepy neighbor to build a shed. Without even asking, he tells me that the guy keeps an ugly stuffed puppy in the living room like a piece of furniture, and then he talks to it constantly. There were plenty of other creepy things, but the big puppy shrine was the most notable. I never did see him with any children, but I'm constantly on the lookout. It all started on a sunny day in college. I had just finished my last class and was excited to get back to my dorm room. Once I arrived back in my dorm, I quickly got on my computer. I was anxious to see what new websites awaited me. A while back, my brother had sort of joined me up to a dark web mailing list where people would send me interesting sites they found. He was a complete computer genius. From software and coding to Photoshop and video making, he was a wizard with all of it. One day I received a message from an unknown user. It said, "Chat to real people from the past." I thought it could be fun, so I clicked on it. The web page loaded, and there was nothing on the screen besides a chat box and a button to search for a new person to talk to. I clicked on the button to find a new person to chat with, and it took some time, but eventually I connected with somebody. There was no text or anything. Then, all of a sudden, I received a message. It read, "Dear friend, I am writing this internet mail to anyone who cares to read it. I am soon to be a father to twins. I hope this mail reaches you in good condition. We're off to see the new Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, at the theater to celebrate." New Star Wars. That movie was over 30 years old at this point. This had to be some kind of lame joke, I thought to myself. There was no way a guy in the 1980s was communicating with me. I decided to play along and thought it was all in good fun. Yeah, I wouldn't call that movie new. I watched that when I was a kid. He replied saying, "What are you talking about? The opening night is tonight. You must be thinking of a different movie, unless you live abroad and it came out early there." "No. I'm a college kid in America," I replied. I went on to list every Star Wars movie and TV show that exists since then. I think you have a very strong imagination, the guy replied. He wrote a long message telling me that they only have plans for a certain amount of movies and that he knows his stuff. He reminded me of my dad. He was a major Star Wars fan. I was fully indulged with the time travel roleplay and told him that I knew a massive spoiler for The Empire Strikes Back. I was respectful enough to ask him if he wanted to hear it, and he confidently replied, challenging me to spoil it for him. If you've seen the movie, you know which one I'm talking about. He laughed and told me that's impossible, and mentioned that he was heading off to the theater. He stopped replying at this point, so I assumed that the fun little roleplay was over. It was quite wholesome and the guy really played the part well, speaking like someone who'd only just figured out what email was and with a polite tone throughout. I went about my day, probably studied a bit less than I should have, and had a small chat with my brother. I told him about the guy from the 80s and he laughed and told me he'll have to check that website out. He was much more nerdy, and he was really into all that stuff. He was a bit on the antisocial side, so the dark web was his happy place. Hours later, I heard a ding. I'd left the website open without noticing. The 80s guy had actually replied. He was going crazy, asking me how I knew about the big spoiler, and speculating that I must have had early access or worked on the film. We had a further back and forth about how I lived in 2023, and I really played into the part about being in the future, teasing him about the technology we have here. Part of me enjoyed the role play, even though that usually wasn't my thing. He asked for my name, but I was smart enough not to give someone on the dark web any details about myself. So I asked what he was called, and I felt my stomach twist when he told me. Alfie Rogers. This was suddenly not a very fun conversation. That was my dad's name. This person obviously had information on me. They must have pinged my IP address, found out my name, and did some basic background research on Ancestry.com and all those other websites that exist nowadays. Alright, you know my dad's name, this isn't funny. What do you want? I asked him, knowing that this kind of thing usually turns into a blackmail attempt or a twisted game. What do you mean? He replied, still deep in the roleplay. There's no way that you just pulled out a random name and it happened to be my dad's name, so you know who I am. What do you want? Even as I called him out, he still didn't budge. He confidently asserted that he was called Alfie Rogers and that he was living in the 1980s. He started to list a bunch of personal details to prove he was a real person. He knew where my dad was born, where his parents came from, my mother's name, her parents, the car he had, everything. It was really disturbing. I'm pretty good with computers, so I know just how much information you can get from historical online records, but this was impressively creepy. Whoever it was, they were really good at this and they must have planned this for some time. I thought about a question I could ask him, something only my dad could really answer. I found the perfect question. We had an old dog when I was a kid, and unfortunately we had no photos of her. Nobody else would know about this dog. There's absolutely no way it was on any database. So I asked him, who is Poppy? Poppy. That's my dog. How did you know the name of my dog? She's a border collie. She's sat with me right now. That's creepy. How did you do that? I started freaking out. I don't believe in stuff like this, in time travel or having conversations with the past, but whoever this man was had too much information about my family history. It just didn't make sense. He answered every question I threw at him. I think I spent hours quizzing him on his entire life and eventually accepting that whoever or whatever this person was, I felt like I was talking to my dad when he was my age. I'd settle past the discomfort, enjoying every moment of this conversation. Though I did ask one thing from him. If he really did exist in the past, and he really was my dad, then I wanted him to take some pictures of Poppy. He laughed and told me he'd get right on it. He told me he had to get going, and that he loves how clever computers are. I don't think he fully grasped the situation, but he happily played along as if he was talking to his real son. I asked him to tell Poppy I miss her, and even though I highly suspected that this was some strange AI or a wholesome role player, I told him I loved him. Funnily enough, he replied saying that he loved me, and finished with, "Can't wait to meet you." Then we ended the conversation. A few weeks passed. I truly felt the happiest that I'd been in a long time. It had been hard living without a dad. He had a heart attack a year before I left for college. But that conversation really gave me a feeling of closure. I felt like I'd navigated my grief and allowed myself to start healing. I'd occasionally check back on that website but never saw anything from him. I suppose it was a one-off thing. Over the next few months I started to think about that conversation less and really started to live my life again. It was Christmas time and I went back home to visit family. It was the second Christmas without him and the lack of his presence was still heavily evident, but we enjoyed the holiday and I enjoyed seeing my mom and my brother. On the last night before I returned to college, my mom remembered that she had something for me. She brought me an old VHS. It was Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. I knew what a VHS was, but they'd been extinct for about 20 years, so I wasn't sure why she was giving it to me. "Open it," she said. I pried open the clunky case and looked inside. Well, shit. There was a whole collection of photos of Poppy, dozens of them. Posing with the whole family, including me and my brother when we were just babies. There were some photos of my dad posing with the dog too. It was surreal, and I was too emotional to think about how these had come to be. There was a note attached. "For my brilliant children, may the force be with you." He was always a bit of a dork. My mom said to me, "I thought we didn't have any photos of Poppy. I don't even remember your dad taking these." A glimpse of happiness and nostalgia was noticeable in her voice. "But your brother found them a few weeks ago." I gave her a big hug and went to find my brother. I told him how great it was that he found them and started to look through them. I told him all about the website and the man from the past who claimed to be my dad, and that we even had a conversation about him taking photos of the dog. He was happy to listen and go through the photos with me, but he was his usual quiet self and didn't have much to say other than a few positive comments on the photos. He hadn't been the same since he passed. But it was nice to see him with a smile for the first time in a while. So that's my story about my time-traveling conversation with my dad. Sometimes it completely freaks me out, and I stay up all night thinking about it. Other times, I just feel comfortable knowing that something beyond my comprehension happened to me. Whether it was an incredibly talented hacker or a crazy AI, I don't know. But I tend to avoid the dark web now. I think I got lucky with this encounter. It was only a matter of time before I met someone who would use that information for the wrong reasons. Okay, so before I start, this was many years ago and I don't do this kind of thing anymore. I was young and naive and I wanted to impress a girl I liked. For legal reasons, this whole story is completely made up. I was in my early 20s and I'd started hanging out with a group of people that partied pretty hard. They did all sorts of drugs that I shall not mention here. I did my best to keep away from that stuff, but I may or may not have joined it a few times. My life was a bit of a mess at the time. I won't make too many excuses about why I was hanging out with these people, but one of the reasons I stuck around for so long was this girl. At the time, she was exactly my type. She had long hair and she was playful and flirty. She was pretty much my dream girl. We got chatting and I asked her to hang out sometime and she actually agreed. I couldn't believe it. A few days before she was supposed to come and chill, she messaged me asking if I had any of that good green stuff. I didn't smoke on my own, only in social situations that made it a necessity. But instead of saying this, I just lied and said of course I have some. Suddenly, I'm panicking, contacting everyone I know about getting some grass. Nobody could help, and I was desperate. So, I did the dumbest thing I could think of. I went to the dark web. I got myself a virtual private network to stay anonymous and went searching for a way in. After a bit of digging and asking around, I found a link that supposedly led to a dark web marketplace. My heart was pounding as I clicked on that link. The website had a sketchy vibe, and it was like nothing I'd ever seen on the regular web. No flashy ads, no social media links, just a simple page with a list of products. I went through the listings until I found what I wanted. I messaged the seller and worked out the details. Paying for it wasn't as easy as clicking one button like you can on Amazon. They wanted cryptocurrency, so I had to figure out how to get my hands on some. It was a bit of a headache and cost me $50 for something that should have cost about $20, but I managed to get it sorted. A few days later, a small package arrived. My heart was racing as I opened it. But instead of what I ordered, it was just some random junk. I had been scammed. Panic set in as I realized I was in way over my head. Soon after, I started getting threatening emails from an anonymous sender. They knew what I'd been up to and were demanding more money, or they'd expose my activities to the authorities. I was trapped in a twisted game of blackmail. Every knock on my door made me jump. I desperately tried to figure a way out of this mess. I was stuck in a dark web nightmare of my own making, and I couldn't see a way to escape it. Call me an idiot, because I really am, but I sent the anonymous blackmailers around $600 in total, about $100 every week. They just keep coming back and blackmailing me, and I kept paying until eventually I just said screw it and stopped sending them anything. I lived in complete fear for months afterwards, thinking that the FBI were going to break down my door and arrest me. Looking back, it was pretty ridiculous. Nobody cares about a guy buying a tiny amount of green stuff on the internet, but my head wasn't quite right. The worst part is that the girl I liked didn't even care. She came over and we had a great night and she didn't even ask about it. So, if there's a moral to the story, other than avoiding the dark web, I'd say don't do drugs just to impress someone. And don't send $600 to people blackmailing you over a misdemeanor. This is a pretty short story, but it's true, so I'll tell it exactly as it happened. At the time I was a 23-year-old man. I had a history of using the dark web, browsing random sites, ordering some stuff, never really had any issues. I will mention though, that I used literally no programs or filters to protect me. I just went in deep and assumed that my antivirus would protect me from any harm. Ladies, cover your ears for this next part. Unlike other young men, I would watch adult content, and one night when I was feeling particularly lonely, I found some videos that I wouldn't watch with my parents. I sat in front of my laptop and did my business. 2 nights later, I get an email. Weirdly, it said that it was sent by my own email address. I hadn't seen anything like that before. I click on it straight away and I can't describe the feeling that hit me. There was a video attached, and it was me, in my birthday suit, furiously playing rock, paper, scissors in my lap. You could see everything, including my face at some point in the video when I adjust my seat. So there was no denying who it was. The email listed a bunch of demands: go online and buy some Bitcoin or gift cards and send them to him, or the video of me sending would be sent to my family. The blackmailer had the decency to list the names of my family members, just in case I thought he was bluffing. He gave me a time limit of 48 hours and pointed out that he could see that I opened the email because he was in my computer, and threatened that if I contact the authorities or start searching about how to deal with this situation, that he would release it all. Call me crazy, but I thought about it for a few hours and decided my dignity was too expensive. I wasn't going to pay someone to hide the fact that I do something that almost every other adult in the world does. I called his bluff and got my friend over to help me clear any viruses from my laptop. He thinks he found how they access my webcam, but we couldn't be sure, so I always have it turned off on the settings, as well as putting a sticker over it. I messaged everyone on the list that he sent me, telling them that they might receive a video of me, and explained the situation. They all just laughed and told me I was gross. The blackmail guy never did send the video as far as I know. But I learned my lesson about taking online privacy a bit more seriously. I was 13 when this happened to me. I stayed at my friend's house almost every weekend. She had a huge bedroom and I just lived with my mom in a small apartment, so whenever I stayed there it felt like I had a taste of what a real family home felt like. That would be true if it wasn't for the constant arguing that I hear from her parents. Her dad was always really nice to me, pretty much treating me like his own daughter. He'd buy us food and DVDs and make sure that we had the best sleepovers every week. Her mom, on the other hand, was always quite cold with me. She wouldn't really even speak to me. Most of the arguments that I could hear were her shouting at him. Looking back, I realized that she was emotionally manipulating him, claiming he didn't love her and accusing him of being sleazy. But at the time, I just thought this was what parents would do every night. Anyway, we would mostly just turn up the TV and distract ourselves from the shouting, and usually we'd have a really good night. This night was different. Her dad basically rushed us up to her room and we could tell he was stressed. I tried asking my friend about her parents, but she just deflected and said she didn't want to talk about it. We did our makeup and hair and tried on different outfits throughout the night, and within a few hours we were almost falling asleep whilst watching the first Twilight film. Suddenly we could hear her parents arguing really loudly. There were bangs and the sounds of things smashing. This wasn't normal. I could hear her mom practically screaming at her dad, throwing the usual accusations and seemingly hitting him. I know this because he was shouting stop. At some point he started to make his way upstairs and I hear him slam the door to their bedroom just next to the room we were staying in. It wasn't long until her mom made her way upstairs and burst into their room. I heard him shouting, "What the hell?" and then lots of screaming and shouting. The whole house was practically shaking as they were throwing each other around their room and knocking into the wall. I felt really uncomfortable at this point and asked if we could lock the door. My friend agreed and reminded me to be quiet. Just as I clicked the lock, the screams and shouting went silent. My friend and I stared at each other, waiting until we heard one of them go downstairs or to make any kind of noise. Nothing. We waited for minutes, listening at the door and speculating what was happening. Had they just gone to sleep after all that shouting? Unlikely. Suddenly, I hear footsteps and rush back to bed. There's a gentle knock on the door. "Honey, are you awake?" Her mom was coming to check on us. She literally never did this. Before my friend could respond, her mom tried to open the door. She realized it was locked and then immediately started shouting loudly, "Open the door! Now!" I looked at my friend with begging eyes and told her not to open it. Her mom started pleading with us through the door, kicking it loudly, sending massive shocks throughout the room. Her mom turned her attention at me and started ordering me to open the door, gradually getting more nasty, telling me I was a leech and that I would end up like my mother, alone and miserable. I started crying and so did my friend. At this point, I called my mom and told her what was happening. She could hear the door being kicked and the nasty comments, and she told us to put something in front of the door. She told me she had to hang up for a moment whilst she called the police, and we were both left there waiting for this terrifying moment to be over. The banging stopped and I could hear her mom's footsteps going down the hallway. The footsteps came back towards us and then things got seriously disturbing. The end of a knife burst through the door. It was shiny and long, and she repeatedly stabbed the door, gradually chipping away at the cheap wood. We were obviously screaming uncontrollably at this point, and I have a vivid memory of exactly when I noticed something terrible. As the knife came through the door, I noticed that the white paint around the hole started to turn red. It looked like the door was bleeding. My first thought was that she'd hurt herself whilst on her rampage, but my friend's screams suddenly made me realize exactly what had happened. She started screaming for her dad. It hadn't even crossed my mind. She only walked a few steps to go and collect this knife. Why would she have a knife in her bedroom, and why would it be covered in blood? Up until this point, I thought we were just going to be in trouble with her psychotic mom. Maybe she would take away our snacks and make us go to bed, or send me home. I was pretty naive, but it just didn't cross my mind that she was going to kill us. The door was slowly coming apart and she was just grunting loudly every time she'd stab the door. She was evidently getting tired, but she wasn't giving up. My friend was still screaming for her dad and I was a complete mess, crying and pleading for her mom to stop. She started trying to reach her hand through one of the cracks she'd made, but she couldn't reach the lock. At this point, when she'd reached for the lock through the smashed door, she was ripping her skin along her forearm, desperately trying to get in. Her arm was flailing around through the hole. We both cuddled up in the corner of the room, exhausted from all the crying. She was going to get through, and there was nothing us small girls could do to stop her. We both hear something that makes us stop sobbing, and we look directly into each other's eyes. Police sirens. The cops were here and we were going to be saved. Her mom clearly heard them as well, because she started going feral on this door. She was screaming and smashing at it with both hands, occasionally stabbing wildly at the hole she made. We'd thrown a small bedside table and a chair next to the door, which lined up perfectly with her wardrobe, creating a line of furniture that perfectly blocked the door from opening, even if it was unlocked. The cops started banging on the front door and she made the choice to violently shove her arm through the hole, ripping open her arm. I watched as she pushed through the pane, finally reaching the door lock. She'd done it. She was nearly inside. She opened the door a few inches before our barricade stopped her from pushing it any further. Her hand once again reached through and started clawing at the bedside table we'd put there. She was gradually moving it, and it was clear she was making progress. She pushed through enough that her shoulder was now in the room and her arm was slowly shifting the table to the side. All while this is happening, the police are smashing the front door, reacting to our terrified screams. All at once, we hear the door downstairs give way, the cops shouting for us, their footsteps running up the stairs. Her mom must have used all her energy to force the door open and lunge straight towards us. We were crouched in the corner, unable to quickly react. She landed on my friend and gripped her neck with ferocity. I remember how fast she turned purple. She was still holding my hand and struggling wildly, trying to get free whilst her own mother was choking the life out of her. The cops burst into the room, immediately tackling her to the ground. There was so much screaming and shouting and flashlights, and I think they even used a taser. It was overwhelming. My friend lay next to me, barely breathing and having a seizure. They ran to her aid, and one female cop kept checking me and asking me if I was okay, scanning me for injuries and trying to get a response from me. I think I just froze at this point because I don't remember much of what happened after. I know we went to hospital for a while, and I remember them putting a shiny blanket on me, which made no sense to me at the time. Throughout the night, we learned that her dad had been stabbed to death. I think he had over 80 stab wounds, all over his body. Her mom was sent to a psych ward and remains there today, over 10 years later. I never saw my friend again after that night. She was sent away to live with her grandparents. It completely messed me up for years. I was a dark and troubled teenager. Even now I have terrible anxiety around staying at other people's houses. I used to dream about having both parents living at home together, but I realize now that my home life was much better than what my friend had. Even though this happened 12 years ago, I still remember it very vividly. When I was 14, I was visiting a friend I hadn't seen in a few years, and we were pretty excited to hang out again. His parents always treated me like I was their own son, so I was pretty stoked. He lived on a 20-acre ranch with 2 dogs and a cat. We were watching horror movies with all the lights off in his family's camper out in their driveway, while the family was inside. We went inside to get pizza, popcorn, and other junk food at around 12. My friend fell asleep pretty early, going to bed at 2 a.m. I was playing GTA when I heard the dogs barking very loudly. I brushed it off, thinking one of the ducks or chickens was messing with the dogs, or maybe even a deer or a coyote. Fast forward about 20 to 30 minutes, I needed to take a piss, so I went out, and I will never forget the face that looked back at me. The person ran off into the dark toward the entrance to the ranch. Sure, I was alarmed, but I still had to take a piss. I finished my business and went back inside, making sure to lock the camper door before returning to what I was doing. About another 20 to 30 minutes later, I heard the dogs barking again. This time, I woke up my friend and told him everything. He was skeptical at first, but then he looked out the blinds of the camper, and I will never forget the look on his face when he looked back at me. We called his parents, and his dad answered. He told him everything, but he thought we were trying to pull a prank. He laughed, saying, "Y'all boys aren't gonna get me." Nice try though. I started to confirm that we were being honest, and when he heard the panic in my voice, he realized we were being serious. He quickly rushed out with his gun and threatened to shoot whoever was on their property. We heard all this from inside the camper, and we were terrified. We heard a blood-curdling scream, and then 3 gunshots went off. We went outside, and we saw a guy on the ground. My friend's mom called the cops while all this unfolded. They lived out in the country, so it took about 25 to 30 minutes for the cops to show up. Now the entire family was outside, terrified. The youngest of them all, whom we'll call Jacqueline, was crying. Not just because of the dead man about 20 feet ahead of her, but because the man had killed one of the dogs, maybe because it was very loud. Then the cops showed up, and it turns out the man was a prison escapee from just 15 miles away from my friend's house. We don't know why exactly the guy was there, but he was put behind bars for killing 2 people. Still to this day, we don't know if he was there to kill us. My best friend was sleeping over when we were about 11 or 12 and we were hanging out in my room. I was on my bed and she was on a mattress between my bed and the window. Out of absolutely nowhere, we hear a bang and my wall-length window totally shatters. Glass flies all around the place and we both got cut pretty bad. We both start losing our damn minds and run out of the room. Both of us were covered in blood and we cut our feet as we ran over the glass. My dad flies into action mode and locks us in the pantry, grabs a kitchen knife and runs into the backyard to look for anyone who may have been behind the window smashing. There was no one, so he calls the police and tends to our injuries. When the police arrive, they search my room for a cause and discover a huge solid ball bearing, presumably from a truck. It had landed less than 20 centimeters from where my friend's foot had been. If it had hit one of us, it could have killed us. There is no roads or anything near us and my room faced into the back fence, so to this day we still have no clue where it came from or how it was traveling at such a speed. It cleared multiple fences and smashed a window, easily traveling at least half a mile to the nearest road, if that's where it came from. My mom had been out getting us McDonald's while this whole ordeal went on, so she was more than a little shocked when she arrived home. It still makes no sense to me how something like that could have been launched so far, at such an angle to hit my window. My dad thinks it fell off a plane, but what are the odds of it landing on us? About 13 years ago, when I was 18 and had just gotten my first computer, I spent a lot of time exploring some pretty disturbing websites. It was different back then. There wasn't much stopping you from ending up on gore websites. It was quite common to be scrolling through forums and suddenly see a video of someone being beheaded or accidentally watching an execution. Admittedly, I sometimes went out of my way to watch this kind of stuff too. Morbid curiosity, I guess. So, as I ventured down the rabbit hole of the dark web one night, I came across a website that claimed to be an interactive adventure. I loved interactive adventure storybooks and thought a digital version could be even better. Upon entering the site, I was immediately struck by its unusual format. Instead of traditional storytelling choices, it presented a series of hyper-realistic photos showcasing various choices. The story started outside what looked like an abandoned factory. You always had 2 choices. The first one was pretty simple. You had to choose which door to go into. One door had a no entry sign on it, and the other had a big stop sign. I chose the second one because I figured that'd lead to the more interesting story. Each choice led to a set of photos that portrayed the consequences of your choice. For the first few clicks, it was just navigating the factory. There were all sorts of tools and creepy props all over the place. It looked like a slaughterhouse with what looked like body parts of pigs or some other animal hanging on hooks. The level of realism was shocking, especially back then when the public or some cheap website wouldn't have the funding to make such realistic scenes. The next image had a picture of the woman with her hands clearly chopped off, with only bleeding stumps remaining on her arms. I couldn't believe this game was free. It was so convincing. The two choices now were just save or end. I was not about to end my little journey here, so I clicked save. Again, the website took a few minutes to load and I sat patiently waiting for the next part of the story. I was so numb to gore and this kind of thing after spending enough time on the internet, so I wasn't particularly shocked at the bloody details, just in love with the creativity of this game. The page refreshed and it was an image of the woman again, but this time her hands were bandaged and she's staring right at the camera, absolute terror in her eyes. I thought it was weird that I didn't get to make a choice, but I assumed when you save the game it kind of does a soft reset so that people who made other choices would all lead to that part anyway. I'd played similar games before, so I knew that often, no matter which choices you make, the game will force you down the path it had planned anyway. Another choice appeared. Man or child. I was a sick little teenager, but I didn't want to see a child getting tortured, even if it was just a game, so I chose the man. A few minutes passed again and then a man appeared in the chair. This time I had the choice between a rope and a baseball bat. I chose the rope, wondering how creative they could get with something so simple. Once again, a short delay between the next image loading, and I maybe started to get a bit bored at this point, but I waited. The next page loaded. The man had the rope around his neck. He was stood on the chair and the rope was attached to a metal beam above. It was crazy how brutal this website was, but part of me loved the intensity. I'd hit another checkpoint asking to save or end. It was at that moment my mom knocked on my bedroom door and I panicked and quickly pressed end. The page went blank just as she walked in. This is where it got seriously creepy. I immediately felt my stomach turn and my heart drop. The picture had loaded. The man who'd been holding the camera the whole time was now looking into a mirror, dressed in some butcher overalls, covered in blood. Leaning against the mirror was the man with the broken neck. His face had some disturbingly realistic details, like his eyes bulging and his face seriously discolored. Two female hands, standing upright on their stubs, were also sitting next to the mirror, both with their thumbs up. It was incredibly morbid, but that wasn't the worst part at all. The worst part was written on the mirror. My name. My address. My mind was racing. I was completely freaking out. I even turned my screen off as if that would do anything. Was this real? Did I just determine the fates of these people? What the hell was going on? How did they have my details? I felt sick. I turned the screen back on and saw the two choices. It said, continue, with yes or no as the options. I immediately clicked no. I was done. I was genuinely so scared. The page started loading again, this time quite a lot faster than usual. The new page was just a zoomed-in image of my name and address, with the option to continue being repeated back at me. This time with save or end as the options. Is that what save meant? Save the woman? And end? Did I choose to end the man? I was drenched in sweat at this point and really panicking. Was this a threat? I have to continue or they'll come for me. Am I choosing to save myself or end myself? I hated everything about this moment. I clicked end and immediately turned the computer off. As you can tell from the fact that I'm telling this story, they never came for me. We did move house a few weeks later for unrelated reasons, so maybe that's why. But I lived in complete fear for at least 3 years after this. Did I really do those things? Was it just a creative game with some clever tricks? It would explain the long loading pages. I don't like to think about it. Well, at least I didn't choose the child. Have you ever Googled yourself? A few months ago, I was feeling curious and decided to do it out of sheer boredom. With a fairly rare name, I wasn't expecting much in the search results. Yet to my surprise, I stumbled upon a website that had my full name as its domain. Upon clicking the link, I found myself on a message board. The website owner's profile appeared oddly familiar, sharing my age and similar hobbies. Although the message board lacked any posts, I saved it in my favorites due to the intrigue. A month later, I returned to the site. This time it boasted more content featuring diary entries that seemed ordinary at first glance. Notes like the weather was nice today or I'm so bored at work. Yet as time passed, I began noticing an array of coincidences. The owner lived in my city, which struck me as quite a coincidence given the rarity of our shared name. As I delved deeper, I found the diary's contents eerily mirroring my life experiences. One day it mentioned attending the same baseball game I had gone to. At first I dismissed it as a simple chance occurrence given the popularity of the local team. However, the coincidences persisted and became unsettlingly precise. Their pet dog's name matched mine from childhood, and even their favorite restaurant was the same one I frequented during my previous job. One particular day, the message board was filled with birthday wishes for the owner. Oddly enough, it was my birthday as well. Intrigued, I decided to leave a message for the owner, mentioning our shared name and extending a birthday greeting. However, to my surprise, there was no option to type a message. It appeared the message board was merely a static page. Puzzled, I reached out to the owner via email with a simple introduction. Hi there. Believe it or not, we share the same name, birthday, and we're in the same city. Nice to meet you. Just a friendly introduction. A few days later, I got curious again and tried showing the website to some buddies, thinking we'd all have a laugh about it. But guess what? The website was gone. Completely vanished. No trace. It wasn't even in my browsing history. That didn't sit well with me. Something felt off. I mean, it's like the whole thing was there one day and then poof, it just vanished into thin air. And then I got an email from my own email address. It just said, "Found you." Attached was a picture and, I swear my heart stopped. It was me. Sitting at my computer. In my room. And here's the worst part. The angle of the shot was taken from the corner of my room where the window is. You have to climb the side of my house to get to this window. I zoomed in, squinting at every detail. The hairs on my neck stood up as I realized the angle of the picture didn't match up with the window. It was clearly taken from the very corner of my room where I usually keep my old chair piled with clothes. Someone had been inside. My mind raced. Who could have taken this? How did they get inside? I went through every possible explanation. A prank maybe? But the more I thought about it, the more that email and that picture made me feel like I was being watched. Stalked. I can admit I was freaked out. The whole thing went from curious to seriously messed up real quick. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Monitored. The thought of someone sneaking around in my personal space snapping a picture while I was totally unaware. It's unsettling, to say the least. I've permanently locked all of my windows now, and I've got this weird paranoia about my room. Like, am I going crazy or was someone actually in here? One night I was scrolling aimlessly through social media, clicking on random links about the dark web and supposedly true stories about crazy encounters. Boredom can drive anyone to the weirdest corners of the web, and that's how I stumbled upon this bizarre post that grabbed my attention. It was an image of my front door. The caption, "Back where I belong," was written below it. I'm not the superstitious type, so I rolled my eyes and chalked it up to a creative attempt at freaking someone out. The next day, I couldn't resist mentioning it to my buddies. Their reactions were a mix of amusement and speculative theories about hidden cameras and creepy stalkers. They laughed it off and I joined in. After all, we're living in the age of tech, where a few clicks can pull up someone's life story, including the color of their socks on a specific day. Probably just some algorithm, I said, dismissing the weirdness. They probably got it from my IP address and Google Maps. They chuckled, teasing me about my lack of supernatural belief. I shrugged it off. It's not like I have anyone that would want to hurt me. But as the night progressed, the sense of being watched started gnawing at me. The shadows from the windows seemed to stretch a bit too far, and every creak of the floorboard sounded like a whisper. Ridiculous, right? A couple of days passed and I thought the unease had finally left me, until an email from an unknown sender popped up in my inbox. The subject line was empty and the email had a single link. No text, just an ominous hyperlink. Curiosity and a little defiance propelled my finger to click the link. It opened a web page I'd never seen before with a weird combination of numbers and letters as its title. The screen displayed a live feed from my living room where I was sitting with my laptop. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, completely stunned as I saw myself from behind. Clearly there was a camera in my room, but where? Okay, now that's just messed up, I muttered, assuming it was a prank or someone playing with sophisticated tech tricks. But the camera panned around the room and my unease twisted tighter. My eyes darted around the familiar surroundings, trying to figure out where the camera was. That's when I noticed it. The angle was directly in line with the mirror that was mounted on the wall. My heart raced. I approached the mirror and tried looking at the laptop to see if my face was appearing on the live stream, but the website had turned into an error page. I spent some time trying to refresh the website and follow the link from the mail, but it was like it never existed. I checked the mirror again and there was no obvious signs of there being a camera. I was exhausted after a long day and I had quite a few drinks with my friends, so I told myself I was just being paranoid and went to bed. Days went by and I tried to forget the whole thing. Until one night, as I got up to grab some water in the middle of my sleep, I glanced at the mirror again. My reflection was normal, but something in the background wasn't. The edge of a shadowy figure peeked out from the corner of the mirror, a hint of a presence that shouldn't be there. I quickly turned around, heart racing, but there was nothing. The unease tightened its grip again. I need to chill out, I muttered to myself. It's all in my head. I blamed stress, lack of sleep, and the power of suggestion. But when I found my favorite mug smashed to pieces on the floor of my kitchen the next morning, I couldn't stop thinking that someone had been in my house. I was a believer in facts and logic, so when I heard the kitchen door creak open the next night, I didn't jump to supernatural conclusions. I thought it was an intruder. I tried the light switch, but it didn't work. It was practically pitch black. I grabbed my baseball bat and my phone and used its flashlight to investigate. I made my way towards the living room and looked around, aiming the flashlight all over, and suddenly I spot something. The mirror was leaning against the wall and there were obvious wires hanging out of it. I felt a strange mixture of anger and fear. Someone really was messing with me and they were here right now? I shouted, "Who the hell is in my house?" and turned towards the kitchen. But as I did, the lights suddenly came on and blinded me. The world seemed to blur around me. My vision blurred, and then I woke up. I was back in my bed. I sat up, heart pounding. My bedroom was exactly the same as normal. Had it all been a dream? A really weird, vivid dream? I reached for my phone to check the time, and that's why I noticed the notification. An email had come in from an unknown sender. With trembling fingers, I opened it. It was a photograph. Almost the exact same photograph as the one that started this whole thing. It was my front door, but this time it was taken at night. The caption below the image sent shivers down my spine. "Sleep well. Goodbye for now." My eyes darted around the room as if expecting someone to jump out at me. But I was alone. My logical mind tried to find a rational explanation. Maybe it was a prank, an elaborate scheme by someone with too much time on their hands. I rushed to my laptop and checked the sender's email address, but it was a jumble of letters and numbers, impossible to trace. I started to panic as I realized that this wasn't a joke. Someone was watching me, invading my privacy, and I had no idea who or why. I ran back into the living room to check the mirror. It was back on the wall in its usual place. I frantically clawed at it and ended up smashing it on the ground in an attempt to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. I felt like I was going insane, stood barefoot on my broken mirror, shuffling through the shards with my bare hands. The camera was gone. Or it was never there. What was I doing? I locked the front door, drew the curtains, and sat in the dimly lit room, my heart racing. I thought about going to the police, but what could he tell them? That I was receiving strange emails and photographs that seemed impossible to explain. The hours dragged on, and as the night grew darker, I felt my paranoia settling in. I didn't want to admit it, but the rational explanations were wearing thin. Was it really possible that someone was going this far out of their way to terrorize me? As I gazed at my laptop, its webcam staring back at me, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching. I closed the laptop and made my way back to bed. If they wanted to hurt me, they would have done it already, and I was exhausted from this whole ordeal. I accepted my fate and closed my eyes. I've been with my wife Rebecca for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing has been. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to grab some food on the way to work. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door when I happened to notice Rebecca peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. "What the hell, Rebecca?" I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the hell out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her crazy. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her usual self. I didn't bring it up, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m. and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, glass of orange juice in my hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes, and grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment I was scared. At the sound of my scream, she scurried backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even shout. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what the hell had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Rebecca was lying on her side asleep. Or at least pretending to. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing, to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed. I climbed in, and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. What was that about last night? I was keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again. From over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help joining in. "You creep me out sometimes, you know that?" She laughed at what I'd said and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even." We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly. Just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her. But it still didn't sit right. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of her bed. I might not have even known she was there if the trunk's old hinges had not given her away. She had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked out. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Rebecca didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago things got so much worse. Rebecca left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m. I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a heart attack. Rebecca was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide open and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the craziness anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Rebecca standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond annoyed at being made to feel scared in my own house, and having to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the hell, Rebecca? I snapped. This is getting really annoying. I waited for her to apologize, or to call me a jerk. But instead, I heard a faint moan. So quiet, I wondered if I heard it at all. And then complete silence. Rebecca? I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response. Just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it. I yelled at her, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before. But there was nothing. Just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared. Too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully she was gone. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Rebecca. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan. Louder than before. But this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque gaping smile. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Rebecca had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash. I was furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me show up, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him we had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Rebecca's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of which were Rebecca's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My whole body ached, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call her at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy stuff. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her when that familiar feeling came back. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Rebecca, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home. Now." She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs. As if Rebecca could hear them from her place outside, her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned around to see him running down the stairs. When I turned back to the window, Rebecca had disappeared. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Jess about waking up to see Rebecca watching me through their window. They were skeptical. We went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Jess assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my phone off. I didn't want to face Rebecca. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her. That no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her. Give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home. And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy crap she pulled. Like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation. But if you saw the way Rebecca had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with them for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Rebecca's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry, because it's not my place. But is this fight something that can be mended? Jess was asking me about the situation. She made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, she's like a different person. I chose my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or my brother to know the full extent of the craziness I had been dealing with. People change, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Rebecca loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed. I don't know about that. Well, she certainly seemed like it. I've never seen her so upset. It took a full minute for me to realize what she just said. And when I did, I felt dread rush over my body. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Rebecca? I asked with my mouth suddenly feeling very dry. Jess nodded casually as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't, but for me it was. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work. I didn't see her car though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. What did she say? Did she come inside? Sweat started to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep. That's all. She didn't say anything else? No, she looked awful though. Like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got from the table and thanked Jess for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Rebecca to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous. Like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Jess into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. We were never on the best of terms. We never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't very easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were very short. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Rebecca always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her, but I had to talk to someone. She was the only person who might know Rebecca better than me. I took a deep breath and picked up the phone. "Yes," she answered, already sounding irritated. "Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk?" I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. "I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment." "What is it that you want to discuss?" "It's about Rebecca. She's been acting strange. And I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something." She interrupted me abruptly. "It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me?" I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. "I wanted to know if you ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues." There was a long, uncomfortable pause, maybe because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. "I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find it very funny. Now I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Rebecca's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well." The frustration was evident in my voice. "If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me," she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. "Please. If not for me, do it for Rebecca." I heard a faint shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. "Marianne? Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again." I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. I almost gave up, until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that. As if those words were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that for some reason she didn't feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation, I convinced them that Rebecca truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter. How she'd hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Rebecca had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube? Jess offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. My eyes were looking around for any signs of Rebecca. The house was deadly quiet and dark, despite being late in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left just 2 days ago, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the hell are you looking under the couch? Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs." He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of our wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass was removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at her beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. "I don't think she's here. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something?" I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I found the source of the smell. I immediately started gagging. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a coin, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them. I shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with my wife's shoe addiction. "Yours is in here collecting eyeballs," Chris said while gagging. "Ben, I think we should go," he called from the hall. "I'm getting nauseous." I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rotten smell on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. Who the hell lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? I tried to tell you she needed help. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs an exorcist. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell anymore. His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. "Christ," I whispered as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making. A sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving to say the least. Wide eyes, and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. "Rebecca," I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements as if she were nodding. "Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that?" I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. "I love you, Rebecca," I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. "Rebecca, are you hurt? You're bleeding." She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. "Oh my God, you're bleeding." Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. "You all right in there?" Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Rebecca, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore. And she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. "Are you bleeding?" The moment the words left his mouth, Rebecca started fast scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. "Chris, run, go!" He must have been too afraid to move, because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Rebecca had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Rebecca!" My brother tried talking to her, but I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Rebecca bobbed her head in sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between self-preservation and the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help. "I only want to help," I said whilst holding back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 steps until the bottom. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she fell, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word, I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with the cops. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the emergency room and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course, she wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Rebecca as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her, maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words. I found you. And a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. To understand my story, you need to know a bit about trespassing laws in our country. We don't have any. As long as you are respectful and non-destructive, you can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing. So long as you leave the area as you found it. I used to love camping as a child. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There were always yachts bobbing just off the shore with people in them, and other campers lining up the beach. Most of them also had children or teenagers, so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out, then got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I remember this because I got my dog in winter 2010 after picking her out that November. I got her from the shelter as a birthday gift to myself, since I paid her adoption fee. She will be very important to the story later on. Let me tell you a little about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dog fighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is, but my best guess is a Lurcher Staffy mix. She is a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. By the time of this camping trip, I had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but as far as my family is concerned, dogs go on camping trips, so we all piled into the car, and she came with us. Unusually, none of the family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog, and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we left a bit later than normal, although I don't remember why, we arrived at sunset, not a good time to be building a tent. But we expected to arrive to other campers already set up, the beach illuminated by campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat, pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year, and I wanted her to have air. I always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we fumbled about in the dark on a beach in the middle of nowhere, it was pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big O shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying any attention to the road. I was complaining I was tired, as kids do. But my mom was. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom asked him if he had seen the car drive around. It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road, and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said it must be security. I don't know why a random beach would have security, and I think what she meant was the Wildlife Trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their work. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger jam. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool, a junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, maybe 15 inches, although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, once he saw this, he got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here, and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit friendly with the guy and told him that was fine, we'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us, so my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put her relationship with my dad above us. This isn't how it went down. From the black, like a wolf descending on its prey, took us all by surprise, most of all the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator, large canines representing nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife as it had been in the arm she latched onto. He kicked her, he punched her, and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him. She stayed with us, covered in blood. As quickly as we could, we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident. I looked Parmy over. She was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I left it. We think what had happened was when the shouting started, she must have put a paw upon the gap I'd left for her, as it was an old car and had the manual windows, not an electric button. We think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We were all pretty scared, and since we had a dog with us, we couldn't book into a hotel for the night. My parents decided to just drive home so we could all feel safe, but first, we had to drive into the nearest town for petrol as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a gas station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer and stuck his head out of the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. My heart sank. Parked in the corner behind a van, so we didn't see him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting on the bonnet of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was too remote. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much petrol. We realized as we began driving, we were going to break down. That's fine, Dad said. We had a cover. They'd come to his home, or at least somewhere acceptable for the night, better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flashed from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on petrol. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps so it wouldn't upset us, but we weren't really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big red E for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I don't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, we refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. My sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened, and they never got back to her after that. But apparently, the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he actually was that guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then, other than avoiding the crazy man on the beach? Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now, old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day, but I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken shelter to where her mother and siblings all found homes before her. Despite how badly people had treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. I paid £78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing if I hadn't been so insistent on a dog, I might have been killed. I would like to state that this story might read like the plot of a 1980s horror movie and is going to be very long. However, this entire story is true. If not for being 5 miles from cell reception and the way the story ends, there would be a police report for verification. I tried to camp with my buddy twice a month, now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for the past weekend. We chose a fairly remote location that we'd been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend, We were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m., so the sun is long gone and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than what our fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun, but it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt. It sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is 9 p.m., pitch black night in the middle of nowhere, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations for the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 10 to 15 minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going?" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor," my buddy and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given that there were 2 of us and only one of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around the camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I asked him what the hell was going on. He proceeds to tell us that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. "Wait, what?" I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. "Is that the screaming we heard earlier?" The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. "We were just hanging out. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me. He lunged at me, and I told him to just back off and chill. Well, he kept coming after me and it started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me. So, I grabbed my car keys, the light, and I ran. I don't know what to do. He chased me when I ran, and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, we only have a hatchet." My buddy and I looked at each other for a second, completely astonished, then something horrible dawned on me. "Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here?" The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie come to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp, down on the main trail. "I just want to talk," is what we heard him screaming. I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I've never heard anything like it. It was a brutal scream that was shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch, the sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and melodic to short punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman did not notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with this scary guy for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further away. We'd come to find out they had taken 4.5 to 5 grams of mushrooms each, and Gary's buddy was a coworker of his and was fine for 3 hours, then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though he thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screamings getting further and further for over 2 hours. By this time, it's 11 p.m., the moon is starting to come out, and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. He had no jacket or flashlight, according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out of camp to get cell service, as it was snowy and icy and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail. Gary was still lightly feeling the effects of mushrooms, so he couldn't drive back either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hoping he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did, right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. "Hey, help, please help me." We tell Gary to hide, just in case, and we greet the man, with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun, holstered, my buddy carrying his rifle, and also with our flashlights on their brightest settings in his face. He was about 6 feet 2 inches and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to talk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, that he had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned, and told Gary that he seemed cool, and if anything else happens to scream and come running, we would come out and help him out. It ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day that he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid. And we're actually planning on a camping trip with him soon. But the other guy, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac in the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder his friend, was not invited. This all went down during the spring break of my junior year of high school. My school was in a pretty small Iowa town, with a district spanning several smaller hamlets. During the summer of 2014, a few friends of mine put together a film club that would make short films and compete in national film festivals against other schools. We were a pretty small group, and I found it kind of difficult to get together for any actual filming until spring break of 2015, when we made plans for a little excursion. 4 of us ended up going on the trip, myself and 3 members of the club, let's call them Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We ended up choosing to go camping at Mossy Glen Hollow, a supposedly haunted state park in northeastern Iowa. Since the 1850s, there have been several murders and suicides at Mossy Glen, including a few decapitations and a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the edgy teens that we were, we jumped at the chance to go hiking and camping somewhere like that. It was within 15 minutes of a small town as well, so stocking up on food wouldn't be that big of an issue either. So, all lights green, we loaded up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and off we went for a spring break camping in some haunted woods. After the first hour and a half on the road, a few red flags began to fly. After the last large town before getting away into the boondocks, my phone's data signal cut out, and the GPS randomly changed directions on us. Since none of us had any idea where the hell we were at, or where Mossy Glen was supposed to be, we didn't have much choice but to blindly follow the new route. Once we were firmly in the middle of nowhere, our GPS took us off the paved highways and onto gravel roads. At this point, you typically would see the usual brown Iowa DNR signs designating that you were near a state park, but there were none. There weren't even any tree clumps to indicate that you were near some sort of forest. Another 10 minutes or so into the drive, and the gravel road soon turns into a dirt road, then a low-maintenance road, then a Class B minimum maintenance road. With Iowa's dedication to road preservation, this basically means that somebody probably came by and took a peek in the 90s and then promptly forgot about its existence. As we came around the last hilly bend that the GPS shows on our route, we see a farmhouse with a large machine shed with no lights or activity around either and no cars in the driveway. A bit weirded out that a house would be right next to a state park, we slow down and keep rolling. To our dismay, however, the road dissolves into a mess of washed tractor tire gouges from last fall's harvest. We stop the cars as far down as we can pass without getting hung up on a frozen rut and unpack some of our equipment. The road gradually narrows, snakes down the middle of a field, and turns down into a small but very thick clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We get out and hike down the gradually steepening slope and take in the scenery. At first, everything looks like a pretty damn cool set to a film. There are several limestone outcrops hanging off the hillside, a footpath with some picturesque tree overhang, and even a few birds out that made an unseasonal return from wintering down south. We can all hear some water running but can't identify a source from the trail. Looking off in any direction, all we could see was a seemingly endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small pond in the middle of a grassy clearing with a fence. As we approached the fence, we noticed a sign, "Private Property. Keep out." Bill checks his watch and realizes that it's almost time for dinner, so we trek back to our vehicles and hook up the GPS. The nearest town over was a little place called Edgewood that had several diners and a gas station to load up on supplies for the week. We brought some canned food, but not much beyond that. As we got to town, we realized that Edgewood was a lot smaller than we'd expected, less than 900 people, it would turn out. Everyone knows everyone in these small towns, so we got several weird looks when 4 strangers rolled up with plates from the other side of the state. Kyle asked the cashier and a few people at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow and why the only route was through some dude's field on a busted outdoor road. To our surprise, nobody had even heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they figure out why the hell 4 high schoolers suddenly rolled into town looking for the place. We shrugged it off as just a few crazy locals and took back down the dirt trail. As we rounded the corner back near the farmhouse, we noticed that all the lights were still off and nobody seemed to be home. I suggested that we leave some sort of note on the house door that we were going to be parking on the side of the road near their place, just to be safe. It was starting to get late in the day, and being this far out in the country, it wouldn't be unheard of to come face to face with a shotgun when the homeowners found our cars. Since the road was impassable from that point on anyway, parking there wouldn't realistically block anybody off the road and would still technically be on public land. We hiked back down the wooded trail and started scouting for a place to set up camp for the night, making sure to be on the public side of the fence pond area. We discovered that the sea of trees that we saw earlier was actually quite a bit thinner when seen from below. In fact, the dirt path led to a decently sized clearing with a creek and small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe that we had missed such a thing a few hours earlier. When Bill comes to the realization, he disappeared around the corner back into the trees and emerges at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Though we could plainly see him, the trees lined up just right so that he could not see anything beyond the rocks below the path ledge. Continuing further up the creek, we noticed that there are conveniently placed rocks about the perfect distance apart to step over without disturbing the water or surrounding rocks. One could walk almost silently down the creek while the sound of the water masked the steps. Not thinking much of it, we take some pictures of the large moss-covered boulders all around and get some pretty nice scenic shots. We find a place to make camp, and everything is going great until we approach the waterfall. Just before the waterfall, set a clearing without any large boulders or rocks, and an odd arrangement of logs. One set horizontal, supported at each end by 2 piles of rocks. There was a crude stone circle with a pile of burnt logs inside, a fire pit with a bench. Although a bit surprised at first, We shrugged it off as some weekend project that the people of the house put together. After all, with such a cool place just a short walk from home, why not? I have a similar fire pit set up at home, so I'm not too concerned. "Hey, what the hell is this?" Kyle yells from a boulder a few yards ahead. There was an orange beanie, a single gardening glove, an empty can of beer, and a stick of deodorant that had seen some serious wear. Looking closer at the beer can, we realized that it must have been opened fairly recently. Foam is still fresh in the bottom of the can, and it still had a fumy smell. Bewildered by what the hell we just found, Jake starts looking around the side of the boulders upstream of the items. "There's a cave over here," he shouts back to us. Later, he told us that the cave was large enough to comfortably fit a person inside, and, more disturbingly, he saw some red fabric inside as well. Before he can get a good look around, Kyle calls all three of us back over to him with a sense of urgency. He speaks very quietly to us and indicates that we shouldn't shout back. "Shampoo," he whispers, pointing urgently down at his feet. Sure enough, in the mud and the leaves, there's a blue bottle of Suave shampoo right next to the creek. At this point, we're all adequately freaked out and ready to call our little soiree quits. Bill remains pretty sure that this is just junk left behind by the people of the house after a weekend of a few too many drinks, but things just didn't add up to me. There's one detail that I've been leading up to this point. The day before, this part of Iowa caught some heavy rain, which contributed to the mud situation on the road and on the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks would have shown some signs of being wet, if not been displaced entirely. Also, the air was pretty cold, as it is every year around this time, not getting above the mid-40s for the whole week. Then, everything starts to click for me. Whoever drank the beer and left the shampoo, hat, glove, and deodorant must have done so this morning. The fire pit also had fresh char marks on the rocks, and the wood had not been wet for a while, meaning that it must have been lit last night at the earliest. The small cave would have provided enough shelter from the rain to stay dry. With the freezing temps all throughout the day, whoever was using shampoo out here must have had little other choice to do so. If it was the homeowners, they would have had to be serious masochists, debating the shallow freezing rocky creek rather than at home. If it wasn't them, then we likely weren't alone right now. Whoever left these things out left in a hurry, and if they were here 4 hours ago, they would have been able to see us on the trail cliff long before we even knew they were down here. Remembering the arrangement of rocks on the stream, they could have even been leaving their camp just as we were coming down the dirt trail. As I processed this, I started to look around at my surroundings and realized that the small area was bordered by the thick trees on the trail side, several sets of huge boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs everywhere else. Due to the tree, rock, and hill cover, you could light a fire in the pit at night, and nobody around would ever know. If you were wearing brown or green, you could easily see down from the rocks on top to the camp below while blending in with the trees above. Coming to these realizations, I noticed something else, something more sinister. The birds and small animals that we previously heard were now quiet. Aside from the soft babble of the creek, the entire place was completely silent. As I started to explain this to the rest of the group, I saw the wheels turning in their heads as well. Jake starts to head back to the small cave when something rustling up on the limestone ridgeline catches our attention. Something large was shifting around up there, something that apparently didn't want Jake to see what was in the cave. We all look up, and whatever made the noise starts shuffling down the ridge toward the makeshift camp. Because of the high cliff, the only way down to us would be by going all the way back down to the pond and then doubling back up the stream. Realizing this almost by ourselves, and how open we were, we booked it back up the stream, up the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all tried to process what just happened. I take a look at the satellite map, and the only really accessible way to the cliff where we heard the noise would be to walk up there from the pond. It was too craggy to approach from the adjacent field to the east. Whatever made that noise would have had to be large too, and a deer getting up there wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. It would have had some incredible timing to have started moving just as Jake started looking at the cave and whatever red fabric was inside. Kyle found a report of an escaped convict from a local prison a few weeks ago and was convinced that it was his camp that we found, but we were all doubtful at best of this idea. To satisfy his concerns, we agreed to report the strange things we found to the police anonymously, since we all wanted to really get home at this point. None of us followed up on them, and I doubt anything came out of it. A small town police department gets a report of strange sightings from some stranger, and the same day, some high schoolers roll up and park outside a farmer's house for a few hours. Doesn't exactly spell high-threat criminal activity to me. Still, things just don't seem to add up. Whoever came running down that cliff, if indeed it was a who, wanted to keep whatever was inside the cave hidden, but not enough to actually fight some teenagers. We figured he just wanted to scare us off since the noises seemed to stop once we reached the dirt path. I thought it odd that someone living out in the woods with something seemingly to hide would set up shop in a state park. That is until I checked my GPS again. That little route that it took us on was an old entrance to the park that had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area. The map records used for Google's navigation were updated and we couldn't see that. The place we were at was still public land, for sure, but not quite what we pictured. I've held this story in for the last 6 years because it sounds crazy and I got told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot springs, came back, and had dinner. It was all very normal. Until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler in a stereo that we brought in the car and locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and placed the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest the door of the tent with a gun next to him. When we woke up the next morning, I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent, everything seemed normal. When we got out, our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown, and food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces, lying next to a tree. All of the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt strange. It was quiet and not the beautiful campsite that I saw yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong. My ex accused me of not locking the car and said that an animal got into our stuff. I promised that I had locked it and went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I found them later on the ground right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream about something kneeling over him in the tent, holding his gun, and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said he didn't want to talk about it and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. I grew up in these woods and usually feel comfortable there. However, I stumbled into a few unsettling situations that would stick in my mind forever. This was one such occasion. I was 18 at the time. One evening, my two friends, Mike and Paul, and I decided to go camping. Well, camping might not be the right word since we didn't plan to spend the night, just chill and have some fun around the campfire for a while. The plan was simple: head out, build a campfire, drink a few bottles of wine, eat something, and head back home for a good night's sleep. We met at my house while it was still sunny outside, got ready, and headed out. Our destination was an old abandoned quarry in the middle of the woods, about 40 minutes from my house. Even though the quarry had a tragic and frankly creepy history, it was a popular place for such occasions. When we got there, the sky was already reddish as the sun slowly sank behind the hills. We quickly gathered all the firewood we could find so we wouldn't have to look for it later. As darkness fell and everything around us turned into impenetrable blackness, we managed to get the fire going. We were in a great mood and were getting ready for our first toast. That's when we realized we made a horrible mistake. We forgot the corkscrew. We attempted to open the wine without it, but quickly gave up. The bottles were quite expensive, and we didn't want to damage them. At this point, it was clear that one of us would have to jog back to retrieve the corkscrew. After some discussion, I volunteered with two conditions. Firstly, they would give me a hatchet in case something went wrong along the way. Secondly, no pranks when I got back. Mike and Paul agreed without hesitation. They handed me a hatchet and a flashlight and sent me on my way. As I jogged through the forest, I heard a noise resembling a boar. Suddenly, I remembered a warning I received from an older hunter a few days ago. He said that at this time of year, boars were getting dangerous, especially at night. I was a bit nervous, but luckily managed to survive unharmed. I arrived safely back home, much to the surprise of my mom, who didn't expect me so early. I explained the situation. She just laughed. I grabbed the corkscrew and headed back. Not wanting to encounter a boar, I chose another slightly longer path, this time through an open field. After a while, I reached our spot. It was a small clearing surrounded on one side by massive rocks, maybe 70 meters tall, and on the other side by a thick forest. Our campfire was in the middle of the clearing. When I approached it, I realized that there wasn't anybody around, although our backpacks were still on the ground and the fire was burning brightly. Great! We specifically agreed that there would be no pranks when I got back. Those guys think they're funny, I thought to myself. I resignedly sat down near the fire facing the woods. That's the only place where they could have hidden, I thought. I was really tired, and all I could think about was the taste of that exquisite Pinot that we brought with us. I wasn't in the mood for their games, and I was getting quite mad. That's when I heard the snapping of twigs and rustling of leaves from the edge of the forest, maybe 30 meters from where I was sitting. The sound was rhythmic and undoubtedly the sound of somebody walking. I aimed my flashlight in that direction and spotted a tall person wearing a dark hoodie. As I shined my flashlight on him, he stopped walking, turned towards me, and just kept staring motionlessly. Even though he was facing me directly, I couldn't see his face. I shouted, "Paul, you fat jerk. I know you're trying to scare me. We agreed on something, so stop messing around and come out. As I finished, the hooded figure turned and walked deeper into the woods. At that moment, my phone started ringing. I hurriedly took it out of my pocket. It was Mike. I took the call and started barking at him. Really funny, you guys. I thought we agreed on something. What are you talking about? I'm talking about you trying to mess with me. I clearly saw you, so you can come out. Mike seemed frozen for a minute. For what felt like an eternity, all I could hear was his heavy breathing and Paul mumbling something in the background. When he finally snapped back to reality, he said, "Dude, we're at your house." We heard some footsteps. At first, we thought it was you messing with us. But then we got scared and decided to look for you. I forgot my phone at your house, so we couldn't even call you. Just get out of there, and we'll come back for our stuff together. Nonsense. That's just another of your stupid pranks, and I'm not buying it. Hold on a second. There was some incoherent mumbling for a while. Hey, what's going on? My mom's voice suddenly came from the phone. My head spun, and my heart skipped a beat as I realized they weren't kidding. Suddenly, a wave of fear ran through my body. However, I managed to convince my mom that everything was fine and that she shouldn't worry. She gave the phone back to Mike. Just leave everything and come back. We're heading over right now. We'll meet you halfway there. I'm not going anywhere alone again. You better get here quick. I'm waiting for you. I hung up. I didn't want to make any more noise than I already did. I quickly turned off my flashlight and backed off from the light of the fire. I moved all the way to the huge wall of rocks, figuring that if I had my back covered, it would eliminate one possible approach for the unwanted visitor. I stood there in complete darkness, trying not to make a sound while tightly clutching my hatchet, which would be my best friend for the next half an hour. I had to convince myself not to curl into a ball in fear. Even my own body started to betray me as my hearing worsened due to my wildly beating heart. I tried to calm myself, but in the worst-case scenario, every bit of adrenaline would help. After what seemed like an eternity, I spotted 2 weak light beams coming from the forest. I heard Paul shout my name. I'd never been so relieved. I finally ran out of my hiding spot to greet my friends. For quite some time, we just stood there, laughing from relief. We even got a bit cocky and considered staying. After all, there was just one, supposedly, creep lurking between the trees, and there were 3 of us. Funny. Minutes earlier, I was terrified, and suddenly I was full of tough bravado, thinking, what could possibly happen? In the end, good judgment prevailed, and we decided to leave. We packed our things, extinguished the fire, and left. We took our wine bottles to enjoy somewhere else. Somewhere well-lit and safe. This happened about 10 years ago, in August 2013. I was camping in far north Queensland, Australia, in a place called Barron Falls. I'm a 21-year-old girl, and I was camping with my 2 male friends who were backpacking from Estonia, Theo and Charlie. Where we set up camp was not an official campsite. Instead, we walked along the tourist path, climbed over a railing, followed a train track for a few kilometers, and eventually veered off into the dense forest, downhill to the river. It certainly wasn't easy to get to this area, and there wasn't any mobile phone service, but Theo knew about it from friends who had shown it to him previously. The sight was beautiful. We were surrounded by a tropical forest and were only a short walk upstream from the waterfall. After setting up camp, we walked to the waterfall where both Theo and Charlie plunged from the cliff into the water below. I decided not to follow. I was, and still am, scared of heights and the possibility of hurting myself. I sat and watched them for a while before eventually deciding to return to camp and read my book. I was totally relaxed, enjoying the serenity, taking in the beauty around me. What had been an exciting, adventurous day was then interrupted by a deep, sinister laughter coming from the forest surrounding our campsite. Instantly alerted, I felt chills run through my body as I scanned the forest trying to detect where the laughter had come from. There was nothing. I tried to forget about it, convincing myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. Theo and Charlie returned and told me that they had forgotten fire lighters for the campfire. They said that they need to travel to the nearest store to buy some and that I should wait at camp. I told them that I didn't feel comfortable staying at camp, but didn't mention the laughter I'd heard before. I didn't want them to think I was stupid, and for context, at the time I had quite a large crush on Charlie. Stupidly, I wanted him to think I was cool. They told me it would be fine, that they would be back before dark. Reluctantly, I agreed and they made their way to the store. It was about 4 p.m. and I continued reading my book. I began to think about it, and I realized that the walk back to the car was about 20 to 30 minutes, so they would be gone for well over an hour. At this time of year, dusk would be at 5:30 p.m. or so, and I would therefore likely be alone in this remote area in the dark. I distracted myself with my book, but as dusk began to settle, I struggled to read the pages, and fear began to set in. After about an hour, I started to hear footsteps in the forest. My first thought was that Theo and Charlie had returned, and I was instantly relieved that I was no longer alone. I listened for their voices, but heard nothing. My heart dropped. It dawned on me that it may be someone else, and I started panicking. Then came the laughter. The same deep, sinister laughter I'd heard before, only this time it seemed much closer. I sprung to my feet and surveyed the forest. That's when I saw him. He was standing on the other side of a stream, which was connected to the river. Standing on a log, what I saw was absolutely bizarre. He was wearing an immaculate tuxedo, with a top hat and all. I remember being puzzled as to how he was able to get to this area in such clean, formal clothes, and I at first thought he may be an apparition or that I was hallucinating. I did a double take, and I was not. I then studied the man's face. It is hard to describe, but it looked like his face was burnt, like Dwight from The Walking Dead, and he had deep scarring covering his face. His hair was shoulder length, very wiry, and unkempt. He laughed, that same laugh I'd heard from the forest. Miraculously, I heard my friends' voices approaching. The man seemed alarmed, and said that he saw somebody else camping upstream, and that he is going to check on them. He left, and minutes later, Theo and Charlie returned. I immediately told them what happened, and they laughed and thought I was making it up, that it was a lame attempt to scare them. Tears began to gather in my eyes, and Charlie realized that I was serious. Theo didn't seem fazed. He was a very stereotypical backpacker and had the carefree nature travelers tend to have. Charlie, however, assured me that I would be okay and had me sleep between him and Theo for the next 2 nights. I barely slept at all for those nights. I kept listening for the laughter, but fortunately never heard it again. For years after, I searched online for any reports of similar encounters. I never found anything, but I have always contemplated what would have happened if Theo and Charlie hadn't returned at that moment. I shudder at the thought. I'm a wilderness survival instructor and security contractor. A couple of days ago, a good friend of mine, who is also one of my students, informed me that his dad just acquired 150 acres of land in a secluded and mountainous part of my state. This is someone with whom I've explored the woods before. He's more than competent when it comes to wilderness survival. The property, largely unexplored except for 100 yards that his dad had used for his horses, who are currently roaming freely, seemed intriguing. According to my friend, his dad got an incredible deal on the land. Given my friend, now a father of 3, doesn't get out into the woods often, I agreed to join him for what seemed like a fun outing and much-needed break. We share interests in our indigenous roots, cars, wilderness survival, and various other activities, ensuring lively conversations while in the woods. However, his dad cautioned us against exploring the woods without a gun, citing the presence of coyotes. But being natives of this area, we know coyotes rarely pose a threat to people. Additionally, my friend, whom we'll call DJ, previously mentioned seeing human-sized movement in the tree lines during his earlier visits to the property. Yet, due to his poor eyesight, he couldn't confirm what he had seen. For our exploration, I brought along my AR and a small flint napping kit, mainly for amusement. And off we went onto the property. Initially, we hiked across fields and creeks, multiple natural springs and ponds, everything appearing normal and showcasing a beautiful landscape. But as we ventured into the unexplored forested section, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The forest exuded an eerie ambience reminiscent of the woods in the movie The Ritual. Gray and ominously quiet, except for the occasional creaking of the tall cedar trees. It felt like we were being observed from every angle. The air carried a putrid stench, akin to rotting flesh. Intrigued, we followed the smell and stumbled upon the remains of 3 to 4 cows. I took a video of them to show them to anyone who might know what could have done this. Examining the exposed skulls revealed no evidence of bullet wounds. Something had killed them, scattering their bones over a 30-yard area. Large and vague footprints surrounded the remains. Pressing deeper into the woods, accompanied only by silence, the smell of death, and the sound of our own heartbeats, we noticed various tracks along the stream. There were large coyote prints and something else, also large, intentionally avoiding the sand. Continuing, we encountered trees bent over and pinned behind others while still alive. An occurrence impossible in nature. Further along, we discovered what resembled a primitive tool made of bone, possibly a scooping tool or knife. It disturbed us because although rudimentary, it appeared more primitive than anything a human would make, yet clearly shaped intentionally. Our hike led us to a clearing with a pond encircled by large circular tracks. On the opposite side of the pond stood a peculiar little tree structure, an A-frame with rocks propped against it. However, it lacked stability, and the arrangement of rocks seemed oddly deliberate. Notably, there were no signs of campfires or camping debris nearby. This wasn't a location easily accessible from a house. I extensively photographed and filmed this strange hut-like structure. As dusk approached, we decided it was time to head back. I had a flashlight attached to my AR, but relying on that in the dark, when there's something out there capable of killing cows and making tools out of their bones, didn't seem wise. We retraced our steps out of the forest, reaching our trucks just before it became too dark. While leaving, we noticed an unidentified figure atop one of the hills, but chose not to investigate further. It's worth mentioning that the previous owner commenced construction on the property, abruptly stopped, and vacated the premises. We're planning on going back there again this weekend, but this time with a few more people and all of our camping gear. I work for a well-known university as a field biologist and have recently been contracted out to the National Forest Service. My first assignment has been in the Potomac district of the Monongahela National Forest. Basically, I receive GPS coordinates and I either drive or hike to the designated spot and do what they want. This could be setting up trail cameras or counters, monitoring equipment, trail surveys and the like, and then recording the data 24 hours after placement. No big deal. I thought it odd that they specifically requested I place the cameras only 3 feet off the ground and some of the infrared cameras in the trees at specified heights. Some of these locations are on designated trails, but some are way off the trail in places that humans would never go. Sometimes, there isn't a hotel or lodging close enough. These are the remote mountains in West Virginia, and the Forest Service has outfitted me in some pretty dank camping gear on the occasions I might have to camp. I am an experienced hiker and camper and have spent many nights alone out in the field due to my career choice. I am a woman, about 5 feet 6 inches and 130 pounds, but not really afraid of anything. Again, the Forest Service has outfitted me well and I wear an emergency beacon that will send every law enforcement officer in the area to my location in no time. So I have been assigned to this district for a few months now and have really enjoyed my work. West Virginia is very remote and unspoiled, and that's why I enjoy my work. I get to see things most people would never see in their lives, and I have had so many positive and almost spiritual moments up until a few nights ago. I was working up near Spruce Knob, which is the highest point in West Virginia. It's essentially a complex system of trails, wilderness areas, camping, that kind of thing. It has also been snowing with howling winds and ice storms. I was camping up there to complete my work, and while the conditions were rough, I was almost enjoying it. My first night in the woods was pretty peaceful. I made dinner, set up camp and drank some whiskey and smoked some really good bud. I snuggled down in my sleeping bag and slept like a rock. It was very cold, but I wore this turtle fur face mask thing and didn't feel the cold too much. I woke up at dawn and went about building my fire back up, and I was starting some coffee when I noticed all this churned up snow around my campsite. Not tracks, just churned up snow like someone or something had kicked it all around. Weird, but whatever. I had a 15-mile hike to set some cameras and didn't have time to really wonder about it. I set off on my hike, did what I had to do, and started back to camp. I never wear headphones or anything like that, because hearing is one of the most important senses in the wilderness. I want to be able to hear any animals, people, etc. before I see them. It was already past dark when I made it back to camp, and I was too tired to do anything except strip down to my base layer, get in my sleeping bag and pass out. Around 2 a.m., I woke up because I could hear people talking. People. I was about 30 miles up a gravel road that was locked with Forest Service gates and about 10 miles from where my truck was parked, and I could hear voices. I completely lost it. I have a firearm, and I quietly retrieved it from my pack and got back in my sleeping bag and cocked it and waited. I was on high alert, all my senses going wild. Eventually the voices faded and I couldn't hear them anymore, but I never went back to sleep. At daylight, I emerged from my tent to more churned up snow and my 2 trail cameras hanging from a tree about 5 feet from my tent. These were cameras that I had placed 15 miles out from my campsite. I packed my stuff as fast as I could and practically ran back to my truck. Along the way, I saw a lot of footprints all around my site, and when I reached my truck, I discovered it had been broken into and my computer and other equipment had been stolen. I am currently in a luxury log cabin at some resort, too scared to retrieve my other equipment and too embarrassed to tell my superiors how scared I am. The Forest Service brought me a new truck while my other one is getting the window replaced, and I did make a report about the theft, but there is absolutely no way that I am ever going back to that site. I don't know if this means I will be fired or sent to work a desk, but out of all the years I have been doing this in national forests around the country, this is the most terrified I have ever been. I am not scared of the animals, and I have many stories to share about my encounters with them. I am scared of the people. My wife, my dog, and myself were on our second day of an 80 kilometers hike in northern Ontario, Killarney Provincial Park. We set up camp on a point about 750 meters into a lake. One way onto the point and one way off the point. We were hearing wolves since about 9 p.m. We went to bed by about 10 and the howls were getting closer and closer. Then, one owl from right behind us on the trail down to the point. I got out of the tent and started making lots of noise trying to scare it off. This usually works for bears whom we have had lots of encounters with. I didn't see anything there and didn't hear anything either. I went back to bed and lay down, trying to act confident as to not upset my wife. Then when we both heard something outside of the tent, my dog was crazy quiet but shaking. I opened the tent to find a wolf staring at me from about 15 feet away. I grabbed the bear spray and took aim. I didn't use it, but I again started screaming at the wolf and took a few charges towards it. Again, this usually works when faced with a black bear if you have no escape. The wolf didn't really care that I was there yelling at it. It kind of hung out for a few seconds, then kind of very casually walked into the tree line just far enough that I couldn't see it anymore. I built a fire between the tent and the bush, sat up all night, and kept my headlamp on all night. Had to listen to 3 or 4 wolves howl to each other the whole time, about every 20 minutes. They were very close. One, I would estimate to be within 50 yards. I was sure they were going to come and grab my dog. At about 6 a.m., a bunch of them started howling all together, way more than during the night, but it sounded like 8 to 10 wolves. We waited until about 8 a.m., then packed up and got the hell out of there. We were 36 kilometers deep. Took us 2 days to hike in, but we hiked out in 6.5 hours. About 1.5 hours into our hike out, the wolves started howling behind us again. They were following us out. On the way back, we saw a bear with 2 cubs. This would usually concern us a bit, but we were just like, get the hell out of my way. My wife lost all her toenails from the hike. And my poor dog got some serious anxiety about being in the tent. In the 90s, before everyone had cell phones, my Girl Scout troop was camping in a state park when a terrible storm came through the area with major flood warnings. The rangers at the park frantically came through every campsite and evacuated everyone to higher ground. Everyone, that is, except my group and the Boy Scouts in the site next to us. We went to bed with light rain, but woke in the middle of the night to our tents collapsing from the water quickly rising. The Boy Scouts, they were 12 to 16 years old, we were between 7 and 9, helped us quickly pack our site into our cars. Unfortunately, the roads were too dangerous to drive because we couldn't see how deep the water was. And we didn't know if any sections of the road had washed out. We abandoned all the vehicles and used the map that the scout leaders had to find some place that wouldn't be flooded. A few miles away there were treehouse cabins that were built around a tree and lofted 15 feet in the air. It was decided that we needed to move quickly, and that was our best shot. The older boys and the adults carried the smallest girls when it became clear that the wind was preventing them from staying on their feet. The wind and rain soaked everyone through to the skin. We made it to the cabins, and the adults broke in and raided the emergency supplies there for space blankets. There was no way to build a fire because there was no firewood. It had been especially dry this year, and starting campfires was forbidden due to risk of starting a forest fire. I remember shivering for hours, all of us girls in the middle of a huddle on the floor with the boys on the outside trying their best to keep us warm. One of the boys asked us if we knew any Girl Scout songs. We sang every song we knew, and the leaders taught us a few more that they had learned. At some point we convinced the boys to sing in rounds with us. The storm lasted through the night. Some girls started crying, and I remember one had a panic attack. The sound of the storm battering away at the cabin would send creaks all along throughout the space. The fact that we were essentially in a treehouse made the whole thing even more scary. I was convinced that we were going to be blown over and either fly away or all be crushed when we hit the ground. It was impossible to even see what was happening outside. You could just hear the sound of the water, the rustling of the trees, and the creaking of the cabin. If we didn't die from the cold, we'd definitely die in the rushing water. The storm continued battering the cabin long throughout the night. Eventually, once we were a bit more dry, a bunch of us managed to fall asleep. I'd been lying there for what felt like hours, struggling to doze off due to the loud banging. I'd constantly jump up when I was half asleep and couldn't quite get there. In the early hours of the morning, I was lying down staring at the ceiling when I started to finally not be able to keep my eyes open anymore. I closed them and felt myself slipping away. A branch flew through one of the windows in the cabin, throwing glass everywhere and waking up everyone. The room was full of screams, and the camp leaders were frantically trying to calm us down whilst figuring out what had happened. The place was still really dark, and a few kids had been cut with the glass. The older boys and the camp leaders helped patch everyone up and dealt with the glass situation. If there was any night to earn some medals, it was definitely this one. We all really came together, and I felt safe with those people, even though the situation was so dangerous. Morning came, the rain slowed down to a light drizzle, and a ranger showed up assessing damage to the park. He discovered us and immediately drove to get help. They returned with a bunch of trucks and all-terrain vehicles and drove us to a location where doctors were on site to evaluate us. It was sheer luck that none of us had anything worse than the chills and a few cuts from the glass. It could have gone worse than it did, and we were unbelievably lucky to have survived at all. We could have easily died in our sleep if the flood had come through all at once instead of slowly rising. If the Boy Scouts hadn't been there, then us small girls could not have made the hike to safety. If we had tried to drive, we would have been washed away. About a year ago, I embarked on a long road trip to New Mexico with a friend. We mostly camped along the way, and our first night of camping happened in the Jefferson National Forest at a campsite in West Virginia. We found some pamphlets for campsites at a gas station and decided to head to a place called White Rocks Campground. It was quite a journey, a 25-plus mile drive up a dirt road into the mountains. We were truly in the middle of nowhere. As we made our way in, we didn't spot any other cars except for one truck that followed us for about 15 minutes before turning down a different road. Along the route, we passed a massive coal factory with a sign that read, 62 days since an on-site incident. The only people we encountered on our drive were a group standing on the side of the dirt road, huddled around a plastic bin that was on fire. It was all quite unusual, but our excitement about camping and the road trip had us laughing off the weirdness rather than worrying, despite having no cell phone reception and being deep in the mountains. Upon arriving at the campground, we found it completely deserted. Not a single car or person in sight, and this campground had about 30 sites. We drove around, hoping to spot someone, but when it became clear we were alone, we randomly picked a site and decided to stay. We got out of the car and stood there, listening. The silence was unnerving. I've always loved being in the woods and have never felt scared or intimidated, but this time was different. There were no bird sounds, just thick, eerie silence. It was like something out of a Blair Witch movie. The daylight was fading fast, and we decided to start a fire and set up our tent to get comfortable. My friend was in charge of setting up the tent while I worked on the fire. As we went about our tasks, we'd occasionally stop and listen. My friend even commented that if anyone were to approach us, at least the crunchy leaves everywhere would make them easy to hear. You can probably see where this is going. I thought we were just getting spooked by our imaginations, but it genuinely felt like someone was watching us. It was the first time in my life I'd ever experienced that feeling. I had goosebumps, and I wanted to leave, but I kept my composure for my friend, who, as it turned out, was also internally freaking out but trying to keep it together. Once we got the fire going, the tent was set up, and our sleeping bags were ready. The sun had completely set. Sitting around the fire together, the darkness seemed to encroach upon us, making us feel suffocated. My friend tried to alleviate the tension by pulling out a book to read aloud and make us feel more at ease. While she was reading, I used my headlamp to occasionally scan the area around us. Since we arrived at the campsite, I had this nagging feeling that someone was out there in the woods. It was pitch black, and our fire acted like a beacon. My friend and I decided, screw it, let's go to bed. We thought we'd go to sleep quickly and pack up in the morning to get the heck out of there. We extinguished the fire, and I decided to grab the one knife we had, which was still in the car, keeping it beside me in the tent. After settling into our sleeping bags, my friend pulled out her cell phone to see if she had any cell reception. But, as expected, there was no signal. She tried dialing her boyfriend just in case, and I remember saying out loud, "We have no reception out here, it won't work." We lay in silence, watching our phone trying to dial out, but it eventually disconnected. Just when we thought things couldn't get any worse, suddenly, about 20 feet off to the left of our tent, we heard footsteps. These weren't quiet, gradual steps. They sounded like someone had been standing behind the tree near our tent and started walking toward us. Those crunchy leaves certainly did their job. We froze, staring at each other with wide eyes. The footsteps continued, coming closer to the tent, then veering behind it for a couple of yards before stopping. The silence that followed was chilling. These were heavy, booted footsteps, with the distinct rhythm of a person walking, not an animal. My friend grabbed the knife that was next to my bag, and with her headlamp on, unzipped the tent and stepped out. She stood in front of the tent with her knife drawn, scanning the area with her light. She was nothing short of a warrior. We both listened for more footsteps or voices during what felt like an eternity of silence. I could see the light from my friend's headlamp darting around the trees, but there was nothing there. She leaned back into the tent and whispered, "We're getting the hell out of here." We packed up everything within maybe 10 minutes, moving quickly, and then we bolted from the campsite. Looking back on it, it's amazing how we didn't lose our heads. We stayed calm while packing, even though we were internally screaming with terror. We only had our headlamps on, and the whole time we were packing up, I couldn't shake the feeling that the hill people were watching us and waiting to grab us and pull us into the darkness. We felt entirely helpless. But it didn't seem real, like we were just psyching ourselves out. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as we sped away. Then came the confirmation that someone or something had been tracking us. As we pulled out of the campsite, we spotted two dirty black trucks pulled off to the side of the road, concealed in the trees but still visible. They had definitely not been there when we arrived earlier. The nearest residential homes were about 15 miles away. We didn't see anyone around the trucks, but we didn't stop to look. We reached a motel and stayed there for the night. We shared our story with the motel owner, who was incredibly kind and comforting. He even gave us some cash for another motel if we needed it. I made a promise to that man that I would give him a stellar review. I'll remember every detail of that night for the rest of my life. The unsettling feeling of being watched, the sudden footsteps so close to our tent, and the ominous black trucks by the road. I was about 11, my sister was 13. We slept in the living room of a little caravan we used to stay in over summer. There wasn't a lot to do, the campsite didn't have any amenities. I'd pass the time playing with my sister, taking walks or playing the Nintendo. This was '98, so Castlevania and Donkey Kong Country weren't nostalgic yet, they were just lame. I couldn't wait to get home and back to the PC so I could get my theme Hospital on. But mostly I'd read. I had a collection of books about ghosts, UFOs, cryptids, and such. I'd pick them up at library sales or in charity shops. My favorites were the unexplained true stories, like the Dover Demon or the Gulf Breeze incident. There was a quarry on the other side of the site. Sometimes at night I pretend the two red lights were the eyes of the Mothman who'd swoop down to terrorize my family. What I'm getting at here is I was a kid, and I had an active imagination, but I never believed anything spooky would actually happen to me. If something out of the ordinary happens, it's just your mind playing tricks on you, right? I woke up one morning around 6:20. It was gray outside, the sun had just come up, but fog and cloudy skies ensured it wasn't too bright. I felt uneasy, because I'd usually sleep till 9 at least. It was silent. My sister wasn't even snoring as she normally did. And then I heard it. It sounded like a horse galloping. It was just outside the window. It was unsettling, to say the least. Had a horse escaped from a nearby field? Surely not. I'd never seen any horses around here, and what's more, it didn't sound heavy enough. Whatever it was making circles around the caravan. I'd hear it fade a little as it looped around the other end where my parents slept, and then get louder, almost next to my head. It had the irregular rhythm of a gallop, but I never heard 4 legs. It was almost like a person was skipping very, very quickly, but no person could be heavy enough to make that kind of noise on soft ground. It was fading off into the distance. Whatever it was seemed to have ran off. I breathed a little easier. What a crazy situation. Maybe I hadn't fully woken up yet and was having a dream hangover. And then it came back. It was getting louder and more insistent. I decided to take my chances. "Rosie? Are you awake?" "Yeah," she said, voice quivering. "You can hear that, right?" "Yeah." "What is it?" "I don't know," I answered truthfully. "I'm afraid to look outside though." "Why?" "I'm afraid it might be the devil." She moaned in fear. There was a thump from the other end of the caravan, like whatever was outside had grazed it. I pulled my blanket tighter around me. After about a minute, it faded again. I told myself if it came back, I'd look outside, and the devil be damned. It didn't come back. My parents woke up around 8, made us breakfast, and the fog cleared. We asked them if they'd heard anything strange earlier. They hadn't. There were no scrapes on the caravan that would suggest something heavy bumping against it. Apart from my sister, there was no evidence that anything had ever happened, except for one rough footprint outside the front door in the shape of a hoof. To this day, I regret not looking outside to see what it was. But when I wake up in the middle of the night and everything seems so strange, I understand why. I love to go camping. Been doing it my whole life. Never had a scary experience until this past summer. My boyfriend and I decided to go out to the gorge for some quality time camping. We had always gone with several other people, but this was the first time it was just the two of us. When we got out of the car to prepare our gear for the hike back to the camping spot, two sketchy-looking dudes came out of the trailhead, looked us up and down, and got into their old-school VW camper van. I had a weird feeling but shrugged it off and proceeded back to our camping spot. I had previously camped in the same area a handful of times and knew it pretty well. Once we got back there, I knew of a handful of different camping spots and proceeded to check them all out for the one that would be ideal. I noticed what looked like someone camping further up the hill, so I picked a spot a little further down where we'd be mostly out of sight. Not out of earshot though, as I heard yelling over on the trail. It was starting to get dark by the time we got everything set up, so I figured I'd start looking for firewood. Suddenly this guy appears out of nowhere and asks us if we'd like any help and offered to sell us a bundle of firewood for $10. I laughed because we were in the woods, thus surrounded by wood which I could pick up off the ground for free. He then said I wouldn't find much wood because they'd already cleared it out over the past few weeks. Few weeks? I asked him how long he'd been camping up there, and he said almost a month. The longest anyone can camp in this area, a national forest, is 2 weeks. I already had the creeps about him, and he claimed he was up there by himself. I asked him why I heard him yelling with someone then, and why he had referred to more people when talking about the wood. He stammered and was like, "Oh well, yeah, there's some dudes I know camping over there up on the other side of the river." Then he proceeds to tell us that he's been lonely since he arrived. He was from Pennsylvania, took a bus to Lexington, Kentucky, and had been living in the woods back behind where I currently work. I knew exactly where he was talking about because I see homeless, immigrants, and drug addicts coming in and out of those woods every day. So basically he was a homeless man who somehow got a ride out to the gorge and decided he would just live there instead. He had been living on snakes, bugs, and selling firewood for food and beer. But he said we were the first people he'd seen in a few weeks. His stories were all over the place, and I knew he was lying about a lot of what he told us. He wasn't alone even though he claimed to be. He even took us to his camp where there was tons of stuff for several guys, not just one. He said he liked camping up top where he could see everything and everyone. By now it was dark and he helped us get a fire going. I was trying to politely get him on his way back up the hill so I could have a minute to process all of this. When he left, I started whispering to my boyfriend that there was no way in hell I could sleep with that lying sketchy homeless creep right up the hill. We didn't have a gun, knife, or even a dog to protect ourselves if we needed to. I said let's quietly get our shit together and get the hell out of here. Which we did, only we left our new tarps set up, because they would make too much noise and he'd know we were leaving. As soon as I stood up with my pack, ready to get the hell out of Dodge, he yells, "How's it going?" and we proceeded to GTFO as quickly and quietly as possible. In my mind, we were either getting robbed, kidnapped, killed, or something else, because he was not alone. His stories didn't add up, and his background of where he came from made me believe he was running from something and was trying to hide by living off the grid. I called the Rangers the next morning and told them about him. Luckily, all he got from us was a set of new tarps. Weeks later, we saw on the news that multiple people had gone missing in the area and that there was a manhunt for the guy who wouldn't leave us alone. I always think about how we really dodged a bullet when I insisted that we left. We found a new camping spot the next year. I remember that summer vividly. I was about 15, and my family decided to spend a few weeks camping near the lake. It was the perfect escape from the sweltering heat of the city. We set up our campsite, complete with a cozy tent and a small bonfire pit. Days were filled with swimming, hiking, and enjoying the company of my parents and younger brother. One evening, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the tranquil waters. The crackling of the campfire filled the air, and we all huddled close, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. My little brother was captivated by the stars that dotted the night sky, and my parents laughed and reminisced about their own childhood camping trips. As the fire dwindled and everyone retreated to their tents, I lay in my sleeping bag, feeling the cool breeze against my skin. I could hear the distant hum of insects and the soft lapping of water against the shore. It was peaceful, serene, until a rustling noise interrupted the quiet. I lay still, my heart quickening as I strained my ears to listen. The rustling grew louder, closer. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that the sound was coming from just outside my tent. It was too rhythmic to be the wind, it sounded deliberate. Fear clenched my chest, and I held my breath, hoping that whatever was out there would just move along. But then, I heard it, a low, guttural growl. My pulse raced, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I knew I needed to see what was causing the noise, even though every fiber of my being was screaming for me to stay hidden. With shaky hands, I unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting eerie shadows that danced on the ground. And there, just a few feet away, I saw it. It was a large, hulking figure, partially obscured by the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes locked onto it, two glowing orbs that seemed to pierce through the night. The growl grew louder, more menacing, and the figure took a step closer. Fear paralyzed me, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. My instincts told me to stay hidden, to stay quiet, but curiosity and dread pushed me to inch the tent flap open just a bit more. That's when I saw its shape, a massive, shadowy creature with elongated limbs and sharp glistening teeth. Its eyes never left mine as it stood there, almost as if it were studying me, assessing my fear. As the seconds dragged on, I felt a sense of dread. I couldn't tear my gaze away from those eyes, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this was a predator, a force much more powerful than me. My heart pounded in my chest, drowning out the sounds of the night, as I realized that whatever this creature was, it was not something to be trifled with. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature turned and melted into the shadows, disappearing into the night. The woods fell silent. I zipped the tent shut, my mind racing with questions and possibilities. Morning came, and I emerged from my tent, shaken but determined to find some rational explanation for the night's terror. I scoured the area around the campsite, half hoping to find evidence of a prank or a wandering animal, but there was nothing, no signs that the creature had ever been there. I tried to shake off the unease, chalking it up to an overactive imagination and the dark of the night playing tricks on my mind. Reluctantly, I shared my experience with my parents over breakfast, expecting them to dismiss it as the product of my teenage imagination. My dad chuckled, attributing the sounds to a nocturnal animal, probably just a bear rummaging around the campsite. Mom nodded in agreement, mentioning that bears were known to roam these parts from time to time. As much as I wanted to accept their explanation, a gnawing feeling remained deep within me. I knew what I'd seen and heard. It was no bear. It was something bigger, something much scarier. Even now, years later, whenever I'm surrounded by the tranquility of the great outdoors, I can't help but think about that night. I've heard the usual explanations, the logical reasoning, but deep down, I'm certain that what I encountered was something different, something you hear about in urban legends. I always think about going back to that place with some friends and searching for that monster. But that's probably not a good idea, is it? I'm currently 29, I'm a woman, and this took place when I was 14. I had just started 8th grade. I grew up in southeast Texas, and as many of y'all know, fall is still very much a part of hurricane season. It was a Friday night, and it was just me and my mom at home. My dad was out of town for work. I originally had plans to spend the night at a friend's house, but there was a tropical storm coming, and my mom decided last minute that she would rather have me at home that night. I was quite annoyed. Tropical storms weren't normally taken too seriously. I honestly felt like she was overreacting. Of course, this was my mentality of, I'm 14, and therefore so grown up. My mom did feel bad, so we rented a bunch of movies, ordered a pizza, and got a bunch of ice cream for a great night in. My parents' bedroom was on the opposite end of the house from mine. Okay, this is important for later. We lived in a split-level house. The house I grew up in was built in 1950 and was a postmodern style, think Frank Lloyd Wright. The entire back part of the house was all floor-to-ceiling windows, about 8 to 9 feet tall, think of just a huge wall of glass. The whole house was an open floor plan, so the kitchen was the first defined room with walls on the first floor, and my bedroom was directly off of the kitchen, while my parents' room was at the top of the stairs. I apologize if this is difficult to visualize. This was a modern-style house, and it's difficult to describe. She had gone to bed around 10 p.m., and I went to my room to watch 2 movies that I had rented just for myself. The storm was really starting to get rough, the wind was picking up, and it was raining sideways. I was in the middle of watching The New Guy, and I still remember looking at my clock and it said 12:53 a.m. I was getting tired and could feel my eyes getting heavy. With the weather so bad, I remember thinking that maybe it wasn't so bad I had to miss the sleepover. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is a huge crash. It was one of the big windows in either the dining room or living room. Our neighborhood was in a really wooded area, and I thought that a tree or branch had fallen in the storm and had broken the window. I left my room and went out through the kitchen. Right as I was approaching the doorway from the kitchen to the dining room, I could see my mom coming down the stairs. I saw a man standing in our dining room covered in blood. Due to where he was standing, I couldn't get to my mom. He was young, early 20s, and was soaking wet and didn't have any shoes. He had literally run through our window. He was bleeding all over, had glass sticking out of him, and was standing barefoot in a bunch of broken glass. It took him a second for him to register both me and my mom, but when he did, He immediately launched into an explanation of how he was being chased by someone who wanted to kill him and we needed to call the cops. My still fairly innocent 14-year-old brain didn't doubt this at all, but my mom was eyeing him suspiciously. We moved into the kitchen and my mom grabbed her purse and held my arm to keep me close. I had grabbed a kitchen towel to try and help his bleeding. My mom pulled out her cell phone and started calling our neighborhood patrol. I noticed this, and so I quietly went and called the cops on our landline. We both finished our calls, and now we were just waiting. The guy couldn't sit still and kept getting up and looking through our kitchen windows and pacing back and forth. He didn't seem to notice that he was all cut up and bleeding everywhere. He starts muttering under his breath. What happens next happens really fast and becomes blurry a bit. But the doorbell rings. It was our neighborhood patrol that my mom had called. The doorbell sent the guy into a panic. He jumps up and suddenly grabs a hold of me. He has me in a chokehold, and my mom is now screaming to please let me go. He starts looking around all frantic and is pulling me through the dining room and living room toward our stairs. At some point, the bell rings again. My mom is following, still begging to let me go. He has me at the stairs, and my mom has the choice now to go to the front door to open it or follow him up the stairs. She runs for the door just as he pulls me up the last of the stairs. I hear our alarm start blaring. Normally we arm it at night, so you would need to type in the code before opening a door. He pulls me into my parents' room, but as soon as we get into the room, he drops me and starts to freak out. It was apparently all the lights. He starts smashing lamps trying to get all the lights off, screaming that they were burning him. There's a small garden off my parents' bedroom, and they have garden lights they turn on at night. He takes a chair and throws it at the glass door, trying to smash it so he can get to those lights. At least that's what it looks like. I had crawled to a corner to get away from him at this point. When he completely turns away from me to grab another chair, I make my run for it. I run down the stairs. The cops had made it into the house at this point and were at the bottom of the stairs with their guns drawn. One of them grabs my arm and pulls me out of the way once I reach the bottom and takes me outside to an ambulance and my mom. The adrenaline is coming down and it hits me what's happened, and I start shaking and can suddenly feel pain around my throat from where he'd been holding me in a chokehold. There's a lot of yelling and screaming from inside, and then maybe 10 minutes later, the cops come out with the guy in handcuffs. He sees me and tries to lunge at me, which was terrifying. I had a bruised windpipe, but was otherwise okay. I learned later that the guy was 20 years old and a chemistry major at one of the universities in town. Together with some friends, also chem students, they had made their own PCP. He had never tried PCP before and had a bad reaction. They had been driving to get some food when he first started acting paranoid and upset, and then at the drive-thru, insisted they let him out and took off. Thinking you're being chased is a common hallucination to have when you start having a bad trip. Light sensitivity is also a common side effect in general for being high. But he wasn't a bad kid. He'd never been in trouble before, was a good student, and pretty much the last person you'd think would do something like this. Our house was the only one on our street that wasn't completely fenced off, and that's how he was able to reach the back and those windows. When I got older, it really hit me just how easy it is to become that kid. I had friends who ended up being chemistry majors and also tried some of their own creations. Thankfully, the night didn't end up worse because it definitely could have gone in an entirely different direction. About 12 years ago, when I was 9 years old, I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go to my aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother there. We got up at 10:30 a.m., I took a shower, and then my brother took one after I was done. After that, we were both in the bathroom brushing our teeth and finishing up when we heard someone knock on our door. Since every time someone knocked at our door they turned out to be a salesman or a Jehovah's Witness, we kind of waited for them to go away. After a couple of minutes, I went to see if they were still outside through the window, and no one was there. What a relief. We continued getting ready when we saw a shadow pass by through the bathroom window, which was kind of like a small square of frosted glass. We waited and watched just in case it was a bird flying by, when suddenly a hand hit it. We got scared. We didn't know what to do. My brother had his cell phone, so we immediately called the police. While it was ringing, we heard a loud bang at the door. Someone was trying to break it down. I don't know if they were kicking or ramming it, but it was one of the most frightening things I've ever heard. My brother told me to lock the bathroom door, so I did. They took 5 bangs before the perpetrator finally bashed the door open. The police answered. I remember the exact thing my brother said. He was whispering, his voice barely audible. "Hello, there's someone in our house, and I think they're stealing. We're at 1249 Maple Street. I'm with my little brother locked in our bathroom. Please hurry." While all this was happening, I was sitting against the wall, hugging my knees. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences ever. I could hear the man going through all of our stuff, emptying drawers, going up and down the stairs, opening cabinets. He even broke a few cups and plates. Then I heard the sound my cell phone makes when it turns off, and I remembered leaving it on the kitchen table. I felt so stupid for leaving it there. Things continued for a couple of minutes when we heard him trying to open the door to the bathroom. My brother got a hold of a big metal rod we had lying around there. The man started kicking the door, shouting, "Who's there?" We said nothing. Another kick, then another. I felt I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest started to ache, I had chills, and it was really hot. I tried to remain calm, but it was just too much. After that, he stopped. We heard the door opening and then silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before going out of the bathroom. The living room was a total mess, lots of papers and books on the floor, cabinets open, cups and plates scattered on the floor. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and the closet were open, and everything inside them was all over the place. Upstairs in our room, it was the same thing. In about 5 minutes, the man had gone through everything we had and left a total mess. After that, my brother called my mom, and she ordered us to go to my aunt's house as soon as possible, so we did. When we got there, I was a little more relaxed. My aunt was waiting with us with ice cream, probably because my mom had told her everything, and she wanted to calm us down a bit. We got back home at about 5 o'clock. My mom told her boss she had a home emergency, so she left early. She tidied up the house, cleaned up, and left everything the way it was before so we could be relaxed. I really appreciate her effort and my aunt's attempt to calm us down and do everything so we didn't have to think about it. According to my mom, the police got to our house after she arrived, about 3 to 4 hours after the incident. She explained everything, but because of a lack of evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never caught, and honestly, I don't think they even tried to search for him. The next few days, my mom was home with us. Now I tell the story as a funny anecdote. Luckily, no one was hurt, and he only took useless stuff, but at the time, I was really scared. To a 9-year-old, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. I'm lucky it never came to that, and I got over it after a couple of weeks. This story happened about 2 years ago when I was 19 and my foster sister was 16. It was the summer before I was going to college, and I mostly lived with my mom and my sister except for every other weekend when I'd stay with my dad. Summers where I live can get really hot and humid, so we had a habit of walking the dogs around 7 p.m. when it would be cooler but still light outside. On this particular evening, Mom wasn't going to be home until late. She often participated in choirs, Bible studies, youth group events, and more, so it wasn't uncommon for my sister and I to be left home alone until 8 or 9 p.m. Therefore, it was up to us to walk the dogs by ourselves. Even though we lived in the countryside, we decided to drive 20 minutes to a park for a change of scenery. Let me explain the layout of the park for clarity. The park isn't very big, but it's popular because of its mile-long looping road with attractions like playgrounds, ponds, and a small country hall spaced out on the inner side. The outer side features just grass and trees with one playground at its end. It's common to pass people walking the loop at least twice if you're walking in opposite directions, but not if you're walking the same way. Any cars on this road can only drive in one direction because it's a one-way road. Everything about the walk started normally. We parked the car, leashed our dogs, and began walking the loop. Occasionally, we'd stop so I could take pictures of our dogs and my sister wrangling our larger dog, who pulls like his life depends on it and wants to smell everything. During one of these stops, a man in his 40s passed us walking in the same direction. He smiled at my sister, told us we had cute dogs, and continued walking. We thought nothing of it. After all, it's common to exchange greetings in the park. However, this man passed us again only 10 minutes later. This time directly across from where we'd first seen him. He greeted us again with a smile and a hi. This time, we both looked at each other, acknowledging the strange guy. It seemed odd that he had managed to loop back to us so quickly and that he had cut in front of us so closely, nearly touching my sister. Not even 5 minutes later, the same man passed us again, cutting even closer and greeting us once more. This was the moment I decided we needed to leave. It was abnormal to pass someone 3 times so quickly on this loop without them taking a shortcut or altering their path significantly. We hurried back to our car. As we neared it, we noticed a car creeping along behind us. We stopped to let it pass, but it also stopped. When another car approached, the first car sped away. We quickly packed the dogs into our car and drove home. Once home, we settled in for the evening. Around 9:30, while we were in the living room, we noticed the ceiling light up momentarily as if from car headlights, but we dismissed it, thinking Mom was coming home. A few minutes later, the motion sensor light on the porch turned on. Soon after, we heard the storm door open, but no one came in. Our dogs suddenly started barking aggressively, and the storm door slammed shut. My sister, brave as she is, went outside with a kitchen knife to investigate, but saw a man's outline by our old dog kennel. She quickly came back inside, and we locked the door. I called my mom, who advised us to ensure all doors were locked and the dogs were inside. When she arrived home and we explained what had happened, we called the non-emergency police number. The officers who came did not find anyone and seemed to think we were overreacting. To this day, we still believe someone with malicious intent was at our house, possibly the same man from the park. Whether or not this is true, the experience taught us to always trust our instincts. If you feel someone is paying too much attention to you, do not head straight home. Be aware of your surroundings and stay in public spaces if possible. You never know who might be watching. I'm a female, and this incident occurred in 2008 when I was 13 years old. I'm now 27. I remember it as if it were yesterday. I lived in Cincinnati at the time, and it was January. My middle school had been called off due to a snowstorm the night before, and I was home alone because my dad and stepmom had to go to work, which meant my little sister was at daycare and my older brother had a dentist appointment. My dad worked in lawn care and sometimes came home for lunch if he was in the area. So, when I was awoken by noises coming from the basement, I thought it was just him, home for lunch, going through things in the basement. I didn't think much of it. When I got out of bed, I could still hear what I thought was my dad in the basement. But as I approached the stairs, something felt extremely off. I don't know what caused me to do this, but instead of yelling, I whispered, "Dad, is that you?" He didn't respond, so I quietly went to the front door, looked out through the tiny square window, and saw two men walking up the snow-covered hill to my backyard. I later found out that there was a third man, and he was the one who broke the basement window. I quickly realized that the noises I heard were actually from the basement window, directly under my bed, being broken. I ran to my bedroom, immediately hopped into my closet, and called my mom. When she answered, and I told her what was happening, she called my brother to see if he would come home because I had a history of being scared to be home alone. Neither of them actually believed that there were people in the house. Before my brother got there, and right after I got off the phone with my mom, I called the cops. I don't think the dispatcher believed me at first because she asked me several times if I was sure there were people trying to enter my house. Meanwhile, the three men had already entered the house and were running up the stairs from the basement. After I told her that, I immediately noticed a change in her voice, and she told me to stay calm and asked me if I was in a safe place. I told her I was in my bedroom closet, except the door wouldn't close all the way because my room was only clean because I threw a lot of it in my closet, so I had to hold my closet door shut. The dispatcher told me to let her know what I could hear, if anything. I told her that I heard them talking to each other in the living room, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The next thing I knew, they were breaking down the door of my dad's bedroom, which was right next to my room. Not long after that, I saw through the crack of my closet door one of the men enter my room, and a few seconds later, he walked back out, obviously realizing it was a child's bedroom and that he wasn't going to find anything worthwhile in there. A few moments later, one of the men shouted, "He's home!" and they all started running away. A bit of backstory about the house: it was fairly old. So to open all of the windows, even the basement ones, you had to crack a lever to open or close them. Unlike the glass block windows that can't be broken or seen through. Not only that, but the front door didn't open because the house had settled too much and wouldn't unlock, so the couch was in front of it. Because the front door didn't work, we used the side door to get in and out. I'm not sure why, but the side door had to be unlocked with a key from the inside of the house to be able to leave. Everybody had a key besides my little sister. That being said, the men had to leave the way they entered, with everything they were trying to steal, which was through the basement window. After the dispatcher informed me that the police had my house surrounded and it was safe to come out, it took me quite a while to leave my closet because I didn't truly know if they were gone. When I finally got the courage to get out, I grabbed my key and darted to the side door to let the police inside. I didn't see my brother anywhere, so I didn't know if something had happened to him or if it was even him who came. Not long after I let the police inside, my brother came walking into the dining room. I jumped up so fast and gave him the biggest hug I'd ever given him. When the police asked us to tell them what happened, I heard my brother tell them that when he got to the house, he walked up to the side door as he normally would, and when he was about to unlock it, he was met by one of the men through the window. He said the man cocked his gun, put it up to the glass, and said, "Hey." After that, he said he froze up, and then when he could finally feel his legs again, he ran up the street and started knocking on doors. After about 3 houses, he knocked on the 4th, and a little girl answered. He asked her to go get her mom. He told her that there were men inside her house and his little sister was inside. She called the police, and my brother then called our grandparents to let them know that I was telling the truth. The township reached out to my dad and invited us to come to the town center about a week after the break-in. When we got there, I was surrounded by the officers who apprehended the men, and they awarded me with a certificate of bravery for staying calm and helping them catch the man, along with a little gift bag of girly items. About a month later, we had to go to the men's court date, where we met a woman and her son in the waiting area who had their house broken into a week before ours was broken into. It just so happened that they stole one of the guns she had. As it turned out, the 2 men had 3 guns, but only one of them was loaded. I was way too overwhelmed to be in the courtroom and had to see the man again, so the judge allowed us to stay in the waiting area until their hearing was over. 2 of the men ended up getting 7 years in prison, and the other got 12 years in prison because he pulled a gun on my brother. They're all out of prison now, and for a little while, I was scared that they would come back once they got out, because my dad still lives there, but nothing has happened since then. I've always heard stories about houses being broken into, but I never thought it would happen to me. I'm really glad that I was old enough to know what to do in that situation and that the man never knew I was in the house with them until they were in court, because who knows what they would have done if they knew. This just happened last night. I live alone with 2 cats, like a typical Redditor. This incident might sound mundane, but it was genuinely creepy in real life. I don't scare easily, for what it's worth. Anyway, there's a cat door on the rear slider which faces the woods behind my condo. The cats get supervised outside time, and I use a little nanny cam to check that they're checking in regularly, among other things. I can watch it from my computer or phone while doing stuff. I also occasionally get neighbors' cats who come in for a bite to eat. My male cat loves it, my female cat hates it. Anyway, this one gray cat comes around every few days, comes in, has a snack, I scoot him out, and it's no big deal. Well, he'd been coming around really late at night and pawing at the locked cat door. It scared me at first because it was a terrifying sound to hear in the middle of the night. I was able to figure this one out pretty easily just by listening. My cats would run to the rear slider, my female cat would hiss, the male would meow, and then I would hear something scamper away. I told myself it was just a neighbor cat coming for a midnight visit and probably just couldn't get in. Anyway, my nanny cam has automatic night vision which turns on when it's too dark. But I had the cats inside with me last night, so the cat door was locked shut, the patio light outside of the slider was turned off, and I was getting into bed just as I got under the covers. I heard the scratching, rattling sound at the locked cat door. I opened the app and definitely did not see a cat. It didn't help that the night vision makes everything look super creepy, but regardless, I was freaked out. There was a scraggly looking person hunched over on my patio, playing with the locked cat door. My female cat hissed, and he got up and laughed. I guess it could have been a she. I never saw a face and I only caught a few frames while my blood ran cold. It looked like they were wearing a loose t-shirt. I called the cops, and they had a cruiser nearby. He did a drive-through and walked the area out back. It was late, so I didn't give a statement or even meet with the officer, but I did see his flashlight as he walked the train line. Thankfully, that was the end of it. Although my cats refused to use their door for a few weeks afterwards, as if they could smell the strange intruder. I'm a security guard for an alarm response company. We answer alarms for businesses and private residences. 99% of the time it's a motion detector set off by a cat, or a restaurant forgot to disarm their stuff before the stock truck arrived to unload. In this case, I was called out to a house where the back door alarm was set off. Like it thought someone opened it. The owner was out of town, but she was alerted by her app and her mother met me there. We checked the door, it's locked. We figured maybe someone tried the door but it didn't budge, setting off the alarm. But there's a light on inside. The mom mentions this to her daughter on the phone. The daughter says she isn't sure if she left the light on or not. It's a good idea to make people think someone's home, but she just isn't sure. That gave me a bad tingle. The mother wanted to go inside to check. However, she didn't have a spare key. The neighbor did, but they were asleep and the mom didn't want to wake them. So, I fill out my papers and go back to my normal patrol routes. An hour later, the same home sends an alert out. I'm the only one in my city zone, so I answer it again. When I pull up, police and CSI are there already and they're talking to the mother and the now awake neighbor. They are reviewing video footage sent to them by the daughter. I look at the footage. There were 4 men that were armed wearing masks and hoodies. They came out of the bathroom a minute after the mother and I left. They proceeded to rob the place. They had broken in and locked the door behind them for appearances. They're the ones who turned on the light. The mother told me 3 guys had robbed her daughter's home a month before. Somehow, they knew when this girl would be out of town. They appeared smart, desiring a quiet robbery without conflict. But they brought guns, so they were prepared to shoot their way out of trouble if they needed to. The mother had wanted to go in. If she'd had a key or woken the neighbor for the spare, we would likely have been shot dead by these guys when we went inside. Work doesn't give me Kevlar vests or anything. If I ever get another house call and someone's in there, I am not going inside no matter what is asked of me. I count myself fortunate the way was blocked this time because I was prepared to foolishly go in and check if I could. The 1% of the calls where something is actually off, it has never been as bad as this one. This happened back in the 80s, so it was before we had cell phones. I was in high school at the time. One night after dinner, my mom suggested we take a walk around the block. My brother and dad were watching TV and opted to stay home, so it was just us girls. We lived on the fringes of the suburbs in a subdivision that was semi-rural. By that, I mean there were houses but no street lights or sidewalks. Everyone had septic tanks as there was no sewer service and that kind of thing. The houses were all set well back from the road and the lots were wooded. Anyway, we were walking around the block, which is about 1.5 miles in total, and we were almost back home. It was pitch black that night, there was no moon, and we had a flashlight to use as needed. Without it, you couldn't see much past a foot around you. We mainly used it as a signal if a car went by, but there wasn't really anyone around, so we had it switched off and were just walking and chatting. Just as we turned the corner onto our street, we suddenly heard footsteps behind us. This was a bit weird as we had just come from that way and hadn't seen or heard anyone walking on that street or coming down the driveways we passed. But we just figured it was some neighbor also out for a walk, and we hadn't noticed them in the dark. So I turned around to look and switched the flashlight on to see who it was. They immediately switched the flashlight on too, so I could only see their light and not the people holding it. They said nothing. We kept walking, but the footsteps behind us sped up. Now they sounded heavy, so we thought it was a man. We sped up. He sped up. I turned the flashlight back on, and he turned his on again in silence. We were too scared to call out, and now we were approaching our driveway. As we got there, I pushed my mom in front and told her to get up the driveway, which was steep and long. Once she had a start, I sprinted up after her. As I did, the footsteps veered away to the other side of the road and kept going. Nothing was ever said by this person, and normally people here wave and speak while walking or even driving by. When we got up to the house, my dad said it was probably just a neighbor, so my brother and I got into my car and drove down the road to see who it was. No one was there. We went all around the roads, and no one was walking on them. There wasn't time for him to leave the area either. It turns out it was a nasty neighbor getting off on scaring us and then ducking into a house. He bragged about it to some other neighbors who happened to be friends with my dad. We got revenge on him, but I can't say what we did exactly. Although it might not seem like it, this incident happened quite a while back, probably over 10 years ago. I was in my later years of high school and was home alone. My parents were at a wedding that required them to stay at a hotel, and my brother worked the night shift at that time. My family lived in a very well-known East Coast city in a blue-collar neighborhood that was starting to take a nosedive. As a teenager, I was a bit of a loner. I wasn't a nerd or anything. I was a big guy who had friends and went on dates, but I'm a natural introvert, so I cherished the rare alone time that I got. This weekend, I was looking forward to engaging in my normal empty house routine, playing PlayStation on the big screen TV, then ordering a late takeout dinner, pizza or Chinese, and pigging out while watching some Dragon Ball Z. Then, around 2 a.m., I would fall asleep on the couch with my old dog, Cecil. Cecil was a beagle who was as old as the hills and had been in our family for about 8 years. He was quiet and peaceful, spending his time begging for food and sleeping. Unlike most beagles, Cecil never howled or barked. He was more than content to rest his head on your lap and spend the night there. Anyway, back to the story. It's approximately 1 a.m. I had just finished the last slice of pizza and was dozing off on the couch when I heard a bang coming from the back alleyway. I didn't think much of it. Anyone who has lived in a city knows noises happen at all moments of the night. Cecil's head pops up off my lap, and the hair on his back stood up. He was always a bit skittish, so I calmed him down and started dozing off again. Not more than 2 minutes later, I heard another bang, and Cecil did something I'd never seen him do before. He leapt off the couch and ran like the wind towards the door leading to the basement, barking and growling like a dog twice his size. The look on his face reminded me of a German Shepherd from a K9 unit. I'd never seen him like that before, which got my adrenaline pumping. Through the dog's barking, I could now make out a persistent banging. There was a seldom-used door in the basement that led out to our back alleyway. It was old and rusted and was hard to open even with a key, and it made a lot of noise. I suddenly realized that someone was trying to break into my house through my basement door. For a quick bit of context for anyone who hasn't lived in a bad neighborhood, if someone tries to get into your house and moves on after they realize the door is locked, they want your stuff. If someone is persistently trying to get into your house despite the door being locked, well, they want you. Knowing this, I rushed upstairs to grab the heavy wooden baseball bat that I kept under my bed for situations like this, then I headed down to my basement. I probably should have run, but I was a macho teenager with a tough guy complex, and I also didn't have anywhere to go. While I was heading down the stairs to my basement, Cecil blew past me with the speed and aggression of a dog half his age. Suddenly, I heard a man's voice saying, "Oh," and the banging stopped. I didn't call the cops or anyone else, which was probably the dumbest thing I've ever done. I just sat up for the rest of the night with a bat in hand. My brother came home that morning, and I told him what had happened. We went to the basement door to take a look, and when we gave it a tug to open it, the whole door fell off. This psycho was one good shove away from getting into my house, but old Cecil scared him off. I'm pretty sure that fat, lazy old dog saved my life. When I tell people this story, they dismiss his actions as a dog doing what a dog does. But when I tell you that Cecil never barked or moved that fast in his life, you can take that to the bank. It was almost like he knew the urgency, like he knew that door was going to give. A few years back, we had to have him put down because he got too old and was in a lot of pain. Before the injection, I got a moment alone with him. I thanked him one last time for his friendship and for what he did that night. At this point, I was a grown man with a wife and kids. I'm convinced that none of that would have happened without old Cecil. Thanks, pal. I miss you. This encounter happened when I was about 10 years old. My sister and I were home alone since it was during the summer, but our mom and grandmother were busy so they couldn't stay home with us. We were used to being home alone during the summer, so it wasn't a big deal. The only thing we could not do was go outside or open the door if someone knocked. During this day, I had gotten up and started to play The Sims 2 in our kitchen. My sister was watching TV. A few hours into gaming, I thought I heard the doorbell ring. At first, I thought it was my game, but I had turned off the sound. So, I asked my sister if she heard the doorbell. She replied that she hadn't. She said it was probably just the show she was watching. I brushed it off and went back to playing my game. About 10 minutes later, I saw a reflection on my computer of a man in a suit, his hands cupped around his eyes, looking through the glass doors behind me. I turned around to be face to face with this strange man I'd never seen before. I had no idea how long he had been watching me. He waved at me like he knew me from somewhere. I called my sister's name, who had not noticed the man yet. She quickly grabbed the house phone, calling our grandmother. We had seen salespeople before, but none of them looked like this guy. He was wearing a full-on black suit that did not fit him. If not strange enough that this guy was wearing a suit in 99 degrees, he was also carrying a briefcase. All the salespeople I'd seen only ever had a clipboard or maybe a couple of flyers, but this man had a briefcase. The next flag came when this guy walked around our house to come to the back door, which during his little trip he would have seen there wasn't a car in the driveway, indicating no one was home. As I was getting up to hide, the man reached down and grabbed the doorknob, starting to jiggle it forcefully. Thankfully, the door was locked. He looks at me, smiling, and gestured at me to come and unlock the door for him. All the noise he'd been making had now set off our 75-pound lab mix, making her go berserk. No way she was going to let this guy get to us if he did get in. My sister tells me our grandmother is on the way, and she wanted us to hide in the back of the house in her room until she could get home. My sister hands me the phone, then runs into the kitchen to grab the biggest knife we have. I can hear her yelling at the guy that we called the cops. She comes back into the room with me, and we shut the door. She tells me after she lied to the guy about calling the cops, she said that he started laughing like she just told the funniest joke he ever heard. A little while later, we heard the door open and my grandmother calling us. We come out to meet her. She tells us she did not see a man anywhere in sight. She'd walked around the whole house before unlocking the door. She also thought it was weird if he was a salesperson, he would have left a note saying, "Sorry, we missed you." She ended up taking the rest of the day off to stay with us, also so she could watch to see if the man would come back around. It's been 11 years since this encounter, and I still don't want to know what was in his briefcase. This incident occurred almost 5 years ago, shortly after I moved into my current home with my husband. It was our first week at the new house. I had just graduated from grad school and was in the process of job hunting. Our house is modest but had 2 stories, with both bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. It's a back house facing an alley, and our landlord and his wife live in the front house. One morning, as my husband was leaving for work, he abruptly came back inside. "Did you try to remove a screen from a window downstairs?" he asked. I was puzzled and told him I hadn't. He urged me to come outside, so I quickly got dressed and followed him. To our alarm, the screen covering a large window downstairs was bent at a sharp angle, as if someone had attempted to push it up from the bottom. The most unsettling part was the clear prominent handprint on the glass, suggesting that the would-be intruder had tried to push up and open the window. Fortunately, all our downstairs windows are secured with wooden rods wedged in the top half, effectively preventing them from being opened too much. Our analog security measures had unexpectedly saved us. Additionally, we noticed another window screen slightly cut open at the corner. We immediately called the police, who came and dusted for fingerprints on the handprint, but unfortunately, it didn't lead to any developments. At the time, break-ins during the middle of the workday were not uncommon in our neighborhood, as most people would be away from their homes. However, what truly unnerved me was the realization that our would-be intruder had chosen to attempt a break-in in the middle of the night, while we were both home and asleep. My car was parked right by the tampered window, clearly indicating that someone was home. It was a bold and foolish move on the intruder's part, especially since they left behind an almost perfect handprint on the window. This happened last year when I was 17, and it's something I will never forget. I was home alone one weekend while my parents were at a work convention out of state. I was upstairs in my room playing Rocket League with two of my friends, talking to them on my headset when I heard a thump from downstairs. This wasn't unusual because I have two cats who often make a lot of noise while wrestling with each other. So, I resumed my game while turning down the TV slightly to check if the noise persisted. About 2 minutes later, I heard another thump, followed by what sounded like a grunt. I told my friends about the thumps, and they urged me to check it out, so I did. I began my walk downstairs, thinking my cats were wrestling rougher than usual. But as I got halfway down the stairs, I froze. I could hear what sounded like men whispering to each other coming from the living room. Crouching down to get a small peek into the living room, I saw 3 large men covered in all black, walking around. I can't describe the feeling in my chest when I saw this. Slowly crawling up the stairs from my crouched position, in typical horror movie fashion, the very last step made a very loud creak. The entire house was silent now, and I knew they heard it. Thinking on my feet, I ran quietly to my room, threw on my headset, and told my friends to call the cops and send them to my house. They sounded confused and asked what was going on, but I just urged them to hurry and threw my headset on my bed. As I got to my door to close it, I heard 2 sets of footsteps coming up the stairs. I knew if I locked myself in my room, they would know where I was. So I closed my door and snuck over to my parents' room, purposely leaving the door open so they wouldn't think to check it. About 5 seconds later, I heard a pair of heavy boots hit the wooden upstairs floor, accompanied by another set of footsteps. They got louder as they came down the hall and stopped by my door. I heard pounding on my bedroom door, followed by a deep voice saying, "Open up," before I ran this door down. I got chills hearing this. I made a break for my parents' bedroom window and slid it open quietly, but I must not have been quiet enough because I heard heavy boots go further down the hallway. As I was halfway through the window, a man came into view from the doorway and yelled as he ran towards me. At this point, I jumped out the window, and the man grabbed my ankles, trying to lift me back up. Luckily, I wiggled my feet enough to slip out of my shoes and onto the small roof above my back door. The man followed me out the window as the other man came to the window. I panicked and jumped off the roof, landing awkwardly on my left ankle. The commotion upstairs caused the third man, still downstairs, to spot me through the porch window and run outside to chase me down. I made it to the backyard gate, limping on one foot, before the man grabbed me and pulled me back into the yard. I tried to yell, but the man covered my mouth as the other 2 men climbed down from the window. All 3 of the men grabbed me and tried pulling me back into the house. As they got me in the house, I heard the relieving sound of police sirens pulling up. The men looked at each other and said, "Shit," before pushing me to the ground and fleeing out the back door. Limping on my one leg to the front door, I yanked it open and yelled that the men were in the backyard. 3 officers ran into the backyard while 1 officer helped me over to one of the police cars. They only caught 1 of the men, while the other 2 escaped over the fence. They threw the man into the other car as the officers came to question me. Shortly after, my 2 friends, whom I was playing with, pulled into the driveway on their bikes and rushed over to me to see if I was all right. I told them I was okay and thanked them for calling the police, potentially saving my life. The man that was caught was charged with burglary and attempted kidnapping. It turns out the men broke in through the basement window. I was thankful to escape with my life and only a sprained ankle that night. My lesson to all is to always follow your gut and never ignore any sound you hear while home alone. My roommate was out of the house for the week, so I had the place to myself. It was spring break, so my college classes were out. I had no plans and really nothing I needed to do. On Monday, I was basically trapped inside due to a huge storm blowing through our city. This was common around this time of year, but it still always seemed worse every time. The trees looked like they were going to blow away, and the house would shake and creak non-stop. Knowing I wouldn't be able to sleep, I decided to just stay up. I turned on the Xbox and started up one of my video games and played for well over an hour, probably until 11 o'clock when the doorbell rang. I paused the game and got up, but then I remembered the fact there was a storm happening. Who would be outside right now? I went over to the front door and looked through the peephole, but nothing. I opened the door. The wind and rain hit me right away, but when I looked around, I didn't see anyone. I closed the door and thought maybe the wind had somehow rung the doorbell. I don't know, it sounds dumb now, but what was I supposed to think? I went back to my game, but only a couple minutes later, I heard a huge crash in the backyard. It sounded like stuff tumbling over and breaking. I immediately knew it was our patio furniture and ran over to the back door. Everything was scattered around the yard, blowing around in the wind. I quickly put on my shoes and went outside, pushing each piece of furniture up against the back of the house. The wind was so heavy it would even hurt sometimes when the water would hit my face. I was rushing, going as fast as I could until I saw someone. They were standing at the edge of the backyard, watching me. I looked back at them for a moment, but then grabbed the last piece of furniture and ran inside to escape the rain. I looked at the back door as I tried off, but the person was gone. Between that and the doorbell ringing, I was a little bit nervous. I sat in the living room this time, just scrolling on my phone because I was tired of being interrupted. After a while, I struggled to keep my eyes open. I got a blanket and laid down on the couch. I didn't feel like going upstairs, and the storm was much louder up there. It took a while, but eventually, I drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, still well into the night, I woke up from a sudden burst of heavy wind outside shaking the house. I pulled the blanket to the side and sat up, moving my feet to the floor as I prepared to go check if the furniture outside was still there. But just when my feet touched the floor, they were soaked. It woke me up immediately. I looked down and saw a puddle on the ground right next to the couch. Then I saw another and another, leading in a line across the floor. Inside the puddles were faint muddy shoe prints. I stood up and ran to the corner of the room, heart beating rapidly in my chest. After a minute of hearing nothing but the wind outside, I slowly followed the shoe prints. They led all throughout the house, upstairs and downstairs, but I could clearly tell that they entered through the back door, which I had stupidly forgotten to lock in the rush of getting out of the rain. I locked it and pulled my phone out to call 911, but then the thought crept into my mind, what if they're still inside? I stayed quiet and moved into the corner of the house where I felt the most hidden and called. I waited in silence for them to arrive. When they did, they took a look around, seeing everything I saw, but nothing more. They told me it seems like a personal attack because nothing was missing, and they were clearly focused on my house in particular. However, they walked right up to me while I was sleeping and seemingly did nothing but watch me, which is super creepy but doesn't make much sense. If they wanted to do something to me, they would have at that moment. After some thought, this had led me to believe that whoever it was had actually come from my roommates. They saw me, then looked around the whole house, and then left, doing absolutely nothing. So if this was a personal attack and my roommate was there, I think things may have gone a lot worse than they had. I want to share a story about the time my family's house got broken into. It was a really creepy experience. It happened one dark October evening while I was in high school. Back then, whenever I got home from school, I would go up to my room and lie on my bed and read some comics. On the day of the break-in, it was just me in the house. My family had gone shopping, so I shut myself in my room and lost myself in my books. It was great. I needed the toilet though, so I left my room, and that's when I noticed something strange. The smell of tobacco smoke. This was really weird since I don't smoke, and no one in my family does either. I'd never smelled this smell before in my house, so I went in search of the source of the smell. I began my search in my little sister's room as I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I pushed the door open and switched on the light, and in my little sister's room was a full-grown man. There was a stranger in our house. He was holding his shoes in one hand, and he was rummaging through my sister's drawers with his other hand. I guessed that he had taken off his shoes so that he could move around more quietly. My heart stopped, and my skin went as cold as ice. Somehow I managed to ask, "What are you doing in here?" Despite my fear, he started babbling, creating random excuses, none of which were plausible. It was really crazy. My heart was racing now, and I didn't know what to do, so I just grabbed him by the arm. I didn't want him to escape, and he didn't resist or complain. He kept silent. Luckily, my grandfather lived close by, so I led the intruder with me to his house. When we got there, my grandfather called the police. After some time, the police arrived, and they filled us in on the details. After they interviewed him, it turns out that the man lived in one of the apartments across the street that looked directly into our house. Things got really creepy when he told the police that he'd been in our home several times. He said he liked to break in even when there were people in the house. Despite the police interview, the man broke down and confessed. He said the main purpose of his repeated trespassing was the fact that he was drawn to my sister. He had some sort of obsession with her. He told the police that the day I apprehended him, he was looking for some of her underwear to take back to his apartment. He said that the only reason he'd pick my sister was due to the simple fact that she was his type. He confessed to entering other people's homes too, anyone who was his type. He said that the only reason he went unnoticed by the occupants was that he was very careful not to disturb anything or steal a thing. No one knew he was coming or going. It seemed that this guy had an understanding of our family's movements, our schedules, that kind of thing. It was clear that he'd been watching our house and our family for a long time. He knew how to get in easily, must have searched for a weak point of entry. He had done this many times without being caught, and my guess was that he began to get careless, which was how I was able to catch him. I only caught him due to the cigarette smell. I can't tell you how horrifying it is to find someone standing in a dark room in your house when you're at that age. I literally have no words for how frightened I was. Of course, we threw away all of my sister's underwear. We decided to get her new clothes. I mean, how could she feel comfortable wearing anything that man had touched? I think my sister has suffered mentally with this, and it's a thing I don't speak to her about. I'm just glad I caught him. Who knows what else he might have tried doing. Maybe stealing the clothes was just the beginning. I don't want to think about it. This happened yesterday while both of my parents were at work. For context, my dad's a mailman and my mom is an RV saleswoman. They're always on their feet, so neither can pick up their phone very quickly. I do have an older brother, but he's at college 2 hours away, so he doesn't matter in this story. I was sitting in the living room with my dog when I heard people talking in the hallway. This isn't unusual because I live in a third-floor apartment and there's a noisy family next door that brings over friends a lot. This was also a Saturday, so I wasn't expecting complete silence. I obviously just ignored the talking since it's not that loud, and I had headphones on. But my dog perked up and walked towards the door with an alert posture. The hair on his back was sticking up, which he never usually does. So I got concerned and took my headphones out. This is when I heard the voices from before, which were 2 adult men yelling very loudly in the apartment hallway. I got a bit freaked out, so I pushed my dog away from the door, made sure it was locked, and crept towards it to make sure they weren't near my place. When I looked out, I couldn't see either of them, and because the only blind spot in my peephole is directly to the right, I knew they were at my neighbor's. As I'm leaning against it, my whole front door starts shaking because the men are banging on the neighbor's door and still yelling things like, "We can hear you," and "Come out." But I didn't want to show that I was home. At this point, I grabbed my dog and pulled him into my room while I tried to call my dad, who luckily picked up after a few rings. He told me that I should just stay in my room and stay quiet, and that they would go away. I did stay in my room for the most part, but I called my best friend just to have someone on the phone because my dad couldn't stay talking to me. My room is the furthest from the door, so they definitely wouldn't have heard me whispering to my friend about the situation. After about 5 minutes, I stopped hearing the banging. I told my friend I was going to check if I could hear anything. When I got out there, I didn't hear the banging anymore, so I moved closer to listen. I looked out of the peephole and I could see one of them pacing. I freaked out again and started creeping back to my room. That's when I heard one of them say, "Maybe we got the wrong house." This threw me into a full-blown panic attack. Since my identical apartment door is 5 feet away from my neighbor's and all the others are down a hallway, if they didn't even know the exact number and they obviously weren't scared to bang on an apartment door so aggressively, they would probably come to my door. So, again, I pulled my dog into my brother's room since it had a lock, and I camped in there. I waited for about 10 minutes before I heard the banging calm down again. I couldn't hear any talking from my position. I was texting my friend, who also lived in the complex, about what was happening. That's when the banging started again, but this time they moved to my door. They went through the same routine, but they were much more aggressive. I could hear them slamming, kicking, and hitting my door, all while yelling for some guy to come out. I called my brother later, and he told me there's no way he could have been involved in this, especially because he's 19, and those men had to have been at least 25. I called my dad again, and in his panic, he told me to go out of the room and tell them there's no guys in the apartment, that I'm just a girl. But I just told them I'm gonna call the cops. I know they weren't just looking to break down a door, and that they were targeting this guy who did them dirty. But I still didn't want to go out there because one, even if they're looking for someone else, I don't know if they have weapons, and in their enraged state, they might just cause harm. But they still have the info on me, which leads me to number 2. I'm a high school freshman girl, 5'4", and less than 100 pounds. Quite frankly, I have no fight in me. For example, I'm terrified of knives, so I brought a bowling pin from my room for protection instead. Plus, I was in the middle of a panic attack. I stood no chance against 2 adult men at my door, so letting them know I'm a teen girl home alone isn't the best idea. I sat next to my locked bedroom door with my dog as I called the cops. I tried to keep him quiet this whole time, but I didn't want to be suspicious during this situation. I made sure not to talk to my friend while I was out of the room to keep quiet and tiptoe everywhere so they didn't know anyone was home besides the dog. I'm pretty sure they didn't know anyone was home, even though they said, "We know you're in there," during their yells. Because earlier, they were unsure if they even had the right place. I was on the phone with the cops for a few minutes before I heard light knocking at my door, making me realize I wasn't so much in shock that I didn't even know the banging had stopped. The operator said it was the cops, so I ended the call and answered the door. The officers told me the guys took off just before they got there, and they asked me a few questions about male family members and if they could have any correlation with this. When I was 19, I was a Marine and had stupidly used my military perks to get a home loan and bought my first house. I moved a barracks room worth of stuff into this place that seemed to me like a palace. Of course, I went out and bought some bar stools, a futon to sleep on until I got a bed, and some used coffee tables for my TV. I also had my dog with me. As I unpacked my meager belongings in the living room, I noticed a car had pulled into my drive and blocked me in. I walked out, and there stood a man offering to sell me a home security system. The man was dressed in khakis and a polo with a name tag that I can't recall, and the car didn't have a logo on it. It should have been a red flag for me, but I figured that some people on the job didn't drive company vehicles. He gave me his card, but I don't even remember the name of the company he told me he was representing. Cue the friendly salesman, giving me his pitch about needing a system and all the perks that would come with being able to watch the exterior of my house at any time. As a low-ranking military member, I knew I couldn't afford yet another thing, so my mind was working to try to get this man to go away. I even considered ninja chopping him or whatever it is that we Marines do in hand-to-hand just to get him to leave. But I'm a sort of passive person. I'm too nice. Nah, let's call it polite. I won't be rude to someone doing their job. I've been in customer service. I can relate. I tried politely declining his offer after he had tried to show me some stuff on his iPad, but you know how persistent these types are. I'll admit to my own stupidity when answering his questions, like giving out too much information. Do you live alone? No, I live here with my wife and our 3 large dogs. At least I had it in the large part. Her and her dogs hadn't actually moved in yet, and hers were just fat, though they were more vicious than my own good boy. But 2 women living together probably seemed like easier targets. I also mentioned being a Marine when he asked. He seemed a bit shocked, but wouldn't be deterred. What kind of security system do you have? My dogs and me. Not the best answer I could have given. I wasn't exactly intimidating. I mean, I would be terrifying if I had a gun or something. I've been using them all my life, and I've never missed a target, alive or inanimate. If you would invite me in, I can show you the best places to set up cameras, he mentioned more than a few times. Each time made me more and more creeped out, thinking that he was wanting to potentially rob me, not that there was much to take. Despite being a victim of assault in the past, all I could consider was a possible burglary and made sure we stayed away from my house while we talked. We were outside for about 15 minutes total, me spending most of that time trying to politely get away from him and retreat inside. I was losing my mind with the social niceties and just walked away, leaving him standing alone in my front yard. I walked into my house and locked the door. He got into his car and left. I thought nothing more of it. After some unpacking, I couldn't do much. I had nowhere to put most of it. I ate some junk food and put together the futon. I got it all decked out with my fluffiest blankets, made sure the doors and windows were locked, and went to lay down in the living room. Looking back, I'm not sure why I didn't put it in a bedroom. They all have blinds, and the rooms take a bit of getting to. Perhaps I wanted to be near an exit. For some context, my back door is a double glass pane door. At the time, I didn't have curtains on it, but I did have blinds on the kitchen window. My kitchen, living room, and dining room are all connected, but there's a wall in the living room that I strategically situated my futon against so it couldn't be seen by the back doors or the front door window. Call me paranoid. I had been laying down for a few hours, and at about 11, my dog got off the futon and went to the back doors. My dog is large and looks like a Rottweiler, but he's never hurt anything in his life. He'll greet strangers at the door with a tail wag and hardly barks. He stood back there for a bit and whined a few times. I ignored him, it was probably a squirrel. But then he started growling, a sound that I'll never forget. It sent terror straight through me as I sat alone in the dark. I had only ever felt that fear once, when a mountain lion screamed, and I realized I was powerless against nature. The point is, these sounds are designed to scare you. And it petrified me. I was frozen and wanted to whip out, to hide, to call the cops, but I realized if someone was out there, they'd for sure see my phone light and know where I was. So while my dog stayed stationed at the back door, I talked myself up just enough to move off the couch and investigate, still scared out of my mind. I slunk to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife, one of the only utensils I had, and crept to the kitchen window. I was squatting amongst the cabinets so that I couldn't be seen from any windows, trying to gear up to peel back the blinds. My brain was telling me irrational things, horror stories that I had read come to life. To be real, I was ready to punk out. I'm not a brave person. I was in communications for God's sake. pretty far from any life-threatening situation, while not one that involves people at my house. In the one space that I should consider safe. My hideout, my protection from anything outside wanting in. I've always been afraid of home invasion. It stems from an incident when I was younger that isn't really worth mentioning further. Point is, if someone dares enter my safe place, it's not safe anymore. I thought I couldn't get more scared in that moment, but then I saw a male figure in my backyard, and my heart jumped out of my chest. He wasn't very far from the window I was looking out of. He was bold enough to not wear anything over his head, and I saw the blonde hair in the moonlight. It only took me a few seconds to recognize the security salesman in the dark. He was on the edge of my porch, watching my back door, watching my dog. I jumped up quickly, climbed over the bar counter, and turned on the lights as I went towards the back door to let my still growling dog out in hopes that he'd at least get rid of the man, if not injure him. No dice. As soon as the lights came on, he had just enough time to go jump the low part of the fence to safety before my dog even got off the porch. I didn't sleep that night. My dog sat on the futon with me, calm as could be, having done his job. The next morning, I filed a police report, but I couldn't tell them his name or what company he was with, having lost the car he gave me. They sent some patrols through the area, and I found out that all legit salesmen should have an ID upon request. That night, I had 2 friends stay with me, ready for him to come back. We thought he might have set the whole thing up to scare me into buying home security. He didn't come back, and I haven't seen him since. This all went down in the summer of my 8th grade year. I was on my way to finally becoming a high schooler, and it was legitimately one of the best summers of my life. I had 3 weeks of no school until I was officially in high school. I spent my time mostly playing video games, sleeping, or playing basketball with my friends. I was actually home alone for an entire week, and my parents thought I could hold down the fort. I was a relatively good kid, and they trusted me. So it wasn't really that big of a deal. Besides, I had a cell phone, so if anything were to go wrong, I would have a way of calling someone for help. My dad also gave me access to one of his credit cards for when I got hungry and didn't want to eat what we had at the house. I was really stoked about having the house to myself. I've had people tell me that it was pretty messed up for my family to leave me alone for that amount of time, especially considering I was only 14. They didn't expect anything bad to happen, and neither did I. It was a rare occasion that they were gone for so long. This wasn't something they did often. As a matter of fact, I still live with my parents now, and I've just turned 19. Ever since that day when everything went down, I haven't been home on my own for more than 24 hours at a time. It was a Friday night around 11 p.m. when I heard my phone go off. I received a text message from an unknown number, and all it said was, "Hey." I messaged them back and asked who they were, and they immediately became passive-aggressive, upset with me for not knowing who it was. I apologized to them, thinking it was someone I was close with. I had just gotten a new phone a few months prior and lost all my contacts, so I explained that to them, and they still seemed pretty upset. They started harassing me, and I ended up thinking they were just pranking me, so I turned my phone on silent and continued playing my PlayStation. I'm not sure how long later, probably around 10 minutes or so, I heard a knock on my bedroom window. I thought I was just hearing things at first, but I still decided to check and see who was out there just in case. I moved my blinds to the side and looked out the window, but I didn't see anyone. I wasn't convinced. I knew I heard a knock and was starting to become very paranoid. I looked through some of the windows throughout my house to see if I could spot anyone, but again, there was nobody. I can't deny the eeriness I felt. It was like something was about to happen, something really, really bad. I took my phone out to call my mom, and I had a bunch of notifications from that person who had texted me earlier. The most recent message said, "I'm outside." I couldn't believe what I was reading, and it made my nightmares and everything I was feeling come to life. I went to call my mom, and very quickly, I realized my phone wasn't picking up any service, which was extremely unusual. We have really good cell phone reception, especially at home. Like, we never run into issues with that. At this point, I was literally terrified and had no clue what was happening. I had no way of contacting anyone, and I knew I was absolutely screwed. I wanted to message that person back and tell them to leave me alone, but obviously I couldn't because I had no service. If you're wondering why I didn't use my Wi-Fi to send an iMessage, it's because the person texted me wasn't on an iOS device. I was pacing around my living room when all of a sudden, I heard some noises coming from outside. I went in the direction of the noise, which was toward the back patio, and I listened. Someone was screaming for help at the top of their lungs. My heart began thumping out of my chest, and my initial reaction was that it was a setup. However, being brave in the moment and considering I took boxing classes for years and knew how to fight, I wanted to stick up for myself and whoever was potentially being hurt. I'm not going to lie, I was really wanting to beat the crap out of whoever was harassing me. Plus, I knew if I didn't do something now, something bad was likely to happen anyway. So I did the unthinkable. I walked outside to my back patio, and it was silent. The only thing I could hear was the crickets chirping. I waited for a second until I yelled out to whoever was there. I told them I was going to mess them up and acted a lot tougher than I felt. Almost right after that, there was an extremely bright light flashing at me from afar. Our house sits on quite a bit of land, and we have a huge backyard with tons of trees. Whoever it was pointed the light at me, clearly trying to piss me off. The light then began moving all around toward the house for a minute, then it turned off. Within an instant, the screaming picked back up again. It was the same voice pleading for help. I knew it was now or never. I ran back inside, into the garage, grabbed my old baseball bat as a weapon, and made my way back outside toward the woods, heading directly where I first saw the flashlight. My heart was fluttering at this point as I wasn't sure what to expect. As I got closer and closer, my anxiety about doubled. I couldn't believe that I was in this situation, and I had a sudden realization that what I was doing was pretty stupid. Right while I was about to turn around to go back inside, somebody from the woods that I couldn't see said something to me. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. All I could see were the dark silhouettes of all the trees around me. I shouted loudly into the darkness, asking who was there. That was when the voice ahead of me whispered and told me to quiet down. He asked me to help him and said he was tied up to a tree and that someone had kidnapped him. Obviously, this alarmed me to the extreme. Despite me thinking it was possibly a setup, I went with my instincts and wanted to help him. It's going to be okay. Just calm down. I'm going to call the police for you. Just hang tight. That's when he started yelling at me. No, help me now. You don't understand. He's going to come back in a few minutes and kill me, he said. I was in a really bad situation as I just wanted to do the right thing. Okay, I'm coming. I'm right ahead. Just keep walking straight. I can already see you. My heart was beating at an incomprehensible rate now, so much so that I'm surprised I didn't pass out. All the thoughts crossing my mind set me into a panic, and I was fully into the woods at this point. I looked ahead after walking for maybe 20 or 30 seconds and saw a dark shadow that looked like a person about 30 feet away. Hey man, is that you? I asked, but he didn't reply. I sat in silence for a moment while I tried to piece together what the hell was happening. If that was him, or even if it wasn't, I was in some deep trouble because the man I was looking at definitely wasn't tied up to a tree. He was standing up straight and very much alive. In only a moment's time, the person started running at me. It was at that exact moment I started backing up. Slowly, I eventually snapped out of it and booked it all the way to my house. Somehow, I made it inside before he caught up to me. I shut and locked the sliding glass door behind me, and he was standing right there, pulling on the door, trying to get it open. He was a very tall but slender-looking man with a wolf mask and a big-ass hammer. I barely hesitated and ran to my room. I know what you're thinking right now too. Why didn't I just defend myself with the bat? Well, originally, that was my plan, but things happen. I don't know. I was absolutely terrified, and you would be too if you were in that same situation. I was pacing back and forth in my living room, trying my luck with my phone again, but still, I had no service. I started having some sort of manic episode and began screaming and punching my couch. I was extremely angry and sick of being the victim. I almost ran out there and beat him myself, but I chose a different approach. I waited patiently, and sure enough, after only a minute, he was knocking on my front door. I ran over to the door and told him to see what happens if he stepped even a single foot in my house. He wouldn't be walking out if he did, that's for sure. He then started laughing. I just kept quiet and went back to my room. The knocking grew louder and louder, and eventually, he started screaming. I had no idea what he was saying, but I think he was mocking me. A few minutes went by of this, and that's when I heard my living room window shatter. I got myself ready and hid behind my open bedroom door, just waiting for him to walk in. The footsteps got closer and closer as he walked into a few different rooms. Now he was heading to mine. I gripped the bat tighter and said a little prayer. He walked in, and I was able to hit him in the head with the bat. He fell straight to the ground. I hit him a few times while he was down as well, to make sure he wasn't getting back up anytime soon, and I ran. I ran down the road about 5 or 6 miles to my friend's house, and when I finally got them to answer the door, I briefly explained what happened, and they let me use their phone to call the police. A few police officers were sent to my house, and a few officers to my friend's house as well. I then called my parents, and they rushed home. They were over 2 hours away, so it was going to be a while before they made it back. I told the police exactly what happened, and it turned out I had killed the intruder. I didn't know if he was dead until the police officer told me. I was worried I was going to be in trouble, even though I didn't do anything illegal. It was self-defense. The police took me in for questioning, and since I was a minor at the time, they had to bring my parents in as well. Yes, I killed a man as a teenager, and everything about it has completely changed my life. I've been numb, I've been scared, and I've been anxious. I can't tell you how many nightmares I've had about this whole thing. It's all over, and this was years ago. Sometimes it feels like it only happened yesterday, and I relive the whole thing, the blood, the screaming, and more importantly, my lost innocence. Back in 2012, I sat down with my girlfriend, and after 18 months of dating, I told her my family's deepest, darkest secret. 3 weeks later, I came home from work to find all of her stuff gone and a breakup letter sitting on the kitchen table. I learned not to talk to anyone but my sister about it, but I also feel like if I don't get this stuff off my chest from time to time, it'll just eat me alive from the inside out. I've survived this long by talking to therapists, but at this point, I view therapy like atheists view confessional booths, a nice novelty but inconsequential. The internet, on the other hand, is an altogether different beast. I can remain anonymous, and strangers online can give their opinions. And just like it allows me to say things I'd never tell a person face to face, it allows you to give me your full and unfettered opinions, as brutal as they may be. But I'm okay with that, and that's why I'm writing this. Because I don't want absolution, I want judgment. I was 12 years old at the time of my discovery, and all summer I had this one all-consuming obsession, Pokemon Red. I put hours into catching and training all the original 150 Pokemon. Then, when I beat the Elite Four and completed my Pokédex, I just deleted my save and started all over again. By showing that I loved playing Pokemon so much, I gave my parents a way of punishing me whenever I misbehaved. They were great parents to me for the most part, and my frequent misdeeds were mostly harmless. But whenever I failed to do my chores or was rude to my sister, their go-to confiscation item was my Game Boy. It'd go like this. They'd hide my Game Boy somewhere, but I'd always find it, then get caught playing it and have it taken away again. This meant that I spent a lot of time snooping around their bedroom and my dad's office. Since it was still summer vacation, I had plenty of time to do it. It was during one of my little searching sessions that I discovered my dad had a secret space hidden away in his office. He normally kept it locked, but during one afternoon snooping, I found the key in his office. My dad had this big old antique cabinet that he kept all kinds of junk in, and I knew he sometimes hid my Game Boy in it. So after having no luck elsewhere, I began to search it. I remember sticking my hand into one of the bottom cabinets, leaning in just a little too hard, and then I heard a dull crunch of wood as the rear wall of the cabinet suddenly gave way. When I looked, hoping I hadn't broken it, I saw that there was a small hidden compartment. Due to the dim light, the only thing I recognized at first was the gun. But there was also something that looked like a letter and, more importantly, something shaped like my Game Boy. I reached out to grab it, but as soon as I touched it, I realized it wasn't what I was looking for. It felt leathery, not the plastic I was used to, and as curiosity got the better of me, I pulled it out of the hidey hole to see what it was. It was a journal, this old-looking leather-bound journal. When I opened it up, I recognized my dad's handwriting. I might have recognized his handwriting, but I definitely didn't understand most of what was written. The entries were clearly dated, but what followed was an unintelligible mess of abbreviations, words, and phrases. There were also these little hand-drawn diagrams of what looked like beds along with stick men that had their limbs contorted into unnatural positions. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but I just knew from the fact that it was hidden that it was some secret side of Dad that he didn't show us. I was so filled with grim curiosity that I felt compelled to check out the other stuff. First came the gun. It was much heavier than they looked in the movies, and it was much scarier. I held it like it was made of glass, not even daring to touch the trigger. I then put it back as slowly and carefully as I could. I saved the thing that looked like an envelope until last. I figured that it'd be sealed, but after retrieving it, I saw that it wasn't an envelope at all. It was one of those plastic wallets that 1-hour photograph developers give you, the kind that house all your photos and negatives tucked inside. I figured that it might be pictures of my family since those are the only kind I've ever seen come out of a wallet like that. But the only member of my family present in the pictures was my dad, and this version of him was unlike any I'd ever known. The first few pictures were of a bed, somewhere I didn't recognize. It didn't look all that remarkable at first, but then I noticed the rope tied around the bedposts, and that bad feeling I had started to intensify. The next few pictures were of a bunch of tools all laid out on a wooden table, but I noticed a few other things mixed in with them. There was a hammer, a hand drill, a pair of metal pliers, all home improvement stuff, but there was also a scalpel and other surgical-looking tools that looked so sharp they made me wince. The next photographs I saw were of my dad, but like I said earlier, there was something really off about him. He'd taken some pictures of himself, but he seemed to be particularly interested in the way his eyes looked, as some were close-up shots of them. I don't know why he didn't just take a look at them in the mirror, but then again, I had no idea why Dad was doing any of this stuff, let alone why he wanted to hide it from us. When I saw the next picture, I got this intense feeling of dread and knew that I was looking at something he'd never want his family to see. I figured the first person in the selfie was my dad, but the face was covered by a kind of cloth sack made of black wire mesh, so I couldn't be 100% sure. Assuming that he could see out of it, there was no good reason why my dad would want to cover his face up like that. There was also no good reason why he'd want to use it as a blindfold, and the thought of him doing something like that filled me with dread. But then, when it came to the next few pictures, that feeling was replaced by one of confusion. The picture showed a young Asian man smiling as he posed next to an art installation somewhere downtown. The next picture was of my dad smiling next to the same art piece. I didn't recognize the guy, but I did think it was odd that he looked way younger than my dad. The happy vibe continued for a few other photos. There were pictures of them drinking together at a bar. Pictures of the Asian guy looking like he was dancing. It was all smiles in all the pictures. Suddenly, the vibe of the photos changed dramatically. In the next picture, he was standing awkwardly with his arms by his sides, with a look of slight fear on his face. The next view showed him tied to the bed. He was looking up at the camera, and the terror on his face was even more pronounced. The final picture showed a man in that cloth mask leaning over the guy. I couldn't see what they were doing, but the guy's legs were all tensed up and pulling on the ropes that bound them, almost like he was in an intense amount of pain. I remember having an incredible visceral reaction to that last picture, so after shoving the photos back into the wallet, I tried to put everything back into the little hidey hole exactly as I'd found it. After that, I abandoned the search for my Game Boy, locked up my dad's office, and spent the rest of the afternoon in my bedroom, swinging back and forth between thinking about what I'd seen and trying to forget about it altogether. When my dad got home from work, he just figured that I was angry at him for confiscating my Game Boy. Only my mom realized that there was something deeper going on, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. If I did, it would be the end of my family as I knew it, so I just kept my mouth shut. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to someone about the pictures, I just didn't know how to do it without some kind of familial apocalypse. Besides, I wasn't even sure what I'd actually been looking at. I tried to pretend that I hadn't seen anything, but my relationship with my dad was never the same afterward. All I could do when I saw his face was picture him in those photos, wondering what the hell he was doing to that poor unsuspecting guy. I assumed Mom knew nothing about what my dad had been doing in those photographs, and I felt incredibly sorry for her. But at the same time, I was burdened with the horrific guilt of being the only one who could warn her, but not being capable of it. Then the day came when he walked into my bedroom and asked me the one question I'd been dreading for almost a year. When he asked if I'd been in his office recently, the words sent a chill through me. Thankfully, I learned to hide my emotions very well, so without looking up from playing Sega, I just flatly told him no. After that, I hoped to God that he wouldn't question me further, and I prayed to hear the sound of the door closing behind him. But the seconds went by, and the door didn't close. He just stood there, staring at the back of my head, saying nothing. Doing nothing. When he asked me if I was sure, I just kept my eyes locked on the screen and gave him the most nonchalant denial I could muster. Those were some of the scariest few moments of my whole life, and even when the door finally closed, I was terrified that he'd be standing there waiting to have a private talk with me. He wasn't, which was obviously a huge relief, but as I got back to my game, I started to wonder if he had actually taken me at my word. Then, like a bullet between the eyes, it hit me. Some minor detail from almost 2 years ago came rushing back into focus. After the dread got too much for me, I just shoved the photos back into the wallet. What I hadn't done was rearrange them back into their original order. Someone who really knew those photographs, someone who put them together, would know exactly which order they were in. This was obviously a huge problem for me, but as I continued to think on it, I realized something. He couldn't actually accuse me of looking at the pictures. He couldn't just outright accuse anyone because if they weren't the guilty party, they'd know that he'd been hiding something. That little detail was the only thing that saved me from God knows what, for years. With time, the whole thing kind of faded into the background. It was always still there. But the idea of my mom finding out about the pictures, of seeing all the heartbreak and the shame in her, I just couldn't let that happen. Don't get me wrong, I was in almost constant terror of my dad hurting us, but with each day that passed, it grew easier to reassure myself that we were fine. The next time the photos seriously got into my head, I was in my second year of college. I was on the opposite side of the country, studying at USC as far as my grades could take me. Moving away came with a fresh helping of guilt. I felt like I abandoned my mom and sister to whoever my dad truly was, or at least used to be. I just couldn't do it anymore. I'd spent 6 years swinging between anxiety and depression, and it had been years since he found out someone had found his little hidey hole, as I call it. If he was going to murder us all in our sleep, I figured that he'd already done it. Without all that stress in my life, my mind started to compulsively focus on the finer details. I ended up spending hours at a time poring through news articles that detailed missing persons or dead bodies that had been found from all over the Northwest. I didn't know what my dad had actually been doing to that guy, and sometimes I wish that I'd looked at the rest of the photos so I knew for sure. But I knew the guy's face, and I knew I'd be able to recognize him if his pictures were included in some missing persons or murder news piece. On multiple occasions, I considered how utterly futile it was spending hours at a time reading through random articles that listed the victim as having an Asian-sounding last name. It must have been hundreds from the past decade or so, and I didn't actually know when the incident in the photo had taken place. I realized that I was trying to find a needle in a haystack. But then, one day on some rainy Thursday afternoon, I found my needle. I don't want to tell you the poor guy's name because I don't want any of you reaching out to his family. They've definitely already been through enough. But like I said, I found him. I recognized the guy's face from a webpage, and it was a smile I swear I've recognized anywhere. It was burned into my brain after having stared at those secret photos. The article gave a few details regarding his last known whereabouts, but mentioned that the guy had talked about visiting a friend in the weeks before his disappearance. They went on to plead for any information, basically saying that the police had no idea what had happened to the poor guy. I'd known for years. I just didn't quite realize it. Incidentally, the answer to my fixation brought up a whole new question. What was I going to do with this information? The answer was simple: nothing. There was nothing I could do that wouldn't have a devastating effect on my mom and sister. My sister wasn't very old, definitely not the age to process the fact that her father was at the very minimum involved in the disappearance of another human being. There was nothing I could do right then. Nothing I was okay with. But now that I had my answer, I could at least plan to do something in the future. I didn't quite know when that might be, and I wasn't quite sure how I'd go about it, but I knew I was going to confront him about it at least before he died. Yet, as it turned out, it wasn't my dad's impending death that prompted me to put my plan into action. It was my mom's. 2 years after I graduated college, I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, when I got a phone call from my little sister. Mom had cancer. It was terminal, and it was aggressive. She had a few months tops. That's what the doctor said anyway. I planned on spending as much time as possible with her during that time. When she finally passed and the truth of what my dad had done could no longer hurt her, I made my move and did something I should have done more than 10 years prior. I called my dad for the first time in what felt like forever, and I gave him an ultimatum. I told him that I knew what he'd done, that it was me who had found the pictures all those years ago. I told him the only thing that stopped me from saying anything was not wanting to destroy our family, and that I wanted Mom to live a life of blissful ignorance before I finally tore apart his legacy. I gave him two choices. He could turn himself into the police and do the right thing, or I'd tell them everything I'd seen and how I could link it to the missing persons case from the late 90s that I'd found. The next day, I got another call from my sister, marking the second time she'd been the bearer of bad news in less than 6 months. My dad had taken his own life. It came as a shock. I considered the possibility that he might take his own life before I put my plan into action, but decided that he just wasn't the type. I figured he'd go on the run, try to move up to Alaska and change his name or something, maybe even leave the country. I guess it showed how little I really knew him, even up until the day he died. The only thing was, the whole thing didn't die with my dad. There was still more work to be done. I went back home to check his office for the pictures, intent on handing them to the police, but they were gone. I turned the house upside down, even checked the trash for ashes or things of that nature, but I found nothing. He must have destroyed them or disposed of them somewhere. But that wasn't good enough. He must have known that sooner or later, the cops would get him for whatever he'd been a part of, so he just decided to end it all and rob his victim's family of the justice they deserved. I went to the cops anyway, told them everything, and eventually received a call back from 2 homicide detectives. They called a handful of times over the course of the next few weeks, a few questions here and there. Eventually, I realized how difficult a task they were faced with. After DNA swabs of his office yielded no matches for their victim, there was very little they could really prove. Even if I did manage to turn over the photographs, the only person they showed committing a crime was a man in a mask. All they could do was speculate. Yet, I know it was my dad under there. In my mind, there's no reason why he'd take his own life. He cultivated such a wholesome facade over the years, having successfully concealed a past blackened by death, that no one thought him capable of such things. He was far too proud to watch it all crumble in front of him. But even now, it's still not over. My dad has since been considered a suspect in the disappearances of multiple young men throughout the 90s and early 2000s. I've still yet to hear anything from the police or FBI regarding it, but it's still something that's being actively considered. All these years later, I'm faced with the possibility that my father was an actual serial killer and that my silence following the discovery of the photographs enabled him to continue killing. I could be responsible for an untold number of unsolved murders all over the Northwest. When I tell people that, it's not enough to hear platitudes anymore. So judge me. Pour your scorn upon me. I promise you I can take it. As far as I'm concerned, I deserve far worse. When I was 20 years old, I came back home for summer break from college. My good friend Becky and her boyfriend had just found new jobs. They had a house all to themselves, sitting at the top of a very steep hill. A bit about Becky, she gets really nervous and anxious all the time. I get anxious too, but I've gotten used to living by myself and dealing with my worries. But she wasn't used to it at all. Their house had a back door in the kitchen. If you were sitting on the sofa in the living room, you could see straight into the kitchen. Right outside the kitchen door, about as high as your shoulder, there was a light that turned on when there was any movement. It's important to mention that Becky's backyard was pretty high up. To get into the yard from the low walkway in front of the door, you had to go up a few steps. The yard was made this way so it wrapped around to the front of the house. So, this motion-sensing light would only turn on if something moved on the walkway, not for any animals in the yard. The yard itself was tiny, with thick woods stretching down from the end of it. Becky was by herself because her boyfriend was working his first or second night shift and she couldn't fall asleep. They were trying to save money, so all the lights were off. Then, she saw a light come through the kitchen window. It was the motion-sensing light. This really scared her, but she tried to just ignore it. However, the light kept turning itself on at different times. She called me early at about 3 a.m. until I finally picked up. I talked to her on the phone, trying to calm her down until her boyfriend came back in the morning. He had the next 3 days off, and nothing happened with the light during that time. Her dad warned her to be careful, suggesting it might have been thieves checking out the house, especially since there had been some break-ins recently on a street close to hers. The next time her boyfriend had to work at night, Becky asked if I could stay over. I said yes. The evening started off pretty normally. We watched movies until about 11. Then, we decided to drive out to the nearest shop and grab some food from McDonald's. Where we live, it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere, so getting there and back took us almost an hour and a half. We got home around midnight and set up the air mattress in the living room where we planned to sleep. Around 1 a.m., that motion-sensing light outside turned on while we were sitting on the mattress. I tried to calm her down by saying it was probably just an animal, maybe a bat or something flying by. Becky wasn't so sure. The light went off, but then it came on again. This time it stayed on longer. Becky decided to go upstairs and get her boyfriend's gun. We sat there, really nervous, with the window open so we could hear outside. She joked around, shouting, "I've got a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it." She was trying to make me laugh, but right after she said that, the light turned off. It stayed off for about 3 hours, as if we had scared someone away. We couldn't sleep after that. Around 4 in the morning, I went to the kitchen to get some water. When I turned around to say something to Becky, she suddenly screamed for me to come back. I spun around, and the light was on again. We saw the light turn on and off several times until the dawn began to break. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. We thought about calling the police, but were worried they might think we were making a prank call and we'd get in trouble. The light never seems to act up when her boyfriend is home at night. I still feel really uneasy being alone at her place during the night. I'm sure someone was up to no good that night, whether they planned to break in and found it amusing to scare us once they realized the house wasn't empty, or if they had even worse plans. It was a terrifying experience. High school was typically uneventful until the day Alex showed up. He was a quiet, strange guy, always seen alone in the hallways. At first, there was nothing remarkable about him, but after a few weeks, things began to change. One day, I noticed he was doodling in his notebook during class. It started innocently enough, just random scribbles. But over time, his drawings became disturbing. I started to notice oddly dark tones to his doodles. Twisted faces, distorted creatures, and strange symbols filled the pages. There was one lesson with Alex that changed everything. Tyrone was a typical bully and problem child. He would torment almost everyone equally. Today, Alex was his victim. He grabbed Alex's notebook and started looking through his drawings and loudly mocking him. I don't know what came over me, but I half-jokingly shouted Tyrone's name and said, "Leave him alone." I awkwardly laughed as to not become Tyrone's next target. Suddenly, someone at the front of the class tripped over a box, and Tyrone's attention was completely pulled away from us. You should have seen the look on Alex's face. I don't think I'd ever seen him smile until now. He was sat there with his notebook in hand, staring at me with the creepiest grin. He thanked me and muttered something to himself about not having to kill anyone today. It reminded me of Gollum from Lord of the Rings. After that day, he was practically my shadow. He'd follow me everywhere, always standing a few steps away from me. He didn't ever have much to say, but he would occasionally make comments about people like Tyrone, and we'd all laugh at how dark his humor was. Over time, he started sharing his drawings with me. They were all pretty messed up. He even had some detailed drawings of Tyrone being tortured or stabbed. On the odd occasion when he did speak, the things he would say were unsettling, muttering about hidden threats and the consequences that were coming. Looking back, it was so obvious what he was going to do, but I kind of convinced myself he just had a dark humor and used his drawings to vent. There were a few notable moments with him over the next few months. He would aggressively defend me in the hallway whenever someone would barge into me. He'd push people out of my way and do these really weird death stares at anyone that would bother me. He was very attached to me and protective. It seemed like as the days went on, he just became more and more angry at the world, muttering more about what he wanted to do to people, telling me that I'm one of the good ones and that he'll never let them hurt me. Towards the end of winter, Alex had a week off school and I started to wonder if he was alright. I'd also noticed at this point that his locker started to smell really bad. I knew his code because I'd seen him put it in so many times and he didn't seem to care that I would watch. I guess curiosity got the better of me and I entered his code and opened his locker door. I can't describe just how powerful the smell was. It didn't just knock me back, it sent me into a coughing fit. It was obvious now why it stank so much. I probably don't need to tell you what I found. A collection of small animals. I remember a cat, a rabbit, and some mice. I immediately closed the door again and started to panic. I knew I couldn't just ignore this. I immediately told my teacher about what I'd seen, knowing I might get into trouble for accessing someone else's locker. They ended up closing the whole corridor and getting the police involved. They found multiple hunting knives and all of his disturbing drawings. We never did find out about what happened to him other than the fact that he was kicked out of school and some more security measures were put in place to prevent weapons being brought into school. I don't know what he was planning, or if it was just animals he liked killing, but I feel like if I didn't check his locker, he might have come back and done something seriously bad. I remember the first day when we had this substitute teacher, Mr. Roberts. He had a reputation that spread like wildfire among the students. Everyone said he was weird and would creep everyone out. That day, I was about to find out for myself. Mr. Roberts walked into our classroom, and right from the start, something felt off. He had this unnerving way of looking at each one of us, as if he was sizing us up. His eyes were piercing, like he was trying to see into our souls. As the lesson began, he spoke in a monotone voice that made it hard to stay awake. He covered a subject that should have been interesting but somehow managed to make it utterly boring. I glanced around the room, and my classmates had expressions of utter boredom or mild discomfort. What really creeped me out, though, were his mannerisms. He rarely smiled, and when he did, it was more of a grimace than anything resembling happiness. His movements were jerky and erratic, like he couldn't control his own body. Towards the end of the lesson, some of my classmates decided to test the waters. They asked him personal questions, trying to get to know him better. But his responses were strange. He'd laugh at random moments and make bizarre comments that left us scratching our heads. Then came the incident that really got my guard up. One of my classmates, Alex, asked about his past teaching experiences. Mr. Roberts hesitated for a moment, his eyes darting around the room. Then, in a low, almost whispered voice, he said,
"I've taught in many places, but they were all temporary."
It was as if he was hinting at something darker, something he didn't want us to know. The room fell silent, and everyone felt the awkwardness. We had him twice in the same day, and the afternoon lesson was even more weird than the one in the morning. Mr. Roberts' behavior only grew more unsettling. He would suddenly stop talking mid-sentence and stare blankly at the back of the classroom, clearly lost in his thoughts. Then, without warning, he'd snap back to reality and continue as if nothing had happened. When the final bell rang, the whole class breathed a collective sigh of relief. We couldn't get out of that classroom fast enough. As I walked out, I couldn't shake the feeling that Mr. Roberts was hiding something that made him more than just a creepy substitute. And I hoped I wouldn't have to see him again anytime soon. Our history teacher disappeared halfway through the year, and Mr. Roberts took over our class. We'd see him twice a week. Whenever I was in his classes, I would do my best to just focus on my studies. The rest of the school year passed without any serious incidents, just the regular blank staring and growing rumors about how weird he was. Towards the end of the year, after we'd all kinda gotten used to his demeanor, Mr. Roberts crossed a line that couldn't be ignored. During a history lesson, he made a bizarre and inappropriate comment about one of the female students. It was so disturbing that the student immediately reported it to the school authorities. The school administration acted swiftly, launching an investigation into Mr. Roberts' past. It didn't take long for them to uncover a disturbing criminal history. He had been involved in a series of troubling incidents at his previous schools, including allegations of inappropriate behavior and comments. The revelation sent shockwaves through our school, and parents demanded answers. How had the school hired someone with such a dark past? The school board faced intense scrutiny, and many called for a complete overhaul of the hiring process. Mr. Roberts was immediately suspended pending the outcome of the investigation. As more details emerged about his past, it became clear that he should never have been allowed near children. The school took responsibility for its failure to properly vet him and promised to implement stricter hiring practices in the future. While Mr. Roberts was never seen at the school again, the unsettling feeling that had hung over our classroom didn't dissipate easily. The incident served as a chilling reminder of how important it was to remain vigilant and speak up when something didn't seem right. It's weird because people who had his lessons actually improved their grades. He wasn't a bad teacher, just a bad person. After he disappeared, there were multiple rumors about him working at another school a few miles away. I always wonder what happened with him. I was a junior in high school when it all started. Mr. Simmons, our English teacher, had always been a bit eccentric, but this year, something changed. He became fixated on me, and it became incredibly uncomfortable. At first, it was harmless. He would compliment my essays or ask me to stay after school to discuss my studies. I didn't think much of it, assuming he was just trying to be a helpful teacher. But soon, it escalated. He started showing up at places he shouldn't have known about, my part-time job at the local bookstore or my favorite coffee shop. Every time, he'd strike up a conversation, making it clear he'd been tracking my activities. It was unnerving, but I hesitated to say anything, fearing it might be a misunderstanding. Then came the gifts, flowers left on my doorstep, anonymous notes in my locker, and even a mixtape of romantic songs. It became impossible to deny that something was terribly wrong. The final straw was when he cornered me after school, professing his love and suggesting we go away together. I knew I couldn't handle this on my own. I confided in my closest friends, who immediately took action. They encouraged me to report Mr. Simmons to the principal. We compiled evidence, texts, notes, and witness accounts of his strange behavior. When we confronted the principal, she was shocked but supportive. She assured us she would investigate the matter thoroughly. What we didn't expect was the revelation that Mr. Simmons had a history of similar obsessions with students at his previous schools. The investigation unveiled a disturbing pattern of predatory behavior. Parents were outraged, and the local news caught wind of the scandal. Eventually, the police got involved, and Mr. Simmons was arrested. Most people were furious about the fact that he'd already been caught doing this in the past. Why was he allowed to teach again? Did the school know about his past, or did they not even check? You'd think we'd have better systems to protect children from predators like this.